Hey guys, I don't know if you can hear me or not. I'm hoping you can. It's Piper from CSI Crowdsourced Illuminations. I'm sorry I'm late getting in here. Y'all, I worked last night, and so I didn't get to bed until maybe 8:30 this morning or so, maybe 9. So I went to bed, and then as I was waking up, I'm like, you know how you're a little confused when you're first waking up. So I could tell if it was morning or evening, and I was trying to figure out while I was laying in bed, like which direction the shadows were going. And, oh, I think that's the sun's in the west. I think it's late, and if the sun is setting, it has to be close to 9. I'm supposed to be live at 9. So anyway, I didn't do my intro or anything. I was really kind of just throwing everything together, trying to get my laptop from my son and all that, just so I could get going here at as close to 9 as possible. I woke up at like 8 minutes till 9 o'clock. So, all right. I am going to I don't know if Shay or Scott are in here yet. I'm not looking at excuse me, I'm going to blow my nose. I'm going to put this on mute briefly. I'm sorry. Excuse me. Okay. So I'm not sure if, oh, good. Oh my goodness. I'm just now, there are lots of people here. Oh my goodness. There's no way I'm going to keep up with chat, you all. Hopefully there's some mods in here that can kind of, oh, hey, Shay, that can kind of keep, watch over things. Hey, hey, girl. Oh, good. I'm so glad everybody's here. Look, I'm looking at these chats. All my buddies are here. I love my friends. Anyway, so let me put this link in the chat for Scott and for Shay. And then what we're going to do, hey, Jax Elhanan, there's my son. So what we're going to do is have a conversation and talk about this Andy situation. As you guys know, or might know, Andy and I talked for quite some time, and we still talk every now and then, maybe once a month or so. And so I just was going to kind of give you all some information as far as what Andy has told me. And hey, Scott. Oh,
Hello.
No. Oh, good. I can hear you. I was concerned about my audio because the jack on my computer, on my laptop broke, the earbud jack.
Oh, no.
Yeah, so I can't use earbuds. So I hope my audio is okay. And I also was concerned I wouldn't be able to hear you guys.
Right.
Well, thanks for coming on, Scott.
Oh, thank you for inviting me. I'm very, very grateful for this opportunity for sure. Definitely.
Hey, Shay.
Hello, honey. I'm
How
so
are
thankful
you?
you got it. I'm doing good. I just got off vacation. God, I'm so refreshed and rested, I think. Ready to go.
You got
I
your land
appreciate
legs
you.
back? You got your land legs back on?
Uh, yeah, but I never really got the sea legs. I couldn't even really tell it. I really couldn't.
Really?
Yeah, I never got seasick or anything.
Oh, really?
No,
See,
I was pleased. I was
that's
pleased.
why I've never done, well, there's a couple of reasons I've never done a cruise, one of which I don't like feeling that out of control,
Yeah,
You're
I understand.
you're out to sea.
Well, there's so much going on, and the boat's going so slow that you really can't even tell it because, it's
That's
just
what they
different scenery.
say.
Yeah, and you can't. I really
Hi,
appreciate you
Scott.
having us tonight.
Hello, and
Well,
thank you for the invite.
yeah,
Oh,
you
there's some
guys,
Sissy.
there's Squall.
There's some
Hello,
Squall.
Squall.
The
Hey.
gang's all here.
The gang's all here. That's
Yeah,
awesome.
yeah. So, well, this is what I thought we would do because, well, first of all, I way overslept. And Shay and Scott, I appreciate you guys waiting on me. I didn't wake up until like 8 minutes till 9, and I was like, "Oh, holy crap!" And I still had to get my laptop from my youngest, and so I was like, oh boy, this is gonna I hope they realize I am gonna still do this live because I'm prone
Right.
to delaying lives. That's kind of one of my things I do. So anyway, I just appreciate that you guys showed up today last minute, and I didn't have anything real formal to do today. But what it just made me think this morning, Shay, when you were doing your live and you had a question, and of course we couldn't even get the question answered because
I
silly,
know. Yeah.
YouTube or whatever wants to
I
work
don't
only
know.
half
I don't
the
know what's
time.
going on with that. I have no clue. No clue.
It's
I've been
it's so
waiting on a modem
frustrating.
for like 3 weeks because I've got a computer. So hopefully I'll be on that soon.
Oh, nice. Yeah.
Yeah. And it's
But
Hey,
perfect.
Popper. Sorry to interrupt there, Popper.
It's okay.
Somebody just emailed me here and said that there's some jerks are coming out in the chat. Maybe you might want
uh-oh.
to
Mm.
add some at least temporary mods for tonight.
Yeah, none of my labs or my mods are here. So let me see. Oh, I need to get on YouTube, don't I, to make some mods. Let me get
Yeah,
on there real quick.
yeah. If you're on
We
YouTube.
better do that because I think once Ellie Mae shows up too and her gang
Yeah.
stalkers,
Yeah.
More than that,
Well,
too. So
I've
Mhm.
already
I get the
heard
same
that
thing.
she's watching, so
oh, I'm
Mhm.
sure. She
yeah.
probably
Oh,
had her alarm
you
set.
know she is,
Oh, she's all
Yeah.
over this like a hobo on a ham sandwich.
and you
Um,
know that you're going to get drugged for at least the next week or so, anyway.
I've been
Well,
getting drugs since I started talking to Andy, so
Right.
it's pretty much getting a little used to it. And I think the big thing to remember is that this is a virtual space, and people can go real life and do go real life, but what are they going to do to me? Like, I don't do anything illegal. My kids are older. You can't really call CPS. I mean, you could, but my kids would laugh in their face, So I don't know. I just can't think of, I don't know. I shouldn't say, well, what are they going to do to me? They'll find something, but it's just, it's
Throw
silly.
eggs at your house or toilet paper your trees or something.
Well,
that's
that's
your
fine
birthday.
too. Yeah,
So
happy
take your
birthday,
birthday.
Scott.
Yeah,
Yeah. Happy birthday.
it's belated now. It was the other day, but my days kind of run together. So actually, when I realized that it was my birthday, it was already after midnight. But to me, it was the same day because I hadn't been to sleep yet. So
Yeah,
yeah.
exactly. I tell you, I think us here in YouTube land, our sleep schedules are probably the worst.
Oh,
You
definitely.
know, I mean, we stay up all night. So,
We do
hey,
sometimes, don't we?
I've been
cat lover.
I sit here and talked a few times, said a few words, and I didn't realize I was on mute. When I got, but
Oh, no.
whenever I got your all's message this morning to invite me up here and everything, I read it wrong, and I thought, well, it's at 9 a.m. and I missed it already, and then I go back and I look, and then it's like 9 p.m. and I'm like, oh, okay,
Yeah.
oops.
And then I didn't even wake up until 5 minutes before. So that's why we're here today, and that's what we're going to do is just I kind of started that thought and didn't finish it, but Shay was trying to ask a question and we couldn't get her stuff
Yeah.
going. So I thought, let me just do a live,
Thank you for this.
and
Thank you
Appreciate
then
it
so
so
much.
much.
and I did not get to get anything organized for it or get any kind of visual aids or, anything to make the video nice. But there's, it's something that's been, I think people have had questions for a long time. And then with everything coming out finally about Jody Sue, this is information people want to know, so, and I think it's fair that we, I don't understand why Jody Sue has ridden out her victim status, and finally the wave has come to the beach and is breaking. She,
It did that a long time ago. It's just not been addressed.
Right.
I felt that long ago, months ago, and I didn't say anything.
Well, heaven forbid
I
if you
didn't
say
want to
anything,
say
because
nothing.
the one time that I, really did come out and started to say stuff, I got attacked,
I did too.
Hold on. So Lip Lock No More and Country Christian, y'all are mods. Just wanted to let them know. So if there's anything crazy going on in the chat, but sorry, didn't mean to interrupt. I wanted to let them know. But oh shoot, I got distracted and then forgot what I was saying. So yeah, I got attacked. What happened was, and I'll tell this story and then we'll go from there. How's that? To kind of start things up here. So what happened was I'd been talking to Andy, and what's her name? Ellie Mae was on Ziggy's panel, and she was up there playing her victim role, and it just, and I'm going to tell you tonight at least one thing. Shay, you touched on it today, but Squall confirmed that, someone else has confirmed it. I was really concerned to tell this story that Andy told me, just because it is just so unbelievably terrible. I couldn't, number one, believe that she, yeah.
It punched me in the gut. It punched me in the gut.
Yes.
Yeah.
And I couldn't believe that she had done that. And, she can be quite an evil person. And so, I was wanting to really kind of tell the story for a long time, but I was very worried. And when, on Ziggy's chat, they started saying that I was supporting her abuser, and I was just believing everything her abuser said. And it's like, listen, you guys, none of us know the whole story. We weren't there. We don't know what happened behind closed doors. And I'm going to be honest, this thing with Johnny Depp kind of inspired me, because finally, before, if you went out and said, listen, this big man who's 6 whatever tall, who supposedly hit his girl, and how are you going to come out and say they were actually the ones who are being victimized?
Right.
And I thought, nobody is going to believe this. But then when this whole thing came out with Johnny Depp, I was like, you know what? This is the time. It's almost like, it was paved. The way was paved for.
It happens more often than not than what people believe. It happens a lot.
Yes, my brother went through it bad. Really, I couldn't believe it. It's unheard of, kind of.
It is. It's men, and I'm not trying to make this a social issue tonight, but men have dealt with this kind of. We as women have gotten away with a lot of really bad behavior when it comes to how we treat men, and men have gotten away with bad behavior too. Don't get me wrong. I'm not saying, one way or another as a general blanket statement. I'm just saying, in every situation, we really need to keep an open mind, because men have been abused in they tend to be abused in more subtle psychological ways, more so than physical. but they are still abused. You know, it doesn't have to be you get socked in the mouth to call it domestic abuse.
That's what I was going to say. I did a short live right before this, just to kind of, let more people know. I wanted as many eyes on this as could be. And I was pointing out, you've been wrong, Squall's been wrong, Shay's been wrong, I've been wrong.
Yep.
Every creator on YouTube has been wrong.
Yep.
We've been wrong about everything, the weather, the creek, the way sound carries. We've been wrong about the cars. We've been wrong about the basement, the house. We've been wrong about everything. All of us. For 11 months, we've been wrong about everything. But Jody Sue has been right about everything. Now,
right.
In Andy's defense, could you imagine living for 26 years being wrong about everything that you ever did?
Well,
now I'm not giving him permission to hit him.
No.
But
no.
Here's the thing about psychological abuse is you never know how someone is going to react based upon their emotions that are caused by that psychological abuse. Unfortunately, he chose to hit her.
Yeah.
He could have chose to get in the car and drive off. He could have chose to go out in the woods and go hunting. He could have chose a lot of different things.
Yep.
But that's the thing. We never know, male or female, when we're placed in a situation of abuse, any form, psychological, emotional, physical, how that person is actually going to react until after the fact. Right. And I know if I were to live in a situation where day after day after day, I was being told that I was constantly wrong, everything that I tried to do, like all of us for 11 months have tried our best to find out what happened to little baby Summer Wells, but yet we get attacked for trying to do something that could be no more right in the world than trying to find a missing girl.
Right.
We get attacked for having a very successful fundraiser that raised $32,000 to hopefully find this girl. We get attacked for it. We get attacked for everything, even when you're doing good or bad. So you could imagine, if he goes to the grocery store and, buys all the right groceries and doesn't forget a thing, I can assure you she found something wrong with it.
Yep.
If he mowed the yard, I'm sure she found something wrong with it. If he raked the leaves, I'm sure he did something wrong. If he washed the dishes, he did something wrong. Yes. On every level you could imagine, because we see it and we've seen it for 11 and a half months from Jody Sue. And we're going to see it after this live stream.
Yep. Sure are.
I did notice one of the car videos. There's a car video before they had separated. And what I noticed is she was in this car and she was talking to whomever. That's when she was on the Facebook. And he come out there and he talked to her and he's like, suggesting she go to bed because she woke him up. Well, I'm sure he was working,
he was.
Yeah.
Yeah. And I know how it is if you have to go to work and you can't get no sleep because it's so, disturbing in your home.
Yeah.
And I picked up on that. I picked up on the other times he was in the car with her and she's just going plumb in left field.
Well,
and he's just sitting there listening quietly. And so is her kid.
I am going to put this out here. One of the locals that I've been talking to told me the other day that Andy is happy. He is with another woman who has a job. She has a job. He comes home to a hot meal. He comes home to a clean house. He comes home to a loving woman that does not bitch at him and use psychological warfare on him.
And he considers, I'm not going to say his girlfriend's name, Um, I think we all know her as Ellie Mae's name that she gave her, Coleslaw.
Right.
Yes.
But she seems to treat him really well. And she has a daughter who he considers he calls her his stepdaughter. They have a really good relationship. And, he's happy and he just wants to move on. And that's why he's not here on YouTube blabbing his mouth and everything else, because he knows you can't say anything on YouTube. It's going to turn into a huge deal, no matter how innocent it is. So that's why he doesn't want to deal with this shit. He wants to live his life.
He's moving forward. He's moving forward.
Yes, he's been dealing
And
with
that's
this
good. That's good.
Yeah. But I do want to say, Shay, you were talking about the car. And since this is what I'm going to do, since I don't have, stuff all set up and, don't have anything really formal to show anybody, I thought that as we talk and as stories come to me that Andy has shared with me, I would just share them with you guys. And so one of the stories that he shared with me was, and it's not necessarily, a story or something that happened in particular, but he said that all the time that he would, work all day and then he'd get home and Jody Sue would want to be driven somewhere so she could get a signal so she could do her live on Facebook. And so he said that he would sit in the car, he said, all those videos on Facebook, he said he was in the car. He had to drive her.
All of them?
Wow. All of them.
Yeah.
And let me tell you.
You could see every now and again his elbow, come into the screen. Yeah.
Now, I will tell you, whenever she told me to go back and find the information about Randy Haas that she had said, I went back. I scrolled back before June the 15th because I decided I was going to go to June the 15th and start with her videos right there. And I accidentally scrolled back a little bit too far, and that's how I come across the videos that I dropped. But she had hundreds upon hundreds. I mean, I would promise you that there was over 1,000.
Wow.
Before Summer disappeared.
1,000?
Yeah.
Yes.
Wow.
I think, how do you feel about mentioning creators in your...
Well, first of all, I want to I don't mind that, because let me tell you guys, and I'm not a YouTuber, I'm a researcher. So
Right.
I'm not going to get on YouTube and have a video every week. That's not who I am. That's not my gig. I come on and I do a video when I have something that and
I'll just say it this way then. A creator.
Okay. But I don't have a problem with talking about creators as long as we're not like being out of pocket yucky or something like that. If you're stating facts are facts, and it is what it is.
Well, this creator did a live, and I can't remember if it was either early this morning or late last night, sometime within this 24-hour period. And they mentioned that they had went back, and since Jody Sue had started her YouTube, it was either 439 or 479 videos. He figured it out to where it was like 1.001. Well, he was giving an example. He said it was at least 1.001 videos per day.
Wow.
There's a lot of those have been. Yeah, that's what I was going to say, Squall. Exactly. I don't know if this creator knows that she had deleted some. I don't know. But just based on that figure, 439 or 479, not counting the deleted ones, my goodness, it hasn't even been 365 days since Summer went missing, much less the amount of time that Jody Sue's been on YouTube. So that shows right there, and you can go back and look on her channel. you know, her videos will go 1 day ago, 1 day ago, 1 day ago, 1 day ago. So
Yeah.
there's like 4 videos in a 24-hour
Right.
period of time.
Oh,
Right.
yeah.
So
Yeah. I don't know what
I
that's
don't
Now,
doubt
all
for a
about.
minute that she had over 1,000 before summer.
chicken
And
on
then if
a
you think
stick.
about each one of those videos isn't just, 10 minutes long.
Oh, right.
Chicken on a Stick told us that she got ran off from a local convenience store because she would pull right up next to the front door and sit there doing her lives, taking up customer parking lots.
Oh my
Whenever
goodness.
I went in back, it was, I believe, in October that I went back, early October. I went back to find the information that she told me to go look for. At that time, from January 15th until October, she had over 500 videos.
Mm.
And I don't know, and she brags about having them deleted. So she says,
Yeah.
Squall didn't get to all of them because I deleted them.
Oh my God. Well, I want to address something quickly. Amber E is in the chat, and I thought was a friend of mine for a long time. And I'm not really sure what's going on lately. And I'm sorry to say this on a live, but I'm going to say it because my feelings got a little hurt. But there's somebody in the chat kind of, I don't know. Let me just say this. We are not up here saying 100% what has happened. What I'm doing is sharing with you Andy's side of the story. Nobody has told Andy's side of the story. And,
And he
Amber
deserves that.
Heard. Yes. And Amber, I'm going to start calling her Amber Heard, AKA
I've been doing
Ellie
that
Mae,
already.
AKA, whatever her name is. But she doesn't give anybody else the respect of using their names. So I'm not going to use hers. But Miss Amber Heard, has been on here telling her side of the story for a very long time. And Andy has not been wrapped up in it. In fact, he doesn't care to have his story or his side of it told. He's over it. He doesn't care. He wants to move on. But for I'm the one who cares because, and I told him that I'm the one. It's making me upset because she's out here giving her narrative and is able to just run buck wild with it because it's unopposed,
Exactly.
and
His voice is like silenced in a way.
right. And I'm not saying that what Andy has told me is truthful. I don't know. I was not there. I'm not saying 100% that I agree. I don't know. I can't even form that opinion. What I can form is an opinion on how Jody Sue has behaved for almost the past year. And I have waited a long time, Amber E, to come out and say what Andy has told me. I have bit my tongue for a very long time.
Yes, you have.
And I have held it. Yes. And Squall knows because she is
Squall
the
called me
only.
crying. She
Yeah,
called me crying and like, oh
multiple
my
times.
God. And yes, and I'm here
It's
for
just not
support,
right.
and I've been talking to locals who knew Jody Sue and Andy. So whenever Miss Piper
And
here says something that Andy told her, I am going to say whether or not I have heard that from a local as well.
yes.
I am here, and if you hear me say ditto, that's going to be my bingo card. If I say ditto, that
No,
means
yeah, I know
I heard
that
it.
one.
That means I heard it from the local.
Yeah.
That's what I tried to lay out as well, Piper, in the live that I did, is that Squall had her guest on. And between us creators, we found inconsistencies and just flat out untruths, lies.
Yeah.
Now
And also shocking things.
we get to
Very
hear
shocking.
Andy's side, and the way I kind of go about everything is if I hear the same thing from two different sources, that are unrelated, there's probably a good chance that there's truth in it. If I only hear one thing from one person, then it's a 50-50 chance.
Yep.
So,
Yep.
like Squall said, by her saying ditto, for me, I'm going to say, okay, we're probably around 80-85% or higher that's true.
Yep. And let me start with one of those stories that I know Squall has a ditto on. I have not shared this story because it's a serious accusation against Jody Sue. And I have sat with this information for too long. I'm going to start crying. I'm sorry.
I'm already crying, but
Oh my gosh.
that's the reason they call me Squall Tit. But it
Yeah,
is
the
disturbing.
tears.
Mm.
Well, so Shay, you mentioned it today, and I almost fell out of my chair because I was like, did Squall tell Shay what I said? Because nobody could know that unless it came from Andy. And you touched on it today, and I'm just going to come out and I'm going to tell the story. And I'm sure I'll be attacked for this. I can't be sued because I'm not saying it's true. I don't know. I just
Do you want
okay.
me?
So
Do
here
you
it
want
is.
me
I'm
to
just going to
start
get
about
to
what
it.
I heard, or do you want to go?
Let me tell.
Okay,
Let
go
me
ahead.
tell this story, and then
All
I
right.
think that'll lead into Squall and Shay, how it can or cannot be confirmed. Because here's the deal. I've also been leery to come out and tell these stories because I didn't want to play the recordings from Andy because I didn't want Jody Sue and her manipulative ass to take the recordings to court and say, look at what he's saying online. You know what I mean?
She has no power to do anything like that legal. I mean, look what she
I
said.
mean, but anyway, so this story is something that he had told me, and it's a big deal. And finally, today when I heard you talking about it, Shay, and I talked to Squall, it seems that a local has confirmed it. So I'm going to tell it. So here it goes. So Andy told me the story of how Jody Sue's shed or cabin came to be. So as we all know, Jody, God, I need to not her name. I don't know what to call her. We need to come up with
Ben Hill
not
Hurd.
this. Yeah. What'd you call her?
Ben Hill Hurd.
Ben Hill or Holler Bunny. I'm going to start calling her
Holler
Holler
Bunny
Bunny.
works. Holler
Yeah.
Bunny works.
Okay. So Holler Bunny had her cancer treat, and I'll let you guys know. I am a 2-time cancer survivor, so I understand what it's like to go through cancer. I get it, and I want people to know that I'm not a nasty person, although it does sound that way from me sharing this story, but I'm really not. But anyway, she's gone through her cancer treatment. As part of her cancer treatment, she had radiation, and it's not external radiation. Like, some people go and they get radiation, and what that external radiation is when you go and they focus a radiation beam at something in your body and they try to kill the cells. Well, she had internal radiation, and that's where you swallow these radioactive capsules, and it works from the inside. And as a result, you're carrying around, you're radioactive because you now have radiation that's live and hasn't broken down yet in you. So when you have that, you can't be around within so many feet of people. You have to limit your exposure to them. And when you first get this treatment, you sign a consent. And the consent ensures that the patient knows, number one, the treatment that is being recommended, right? So the radiation. Number two, it makes sure that you know the possible outcomes, good and bad. Like, we are doing this because we want it to treat your cancer, but the bad is that it could cause these side effects or what have you. also part of that is with chemotherapy and internal radiation when you take the pill, that you have to, as part of that consent, you have to acknowledge that you understand the danger that your treatment can pose to other people, and that you've been educated on how to minimize that risk for damage. So with internal radiation, when you're swallowing those radiation capsules, you can't be around people for extended periods of time because you're exposing them to radiation. We can all have a little bit of radiation exposure and still be okay and not have bad outcomes. We get radiation every day just from the sun. Shay, if you flew, you were exposed to radiation on the airplane. We get radiation all the time. But once it reaches a certain level, it becomes a critical level, and that's when it starts to do damage to your tissue. And that's why you have to limit exposure. Well, Andy woke up one morning and realized that he had like these red looking like blisters on his penis. This is very personal. So I hope that people don't get nasty and
Trigger warning.
Yes.
Trigger warning. Major trigger warning.
Yeah, trigger warning, trigger warning, trigger warning. This whole thing's a trigger warning. I should just name my channel Trigger Warning. Okay. So he was very concerned, obviously. And he had Jody Sue's sister or somebody is a nurse. And so he didn't send a picture, he wasn't sending dick pics, but, of the skin, you had to know how embarrassing that was for him to send that. First of all, let's just say that and say, I've got a problem. You know what I mean? With your penis. I mean, that's terrible. It was embarrassing.
She tried to lose it, destroy his manhood,
Yeah. Yeah. And
that's
then
evil.
he, so he didn't know what was going on. And so he went to the doctor, and the doctor was kind of baffled over it and was like, well, I don't know. It could be this, could be that. And in conversation, he mentioned, because his doctor was asking him about sexual activity, of course. And he said, no, I've got a girlfriend. I'm with one person, blah, blah, blah. And she's going through cancer and had radiation. And the doctor was like, wait a minute, and it came out that, wait, so she has radiation now? And he said, yeah, they were radiation burns. They were radiation burns.
Yeah.
And she was aware that could happen.
What was that, Scott?
She was aware that could happen.
Yes.
Well, I can't say what she was and was not aware of.
You sign a consent form.
Yes.
You sign a consent form saying that you do not put your bodily fluids at all. You do not use the same plates. You do not use the same cups while you're on this.
You can't
do not even use the same shower, the same toilet. You don't even do that.
Yes, you're fully aware of all.
And they make you sign a consent to protect the doctors in the event something like this happens, that you are aware of the dangers that this radiation
My family gets with cancer. They do tell you everything that it is a risk. Yes. If I were doing something like that, that's monstrous.
Yes. So he became alarmed, obviously, and the doctor educated him, on the risk with the radiation exposure, and most of all, the risk to his children. And he had no idea. And so that's when he immediately went out and they got that shed cabin and put that on the property so she could live in there, so she wouldn't be exposing the children, him, and his parents to radiation.
I caught on to that, Popper, the Fresh Babies video, after I watched it a few times. And that was during when she was having radiation. And she was talking about it. And if you go back and look at that, her girl that is of childbearing age, of course, you don't want them to have a child at that age. But you know what I'm saying?
But the problem is it affects their cells, and you can have possible.
And she was looking back at her, and she was like, no fresh babies, and laughing. And that's when it hit me. Right there. that she is psychologically doing that to her daughter, because you know that she's made them all well aware, and they all knew what would be the consequences.
Right.
And I
And
picked
here's
up on that.
yeah. And so here's my question, and I don't know that any of this is true. I know that Andy told me this, and Squall told when I heard Shay, when I heard you talking about it today, at first I thought, well, Squall must have told her I said that, you
Not that
know?
part.
Yeah. And so Squall, when I talked to Squall, she said, that somebody from the community there had confirmed this story. She texted me to say, hey, a local confirmed the radiation story. And I was like, really? Because I've been so leery to come out and tell this crap, because what if it's not true? I don't know that it's true. I didn't go to the doctor with him, you know? So, but my concern is if you
Did
are
he tell
willing,
you that himself?
oh, yes, I've got it on recording
Let me
where he
let
told
me
me
ask
it.
you something. As a men are different than women. They have their pride thing going on and all that. And to me, it feels like that. Yes, he was telling you the truth, because I don't think that many men would come forward and talk about something like that in general.
Right.
I
I
really don't.
agree.
So I
I think
believe
that if
him.
you're going to,
I believe
yep,
him.
I think if a man's going to make up a story, and Scott, you can tell me if I'm wrong, but they're not going to make up a story about their penis having blisters on it because,
No,
No.
yeah,
no. Especially our
No.
type of, the type of men we have here in Appalachia. I just don't see it. So I think the
right.
man's telling the truth.
I think he was too. And I'll
That's
tell you,
horrific.
my impression of him is that he is very honest and he doesn't talk very much. And,
I
when I
was
get on,
I was told by the local that that was the actual last straw. That was the straw that broke the camel's back with Andy when
yeah,
Jody Sue did that to him. He said, "We're done." He
yep.
said,
And
we're."
yeah,
He
because if
said
you're
it's
going to put
over.
your own children at risk for what? For what? What is her, what was that all? Did she just not care? Did she not think it was real? Like, did she think the doctors were being overly concerned, about exposure? I don't know. I don't understand it. But and I don't want to come out here and just bash somebody. And that's why I've not said this stuff, because I don't want to come out here and just bash somebody. And, the holler bunny won't come on my panel. I've asked her, I've tried talking to her before I ever came out and told anything about Andy, what he said. I've not told stuff because, I was just, number one, I don't know. There's a lot of reasons. And I told why in my other video, the last one, why I didn't come out immediately with these recordings. But excuse me.
Cracking Cases there in chat said that whenever they talked to Jody Sue, that, and this was before she even came onto YouTube, said that Jody Sue was telling them that YouTube had destroyed her life.
Well, who hasn't destroyed Jody Sue's life aside from her, of course?
Yeah, exactly.
And Jody Sue was supported by Andy for a very, very long time. And, he's not somebody, let me tell you a little bit about Andy, just so you know, because I think I think people are interested to know who he is. Let's just say I didn't know any of this about Jody Sue. If I met Andy, I would think he was a very, very nice person. I would think he was quiet. He doesn't talk a whole lot. And it took me about 6 months. Well, what I say the other day, it took me forever to figure out if he says something, there's a reason he's saying it, because he doesn't talk very much. So when he called me the other day and said something, and I was like, well, that's weird, But then after we hung up, it wasn't an hour later, I started seeing these videos on YouTube that he was talking about. So number one, I think it's interesting he knew what was going on YouTube before I did. That's interesting. Number two, make of that what you will. Number two, I thought, well, he said that for a reason. Then that's what he was talking about. And so it took me forever to realize if he says something, there's a reason for it. He doesn't talk a lot like I do. 99% of what I say is inconsequential. 1% means something. If he says something, he's saying it for a reason. He's also very forgiving. It was shitty that I recorded him without his knowledge. And he asked me if I was recording him one time, and I said no. At the time, I actually wasn't. But I knew what he meant. And, I didn't tell him that I'd been recording him. Well, then he found out I was recording him. I put it on YouTube that I was. And so he called me. He's like, have you been recording me? And he was upset. It hurt his feelings because I think he trusted me. And, to some extent, as much as you can trust a stranger. And he didn't act like an asshole. He didn't blow off the handle. He didn't even act angry. I didn't even know he was upset, except for the subject matter obviously would make him upset, so I figured he was, but he didn't act like it. And I apologized, and, he was fine. He didn't say, he's probably still upset about it, but that's just an example of who he is. That's a big deal. And he had every opportunity in the world to be a complete asshole to me. And if he's an abusive monster, I would think, oh, did you get knocked off, Shay? Let me put the link back. But oops.
But I was wondering where she went. I'm sitting here.
I know. But he had every opportunity to be a real jerk and to be justified, but he wasn't. So to me, that says a lot about who he is. He
has more control than I would, because if somebody did that to me with radiation, it would not be a yard barn that would be being purchased. I mean, just straight up. I would probably be locked up for the rest of my life.
Yep, I'd be pretty upset.
And that guy. I set my phone down real quick, and and then I come back and it just knocked me off. Had to leave for a minute.
Okay, that happens to me all the time.
Okay.
So anyway, that's kind of just a little peek into who he is. He's always been very kind. So I don't know, but my ex-husband was always very kind, and everybody thought that he was the best guy in the world, and he's not. I can assure you. And so we don't know. I don't know. I've talked to him on the phone. I didn't grow up with him. I'm not a family member. So, let's just get that out there. I don't know if any of what he told me is true. I can only tell you what I was told. You guys do your own research, do your own thinking, align it with what you already know and what you've already seen, and take what you believe to be true or not true and make your own decisions. This isn't about trying to convince anybody of anything. This is about me telling and us knowing Andy's side of the story as he tells it. You can put as much weight into it as your logic tells you.
Well, I think it's important and it's valuable because we've done that with everyone else. Everyone else except for Andy has had a fair shake, because everybody else has came onto YouTube and explained their side of it.
And her story is on.
I was over on Jay for Justice when Andrew Hiltz first came into chat and came up, and he was there to defend Jose. And then Justice for All ended up finding Jose, so Jose had an opportunity to come on to defend himself.
Yes.
And then by Andrew Hiltz coming on, Allie, Hunter's mother, came on to defend herself. And of course, we know Dawn and Candace have defended themselves.
Yeah. Everybody's gotten the opportunity to say their side.
Right. Everyone has. So, I'm looking at this no differently than, here's what was said. And that's what I tried to explain in my live. And I think you did a very good job in your live this morning is this is what was told to Piper. This is what the conversations consisted of. Now,
And I can vouch, Piper has known for a very, very long time because she confided in me and she was torn apart. She was like, "What do I do with this?" And I said, "Well, whatever you do, don't put it on YouTube." I said, "Send it to the TBI or something to show, because in my opinion, if she could do that to her own husband and her own 2 children, what is she capable of doing to the daughter of the family next door that she has openly admitted that she hates?"
exactly.
And that was my first thought, and it hit me in the stomach so hard. And then I talked to a friend who had the same type of cancer and the same type of treatment that Jody Sue went through. And I asked her, without telling her any of the details of why I needed to know. And she told me that she was quarantined at one end of her home. They lived in a trailer. She quarantined into a bedroom and used one bathroom. They would bring her meals and set them down at the door. And when they walked away, she would open the door and get those meals. Um, she said that there was just sweat alone. If she was to lay down in a bed and sweat, and then someone else lay down on that sheet 3 or 4 days later, they could get radiation burns.
I don't know the details on that, how long it takes for the radiation, because radiation deteriorates. It breaks down. So, the very first day it's going to be at its strongest. 5 days later, I don't know how long it takes the specific type of radiation she got. I have a master's in science. That's how I know about radiation. So I'm not like just talking out of my ass here, but the different types, radiation from different molecules takes a different amount of time to break down. So I don't know the type of radiation she had. It could break down in 2 hours, theoretically. But I do know that when you get internal radiation, it doesn't break down that fast. I was just using that as an example, but I don't know if it would still be there 2 or 3 days later. But I do know you don't even have to come in contact with body fluids. But yes, body fluids like sweat, urine, saliva, respiratory, aerosol, a cough, a sneeze, any of that will carry the radiation in it. And and as we know, radiation isn't necessarily a solid. It's like sun. If you imagine that the holler bunny was the sun, her rays are going out all around her. Eventually it breaks down and stops, so I'm sure she's not radioactive now, but I don't know how long she was at the time. And at the time she was getting active treatment. So, it's just even just her being there with no body fluids is a risk.
Right.
And there are people in the comments saying that, we don't know Andy, and abusers are manipulative. I would agree. Jody Sue is very manipulative.
Yes,
Okay.
she is.
Yeah.
She has, whenever, before she blocked me, I commented on a post of hers, and it's still up on her wall. And if she takes it down, I've got the screenshot of it. But I was actually defending her because the way that she wrote the post out, she acted like people were accusing her of getting child support. And she was saying, I did not get any child support or anything, and showed her order of protection papers. And I commented just simply stating that, they would not do that. In Tennessee, there is a special court strictly for child support. It is a special court, a special judge, I meant, which, that would make it, that would not happen in a criminal court for order of protection. They may have that on the paperwork, but that paperwork has not been updated or anything. And she immediately said that two YouTubers, which was, I found out to be Kraken Cases and Jamie Wilson, and Del Terry. And Del Terry was the lady that was driving a very long ways to be with Candace on the weekends and just to be support for her. And she accused all of us of isolating Candace.
What?
Yes, she accused us of isolating Candace, and she wrote it out in print on that post. If it's not been taken down now, you can go to her Facebook and go through her photos till you find the order of protection and look in the comments of how she snapped and went off on me and said that Kraken Cases. Well, she said two YouTubers. She didn't say Kraken Cases out, but I later found out that it was Kraken Cases and Jamie Wilson. And she mentioned Del Terry. Everyone that had been on, anybody that had been on the property at that point to give Candace support and help her. And in my personal opinion, I feel like she was the one that was sending, after the conversations I've had with locals, I feel like she was sending Boogie over there to spy on the wells, knowing that he was likely going to be spotted, because at the times that he went, there were people there outside, unloaded materials, working outside, helping. So, is she trying to set her son up for something? In my personal opinion, that is a question that needs to be looked at.
That's a good question. I wondered if Chicken on a Stick is here. I've never met them, but are they okay?
Yes, she is okay. Absolutely okay. Chicken on a Stick is, let her up. She knows Jody Sue and Andy before Summer went missing. And she is the one. She is the one that
she does, Scott.
She bring her on up.
Okay, hey, Chicken on a Stick, could you just real quick show your face just so I don't get porn bombed?
Good move. Thank you, everybody in chat, too, for being so good. We've got over 950 people in here.
Yeah.
Moderators, y'all are doing a great job. Thank you
I've
all.
been making mods as we go along. Gavel Geek, I added you as a
phone go. What'd I do with my phone? If I find my phone, I'll make sure it's her. I found it.
Yeah, because they're not showing their face. Chicken on a Stick isn't showing their face.
She might not be able to. I'm going to ask her.
Just
She's
make
like,
sure
she
it's
done
her.
that. She already said, do you want me to come on? And I'm going to say, are you backstage? I think that might be her, because she says, do you want me to come on?
Well, we'll just make sure because this is an important live, and I don't want to have to take it down if I get porn bombed.
At 10:06, she messaged, do you want me to come on? But she might have the StreamYard up on her phone to where she can't get to her messenger.
She said it's me, but I can't tell by just, hey, Chicken on a Stick.
Okay, I'm gonna put a number in my messenger to you, Chicken on a Stick, and if you will put that in backstage.
Yeah, that's a good idea. And then once we confirm it's her. Oh, she's gone now.
Oh, come back up.
Darn it. I hope that she doesn't think that I was
being. Link again.
Oh, there she is. She came back up.
Yeah, she might have not been able to see the messenger. She may have had to close out to see the number in Messenger.
Oh, okay. Well, she put something in private chat. What'd she put? She said it's me, Squall, but still that doesn't. Well, once Squall confirms that it's her, I'll put her on. I'm sorry, chicken on a stick. I'm not trying to be rude. No, I just wanted you to show your face behind,
Yeah,
like
just
before I put
for
you
1
on the
second, and then
screen.
she won't put you on screen till you take it off.
Yeah. Oh, she can't go to computer or something?
Okay. Can you see your Messenger?
She said she can't see her Messenger. Chicken on the stick, I'm going to put you on and just say something so I know it's you, okay? She's outside with kids and dogs.
Hey, can you hear
Okay,
me?
Oh,
that's
good.
her. That's
Okay.
her.
Yeah, I'm
Okay.
so sorry. I don't
Hey,
know how to
chicken on
do
stick.
this. And I was using my phone and I didn't know how to connect, and then I unconnected like 4 times. I'm so sorry.
No, I'm just glad that I'm just trying to be, I'm sorry for not just putting you up. I just wanted to be extra careful because I don't want to have to take this down
I
because
understand, and we're talking sensitive subject matters, and so no, that's no problem. I
yeah,
was sorry about that, guys.
No, it's
no
okay. That's
worries. I'm
okay.
sorry. I would have gotten you
Sometimes
up
people
much.
come in our backstage. What happens, chicken on a stick? Somebody will come on our backstage, and if we don't confirm who they are, they come up and turn their camera on to their privates. And
Okay.
Yeah, that happened to me on one of mine. Chicken.
Yep.
It
I
did. It was wild.
I don't know the very slightest of it. Like, actually, Squall has had to walk me through to get me to like this point
learning
to
how
where
to
I
do
can.
StreamYard and
Yeah, but y'all were talking information about Andy. I'm so happy for Andy. I know that sounds backwards and crazy, but I am.
I'm
Um,
happy for him too.
and the
It doesn't
radiation.
sound backwards.
Well, yeah, and especially because they've lived this lifestyle for so long, it's like I want to see what Andy does. I mean, just to see
Yeah,
his face talking about his girlfriend making him food,
I know. I know.
right? I mean, and I'm not an Andy sympathizer, Like I said, I've known them both. They deserve each other, but I'm glad they're away from each other.
Yeah. I don't know anything about Andy. To be honest, I don't know. I wouldn't know his ass from a hole in the ground. Excuse my language. But, you know, all I can go on is what he tells me. So we just have to keep that in mind, but and I'm a horrible judge of character because I think people are nicer than what they are. Like I don't know. I tend to get fooled a lot. So
I think a lot of that we expect what we would do from someone else, and then we have to stop and think, hey, they're not me.
yeah, and
Right.
I think a lot of it is I don't expect people to be as just frankly, I mean, just horrible. People are just horrible. Like if you look at Holler Bunny, just
Yeah.
her as an example, I
She
she's
is
not a nice person,
no,
you
but she
know.
is like a minority here. I mean, like there are so many people. I mean, so many people that you can talk to that like they just think that her shenanigans are just ridiculous, and it's an embarrassment. Her family is upset. Oh God, her family is so upset.
Well, speaking of her family, chicken on a stick,
Mhm.
you know, Jody Sue's brother passed away, and Andy called me and he was upset because he Jody Sue's family invited him to be a pallbearer because I guess he and Jody Sue's brother
They were
were
tied.
close.
Yeah.
Yeah, they talked and they were friends or whatever. And I'm sure after 26 years, it's almost like a brother-in-law. So they invited him to be a pallbearer, and he wanted to, of course, but he couldn't even go to the funeral because he was afraid that Jody was setting him up to break the restraining order.
Okay.
I shouldn't say he didn't go to the,
I don't know, so I can't.
I shouldn't say that. I misspoke. He couldn't be a pallbearer. He wanted to go to the.
Listed as an honorary pallbearer.
What's that?
I know that he was listed as a pallbearer.
Yeah, he was listed, but I wasn't at the funeral, so I don't know. But he told me that he wasn't a pallbearer, that he was invited, and he was planning on doing it. But then he started thinking about it and was worried that Jody Sue was gonna.
Well, and that's kind of likely, but
yeah.
I told him I wouldn't do it. I know that that's your brother-in-law, basically, but I said you just can't take that risk.
But at the same time, that shows you how at least her mother, grandmother, and brother felt about Andy.
And that should show you something right there, because even her own family, Chicken.
Right. Absolutely. And I knew that he wasn't lying because he was listed as a pallbearer. So I knew that what he was telling me was everything he's told me, that, how after the fact details come out and you can say, oh, that person was lying to me, right. or
for telling the truth.
Yeah. And everything is being confirmed so far. And so that TCC, but that doesn't, I don't know who TCC is, but they just came in the back. It doesn't look like True Penny.
Well, that's what I was going to say. TCC was True Crime Commentary. She's going by Fizzle now, but I don't know if her StreamYard is still set up as TCC.
Oh, okay. Oh, she goes by Fizzle now? Because I saw Fizzle in the chat and they were talking like, do you want me to come up? But I didn't know who it was. So maybe hey, Penny, if that's you, can you just show your face real quick and then I'll add you to the stream?
While they're doing that, I am going to say that it was not Chicken on a Stick that confirmed the radiation story. It was someone else.
Wow.
Because everybody does know that I talked to Chicken on a Stick, but I also talked to other locals that,
That was one of the things that, I wanted to say something about, because, I didn't know that. I didn't hear that, but, so I certainly didn't tell you that. But, I don't know. I saw people suffer from cancer, in the 80s. And, I remember radiation, and I remember the pills, we weren't supposed to be around them and stuff, but, the people I don't remember.
Yeah.
But
what astonished me is how quickly, which everybody grieves differently. I lost my brother, but what astonished me is during that time that he passed, the lives just went right on like normal.
Oh my God, it's like nothing even happened. I heard she hated her brother. Yeah. Well, I didn't hear she hated her brother. She hated her brother. Her brother dying benefited her because then she had more room for her and her kids at her grandma's. And that's sad for me.
Yeah, that just really stunned me because, back in July, I lost mine and I wasn't a creator then. And if I had been, there was been no way I could have done a live, been able to do a video, been able to do anything. And he never slowed down. And I was just like, well, thank God, that was odd to me. I mean, but I was close to my brother, so.
Well, I think that she said that, she would deal with it and grieve in her own time. That the creators have taken that away from her. And let me tell you this, y'all, because I was watching her today, because I can't hardly stand to watch her, but sometimes I do just see what's going on, see what crazy she's spinning. So people in her chat was telling her that they had called the local sheriff's office and told them that she was being harassed. YouTubers were in the bushes taking pictures of her, and this, that,
well, somebody had put in my comment section of my last video, giving me a heads up that I was in legal trouble, and I said, well, I couldn't be in too much legal trouble. I just went through and got cleared by Homeland Security and in another territory, so I'm not too much worried about it.
Oh,
Yeah.
I want to preface
Chicken on
this
the
whole
stick.
live by saying that I just want to get this out there in case Holler Bunny wants to try to be funny. If you all want to bring legal action on me, bring it on, because I already consulted my attorney. If you'd like to call him, his name is Michael Young. He is a state senator in Indiana. He is my attorney. You can find him online. If you have any questions for him, if you would like to direct any legal action, don't send it to me. Send it to my attorney, Michael Young. Again, he's a state senator in Indiana. You'll be able to find him online. So if anybody would like to address any legal concerns or threaten me with legal action, please direct it to my attorney. That's the appropriate place for it to be directed. And then he will contact me and we can go from there. Okay. So don't bother putting it in my comment section. Don't send me Facebook messages. Don't do this or that like y'all did the first time and talk about killing me and all this other stuff. Just go ahead and send it straight on to Mike.
Oh,
Okay.
Lord.
Mr.
I'll get them back.
Class
I'll
action.
get them back.
You have multiple prosecutors there. Or
Yeah.
defendants.
Yeah. Yeah.
This panel.
Yeah.
Well,
And
I
believe
don't-
me,
I just wanna
Mike
go
would
over
like
this.
nothing else but to take her on. Believe me, he's retired, so he has nothing else to do. So
He gets bored.
yeah, and he's a character too. So, but anyway,
Chicken on the Stick made a very good point about the Jody Sue's video today. Did you notice Chicken on the Stick when she had it scheduled, and in the live chat she was late and she said her body wasn't working well.
Yeah.
Her whole body wasn't working well. Okay,
Right.
now when she finally comes online, now at 4:33, I looked at my laptop. The whole day has passed by. The entire day. And then as soon as the live starts, people, quote unquote, people start harassing her outside. She has to go on mute. She's hanging her head, putting her hands on her cheeks, Fred on her face. Should I call the law? Put it back on mute. Should I call the police? Hang on just a minute. What's going on here? All this kind of stuff. Driving the chat. And she knew exactly why she was doing that. Why weren't those people harassing her from daylight this morning up until 4:33?
Right.
Even after her live was scheduled, they didn't start then. They started when she started.
Well, like she had to put that live off too. She was like, I think it was supposed to be 3:15, and then it ended up being, I'm not exactly sure what time it really did start, but
Right,
it was
right.
late. So maybe she
I
had to wait.
noticed that she had it. I didn't get to watch, but I noticed she had it set for 3:15 or something, and Cracking Cases had one scheduled for 4:30, and that's when she came on. Was that, you said what time? 4:33.
Yeah, it was somewhere.
If I'm not
right in there.
mistaken, if I'm
I
not
believe.
mistaken, Cracking Cases was scheduled for 4:30. They're in the chat, ain't they? They'll tell us.
But
Yeah,
the whole time about that is she was getting up and down off of her roost,
Huh.
like a chicken hopping down for grain, going
Well,
to check
if I
and see
hadn't
what
left
was going
me, I
on
sure-
with a body that wouldn't function
But you
enough
know,
yeah.
to sit on her roost and have a live stream. But she could get up and sure run around and act like people was outside driving up and down the road, wondering if she was going to have to call the police.
do you know where she lives? In the fork of that road there?
Yeah.
Okay, so you know that's a heavy traffic area.
Yeah.
Mhm.
And
Well, yeah,
Andy
people have to go from one place to another, A to B.
And Andy said he couldn't even drive by there because she would accuse him of stalking her. And I guess it's a busy area. And so he has to go all the way around.
Yeah, you have to take one road or the other, and she's right there in the fork. I mean,
Right.
so
Yeah.
I'm not
Well, you've got to pass,
doxing anybody, but you have to go by there to get to the areas that people live in and people work at.
Yep.
But all of this stuff, I guarantee, is like
Do they have a stop sign in their yard that they have to weed eat around right there at that fork? Because is that not like an intersection where they've got a stop sign right there?
there might be a stop sign. I don't know. Maybe off the Long Hollow on the reservoir. Oh
Yeah.
yeah, yeah. Oh yeah. Maybe off that one road onto the other one. I don't know. Sorry.
So TCC is back again, but
Is there
they're
any
not
way you
showing their
can?
face. And I also wanted Cracking Cases wanted to come up, and I put the link down there for them to come up, but I think I can only have 6 people, can't I?
Unless you're on the upgraded, I think so. Yeah.
Yeah,
I thought
I'm
it was
not.
good.
Well, wait a minute. You're on StreamYard. I do Restream. I can only have 6.
I can only have 6 too, but then oh wait, who just came backstage? Oh, that's Cam. Okay, Cam, I'll add you.
Okay, Fizzle is saying I'm backstage. They haven't noticed.
No, I noticed, but I didn't see her face, so I didn't put her up. Okay, Cam, I got you up.
All right. Hey, yeah, I'd say I'll probably be the one blamed for being in the bushes. I guarantee it.
It was you, Cam.
Oh my God.
Fizzle would have a lot of really good input. Not to say you don't, Cam, but as far as like from the beginning,
Yeah.
because Penny and I started true crime commentary together back in the very beginning.
Right.
Now, when Squall did her interview on September 22nd, Penny and I were still true crime commentary, and we had a live, and we recommended everybody go to Squall's channel to watch that interview. Penny, aka Fizzle now, but I still call her Penny because I did for months. Penny left a comment under Squall's video. Jody Sue responded to Penny. Penny had a lot of dealings with Jody Sue, like voice chats and stuff and Discord messages and talking on the phone and all that. I never had any of that. I've had one Discord voice chat with Jody Sue, and that happened on April 2nd, just like 2 months ago or whatever. So Penny has a lot of background with things behind the scenes with her and Jody Sue that I don't know. And from what I can gather from just seeing her in chat right here, she's got a whole lot more that can probably confirm a lot of the stuff that you're saying. Because I see her saying things like, I just was waiting. I knew the truth would come out and everything. So
yeah, I just had wanted to say something real quick about it, and then I'll get off here so you can come up. That's fine with me.
You're fine, Cam. I wasn't trying to cut you off there. I was just
giving. I know, man. I know. I just if y'all want, do you want me to let her come up first? I can do that.
Actually, before you go, Cam, you said that you met Jody Sue before she came onto YouTube.
Oh
no. So this is how that went down. So when we went up there to film the trails on the Wells property the first time, we had heard the rumors of of a neighbor hearing the scream, and I asked the private investigators. I said, "Can I go up there and talk to her?" And she said, "No." So she says that YouTubers have ruined her life. And I said, "What? I've never seen her talk on YouTube or to anybody." And at that time, Amanda Vita had been the only one who had talked to her, and it was over Jackie Dobbs pictures. And because she's the one that put Jackie Dobbs out there. Jody Sue was. Nobody else.
Yep. She did.
Yep.
And then she want to backtrack and say, "Oh, he's not up, high up on my list." Well, then the other day we called her out on some guess who jumped back up on her list?
Exactly.
Certainly did.
Cam, I heard that. That she had Jackie Dobbs back up on her high list of suspects.
And then
Sure
So
did.
certainly did.
Then she does this. So when Squall and Scott, when y'all talked about her son allegedly being up there, and let me add this too. It was 2 dates, August 1st and August 15th. 6 different witnesses. It's not like just 1 or 2. 6 different people saw this kid.
Wasn't it August 2nd? Because I got questioned about that today.
It was August 1st because Pamela said it wrong because she wasn't the one. It was her date when she witnessed it was the 15th. Now, when we brought the other witness up, she confirmed it was the 1st. But I got something to add to that too. So Jody Sue goes on August 2nd, takes out the protective order on Andy. Okay, that it cancels out or something happens by August 19th, and hers is no longer in effect, and Damien has to take one out on Andy.
Correct.
Did you find out what Damien's reason was for taking one out?
No, it doesn't say, but they have his name spelled wrong on the court case thing on Hawkins County.
That was the one that I sent you, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Damien's, yeah.
So I don't believe in coincidences. I really don't. Not with this stuff.
No.
And there's a lot with her, and not that. I mean, I even tried to overlook the numerous RSOs she was affiliated with. Not just Frank Light. But,
I got mad at you over that now.
Yeah, I did. I looked over it like an idiot.
I was like, Cam. But Cam.
Also, Cam, on that video, do you remember when WVLT came out to Dawn's, and Dawn and that lady, that news reporter, went down the dog trail?
Yeah, the Knoxville News, yeah.
I did a short little clip on it the other day, and he says something about, I don't know, but they told me when they come in today that somebody was trespassing on her property. I can't confirm it, but that's what they said. So there's another confirmation that Dawn, not only did Candace and the 6 witnesses know, but Dawn at least had been told about it.
Well, and let me remind you guys of something. When Chris McDonough done that interview with Hunter, and he unblocked, the beeps out of the names.
Mm-hmm.
What did Hunter say about Dawn's phone call to Candace that somebody was creeping on the property trying to touch kids?
Oh my gosh, I got that clip.
It's almost irrefutable right now. It's almost irrefutable.
I've got the clip of Jody Sue trying to backtrack that she says, yeah, we knew that Hunter was going to say that name, but he's saying the wrong name, and we don't know why he's saying that. I'm like, what? You got to cover.
I remember that, Cam.
I do have a thought.
Everybody say hi to Jody Sue. Drop some squirrels for Jody Sue in chat if y'all don't care. Hi, Jody Sue.
Hey, Jody Sue.
Yeah, she's
Hello, Jody.
Hello, geologist Jody.
Like, we are doing this because we wanted to treat your cancer.
Well, hi. I'm going to put some squirrels up for her. Hang on.
We're part of the squirrel cult over here.
She is a surveyor, a geologist, what else is she? Oh, a snake handler.
She's still acknowledge that she's still at the danger that your treatment can pose to other people.
A doctor.
And that you've been educated on.
There's the squirrels.
Does somebody have the live playing?
Yeah, I don't know what that is.
I was playing Jody Sue's.
Can y'all hear me?
I was playing Jody Sue's because somebody sent me a message and said she's watching us.
Well, good. You'll get another view then. Absolutely. That's great.
Let us school you a little bit on what you said there, honey. Sorry, it's true. It's not like anybody's twisting this. We play enough to show you. Look, she's saying this, and then she says that, and then
she has bashed Andy since day one, and she has given us a story about Andy allegedly dragging her by her hair and doing things to her, and he would only do it to her when she was at her sickest and weakest point. And I feel like she has come up with that story because she felt that, it was going to come out eventually what she did to Andy with the radiation, and she created that story to make it look like Andy got that when he drug her by her hair through his parents' house. And
what about the Peeping Tom stuff? We found out that October 16th is when she talked about that with Chris McDonough. She said, what did she say exactly to Chris McDonough, Scott?
Squall knows she can explain
well, he just, go ahead, Squall.
At the beginning of it, I remember at the very beginning when they introduced her to Chris and gave her the floor to talk to Chris, she says, "Before I get started, I just have one question. And it was something, not word for word, but what is the probability of a peeping Tom taking a child, snatching a child, or doing
I remember
devious acts and stuff like that?"
Well, the reason I asked that is because it wasn't till all the way at November 10th that she comes out with Dawn being the Peeping Tom. So October 16th. That's enough. That sounds like something you're asking for somebody that would be younger. Somebody that would be Dawn's age would be they would already have been, I guess, I'll speculate and say that their Peeping Tom had been escalated to its high. You know what I'm saying?
You would think by that age.
Yeah.
Can y'all hear me now?
Yeah, we can hear you, Penny.
Yay. Hello, everybody.
She creates alibis before she even gets accusations, or before the accusations come out and the witnesses come out. She has already created herself an alibi.
Yeah, this Peeping Tom, by the way, sent her Amazon wish list gifts.
Oh my God! Yes.
Oh my God!
She thought it was Dawn because she had told Dawn that she likes to do clay or whatever, and then the next thing she knows, she has like a Amazon thing, and it was like the clay that she likes. Like she told Dawn.
Wow.
And she just assumed Dawn was sending weird gifts.
But yet her dogs were magically gone every time this guy came up there.
Yeah.
Her dogs were
Andy
chained.
told me
her
that their dog is so aggressive that they can't even feed it.
True.
They have to push the food into his cage with a pipe or a stick.
That's true.
The dog was so abused that all of the dogs that Jody Sue and Andy had, they were on the verge of death, of starving to death. Their ribs were showing. And they said that whenever they looked at the Wells dogs, people that told me, whenever they saw the Wells dogs and everybody carrying on about the Wells dogs being starved, they was like, those dogs are fat compared to what Jody Sue's dogs were. And they said that these dogs were like almost emancipated. Is that the right word?
Emaciated.
Yeah, that I can't pronounce the word, but that was the word that I was told. And that Jody Sue's family has now taken over and started caring for the dogs and feeding the dogs. And
well, Boog called Andy and asked him to please come get the dog because his mom couldn't take care of it. But Andy was afraid because he thought he was being set up. Like Boog. Okay, remember that time that Benny Keys had that live and Andy, like he called Andy on the live and Andy was like, whatever, and as soon as Andy hung up, he said he hardly was even able to hang up and Boog was calling him. And was upset. Why are you going on lives? You're putting my life in danger.
My God.
All came from his mom, stuff that his mom was saying.
Yeah.
Did you see the receipt the other day?
That is so sad.
I know. And I told him, I said, listen, he is, he's only saying because Andy is upset because he loves his children and they hate him right now. Like, They don't
She's
hate
heard
them,
of
but
against them.
yes, they're so manipulated and gaslit right now. They don't know what's
Mhm.
what. And it's so, you guys, it's abusive. It's called parental alienation. Parental
Yeah.
That's
alienation.
it. Sheltering and also
Well, you look, the child's not in school now. It has to stay home there all the time.
he doesn't
Yeah.
have a job, does he? Has
I don't
anybody
know.
ever heard of him having it working anywhere?
Well, somebody told me that he does have a job now, but
What about as of February? Did you see the receipts I put out the other day because of somebody that reached out and Damien accidentally sent
yes,
her
the
$800?
$800. He did
$800.
not have a job that I know of at that time.
Mm-mm.
And I was going to talk to Andy about that next time because he's going to be pissed because he was so mad during Christmas when Jody Sue was putting those wish lists up. He was irate because he was like, I can buy my children
What
gifts.
in-
And
Whoa.
February 3rd and 4th. This is what, so Summer's birthday is February.
Message just came through from one of the locals I've been talking to. I bought Boog food at a gas station in February. He was asking how to get a bus ticket because Jody Sue kicked him out. February with no coat and Crocs, short sleeves.
what?
Well,
Wow.
No.
whoever was messaging as Damien was sending those big red hearts, and then Jody Sue's messages had the red hearts, and like I'm even going as far and saying, because did you catch that last message? This is Damien, Jody Sue's son. At the end, remember?
Well, I do remember. I remember a time in Discord where she was talking about having problems with Damien. She was saying that the rub off is real, meaning Andy's behaviors going on to her.
So wait a minute. I'm
going to turn him into an abuser too.
I'm going to interject because, okay, now just look at it from her children's perspective. She talks about her monster all the time, and then she's going to compare her son to him after saying, that's awful. That does really bad damage to kids.
So now what is she going to try to do?
Interrupt. I'm sorry.
Groom him to make him think he's a monster now too?
Well, because it was around the time that she was going to stay at the hotel, and she was saying, like right before that, she was saying she's having problems with him, and that the rub off was real, and that he didn't want to go with her, he wanted to stay with his grandma, and that he's 18 and she can't make him go. But yeah, she definitely said that the rub off is real.
Hey, one thing I believe Fred Hill about is he was too accurate when he said Andy Jr. That's what I heard. That's what I thought his name was he said was in the pool with Summer, the 19-year-old. He said it his age.
Right.
Yeah.
I was like, oh no, and I didn't catch it then.
If you guys think about it, things that Fred Hill has told us, not everything that's been confirmed, but it's come full circle.
Yes,
that's come to pass. We found out some of it. We've already confirmed it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And that pool
Not
that
there, but we have now.
wasn't there. I've got that whole picture from Candace Wells' social media with the date stamp of May 2nd, 2021. 6 weeks before Summer went missing. So there was indeed a pool there big enough that a 19-year-old could be in there with Summer.
Yep.
And Fred Hill very well could have seen that. Fred Hill at least knew there was a pool there when Jody Sue, who's supposedly the expert on everything, swears there never was a pool there.
Isn't he Andy's cousin?
I've got a picture of
it. I've had people ask me, well, how would Fred Hill know? How would Fred Hill know? Fred Hill said that he was up there to buy a truck. I'm assuming. I think it was a truck.
Yeah, that's right.
Off of Dawn.
Yep.
And that's why he was up there. So
Isn't
that answers that question.
Cousin? Isn't Fred Andy's cousin?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. So he would know who. Yeah. You see what I'm saying? Why? So we. Who asked me that? It's another true crime. He's a Irish guy. He asked me, he's like, can you confirm, have you ever heard him called Andy Jr. before? That's all I thought. I thought nickname was Boog, and he was Andy Jr. That's what I thought forever. And then when I heard it, I was like, where'd that come from? So there was speculation too early on that he had kind of some behaviors that were, I heard that, and I was like, I don't know.
Really?
Yeah.
Jenny and Krama Mama what is she on here? Gavel Geeks and Krama Mama have been, they're in the Discord that me, Jody Sue, and 2 other people were in. And I mean, they can go through and they can verify. She did say that he was demonstrating behaviors like Andy. That's what she meant by the rub off was real. But what I came up here, what I clicked the link for earlier was because what she's doing now to everybody on YouTube, to Ronnie Lawson, to everybody in her real life, it's the same thing that she's done to Andy all this time, apparently, which I didn't even know that this was in her. I didn't know, like, how he would be gone and she would make up these outlandish stories and situations to try to get him back in.
Who calls
it's
her?
So strange.
Who calls him Voldemort? That's the villain from Harry Potter.
Because she wanted to act like, or the Voldemort thing. I don't know if she's acting or what, but allegedly it disgusts her, or triggers her to say his name.
Oh shit!
But then again, she's been heard saying his name on one of her lives, or so I'm told. That she said his name in one of her lives to the point where they thought he was there. So I don't even know.
He was on some of those Facebook lives. He's sitting in the passenger seat and he tries to duck out of the frame. I've seen it 3 or 4 times.
Me too.
Yeah.
But then, she when she was making her YouTube rounds, as time went on and progressed and this and that, I was the moderator for Doug over there in No Thanks. And she absolutely, this was, been a few months ago, guys, was defending him to the T and said, she was getting upset. She was saying, I don't care what kind of monster he is. I have to defend him. I have to do this. I have to do that.
I remember that. Andy came out from Chris McDonough's live.
Is that when that's when she says, "Oh, they would aggravate him for a gram of weed till that's all."
Gram of weed, yeah, right.
Yeah,
he sells a gram of weed. Come on,
and that's
he does because he grows it. Sorry, I'm going to put that out there. He grows marijuana.
Well, that's okay. I mean, that's
usually not sold in grams, though.
Mm-mm.
Well, when they would scratch up money, and like she would only have like $10 on her. So she'd call and ask for $10 worth of weed. So she wasn't calling and asking for a gram.
That's why she didn't want nobody on
that. I'm just saying that's what she said.
Yeah. But Andy said that he stopped kind of dealing with the
I got it.
It's weed.
Look, Gabba Geeks just said Fizzle looking at her saying that about her son right now.
Wow.
What is it?
Because in Discord you can search keywords to pull up that exact it'll pull up whoever said what about the exact words that you search. So all you got to do is search like keywords and it'll pull up exactly when she said it. But yeah. I wanted to ask, do you know, because if you remember her daughter being on my live stream and she was saying that she was upset with,
I remember that.
Yeah, so Jody Sue put her on the live stream and was talking about her dad. Yep. And she was saying that her dad was upset with that EchoSearch was out there and he was like, basically they were cramping his situation. Like, and that he had to burn up all of his stuff. Do you know what property he was even growing that on?
I think it was kind of all over in those hills. And so I personally think that, I don't know this for sure, but I think if there was any question about searching their property, my understanding from what Andy said was that he had to pull up a bunch of fucking plants and get rid of them.
I would have too.
And so he was kind of panicked about them searching their property, not because of Summer, but because he had to get rid of those fucking plants.
Right.
Look how long it took them to get to the Fields Road, and they were marching right in the direction of 162 Fields Road. That's Polly Bernard's property.
So that's why they had to go over there real quick to Fields Road. And
I mapped it out, and they didn't search that till February 28th, I think. Yeah.
How many of y'all seen her on the live she was on when she ended her live last night?
I didn't.
Boomerangs? Was it Boomerangs?
No, oh my God, no. She was on one of Tiffany's people, Bombshell. She was on Bombshells last night, and Ziggy triggered the hell out of her. Like triggered the hell out of her because she was talking about drugs and stuff. And Jody Sue was crying, and she was like, she said something about, like, she said, well, because he needed to stop by and get something from Fields Road, and then she changed the subject. Like, so I was, that's why it made my question, like, where was Andy growing this stuff, and where did he burn it down at? Because I mean,
they said they put a gate up there on the middle of the county road when they went up. So the first place they went when they tried. See, she misspoke. She said, well, we were out searching for Summer. No, actually, it was after we ran Jackie Dobbs off. So it was the 14th. But we went up to the other property to see if he had went to any of the other hollers. And they put a gate up across the county road up there. I wonder why they did that. Yeah. I don't, what's going on there. But if you look, I even showed it on a map where the picture they took at that bridge on Fields Road, they are going right at that property.
I feel like she did kind of catch herself when she was saying that and caught herself and corrected herself.
See, I didn't watch that. I misspoke the name though, but that's just crazy. Can anybody answer this question as she explained this? When the Jackie Dobbs thing came up, and the law came, and she said that, of course, the law told Jackie to leave. Well, supposedly he left. Why did did she say that they continued on out searching for him, like up and down all these different hollers and roads and stuff? Why was they doing that? If the law had already took care and escorted him out of there, that didn't make any sense to me.
Polly was actually the one who initially, it was said, wasn't it her Facebook post talking about? Yeah, she posted it on Facebook, right? Okay, and that was the whole thing that said, well, if these people have owned this property for 200 years, they would know where the property line is better than you.
Oh yeah. I forgot about being a land surveyor.
Yeah, she's a surveyor and a snake handler. She knows how to.
I was told the property and the living conditions at 125 Ben Hill Road were 100 times worse than the living conditions at 110 Ben Hill Road.
Yeah, that's what she told me. Mm-hmm.
Heard that too.
Really?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
So she had to make her own bathroom.
So,
well, you got to get off YouTube to do anything. Well, you can't cook. You can't build a bathroom with while you're on YouTube. It's kind of hard.
She hopes the world.
Message said Jody Sue also said they drove around looking at hotels to see if Jackie Dobbs was at.
Why?
Yeah.
Why? Yeah. Why did they do that? He is an old man. I don't understand why she said that. Why they were doing that.
I feel like she was losing. She's a narcissist, and she was losing Andy, and she was creating events to make it feel like she was being traumatized, her kids are being traumatized in order to keep Andy home. And
how convenient for a little girl to go missing right across the road.
I'll tell you my theory. I'll tell you my theory, honest to God, right now. So she first comes out and says that the family, when y'all just need to quit with that crap, they didn't have nothing to do with it. Summer was well taken care of. When she saw the narrative, that it was she thought it was going to go the abduction way first, okay? Because that's what she thought. I think that she really thought that. So when she saw the fingers go to Dawn and Candace, she switched there real fast.
Mm-hmm. Yep,
real fast.
She switched there when I dropped the videos of her before Summer went missing.
Well,
how long has she been
in
attacking her?
Discord, whenever I was talking to her late September and then through October, she was already, even though publicly and outwardly, she was not wanting to speak on Candace. Like, we even censored our chat to the point where nobody was allowed to be accusatory of them in our chat because she didn't want to be caught online in that situation, because her excuse was she felt like it would further trap Candace into staying in the situation, in the abusive situation she was in with Dawn. But she had always expressed the sentiment that she thought Dawn was super weird, super creepy, super abusive. And she thought that Candace, I mean, the way she would put it was she thought Candace was a dumbass. She didn't know what the hell she was doing with her kids.
This is what's funny about that, though, because when we first asked Candace about Jody Sue, she had nothing but the greatest things on earth to say about her. That's my friend.
And Jody Sue was calling Candace every day after Summer went missing. I heard one conversation when I was sitting at Candace's table across from Candace. Jody Sue called and Candace was talking to her FaceTime. Jody Sue asked her what the detectives, after she had talked to the detectives, what the detectives said and everything. And Candace was just not really giving her any information. And Jody Sue asked her, well, did you correct that one part about the driveway? You need to correct that because you all got it wrong.
You go what?
Wow.
And
so she's telling Candace that she got it wrong.
Go back to a lot of the videos, and she's constantly saying that Dawn and Candace got it wrong. And
did you hear Allie? Allie just now said, and she's also the one that initially pushed the narrative that Candace asked her to switch to change her story. Jody, that
did.
From Jody Sue.
I remember that.
You know, Gavel Geeks just said that Jody Sue's mad and just slammed her laptop over there.
Well, I'll tell you, she did not want this to come out. When she was on Ziggy's panel, I said to her, you know, I was in the chat and I said, hey, you know, I've been talking to Andy. And she said, nobody's talking to Andy. And I was like, no, I really have. And she said, well, give me the last 4 digits of his phone number. Well, I didn't want to put the last 4 digits of his phone number up there because I just didn't. So I put the last 2. Well, then you could tell she was pissed. She was boiling. And I've got it on a live. I went back and streamed it. But she was boiling, and then that's when she incited the crowd against me. Oh, well
she doesn't. She doesn't want to think that Ziggy's talking to Fred Hill either, but she is.
Yeah. That's exactly what I was fixing to say. Does anybody know why that she cut such a fit over somebody talking to Fred?
Squall, who did she go after first when she found out we were out there? She attacked us so hard. And
that's because she's afraid the truth is going to come out. As long as nobody knows and only has her narrative, then she's good. But once the truth comes out, her gig is up. And that's why she's so big mad.
It was not any of the creators or the YouTubers or Del Terry, none of them that were going on Candace's property. None of them were isolating Candace. It was Jody Sue trying to isolate Candace so she could drive the narrative. And that is the reason she kept saying that she did not want to talk about Candace or anything or be associated with any of the bad mouthing about Candace. Because that would have ruined the relationship that she had created with Candace to make Candace think that she was her only friend.
See, this is classic manipulative. Yeah, manipulative, narcissistic behavior, because as long as you can keep somebody in your control as a narcissist, then everything is good. But as soon as they show any amount of independence, then they start devaluing the person. So if you look at narcissistic behavior, they build people up, they'll defend them. But as soon as they aren't on board anymore or show any sign that, you know, maybe because she didn't want them telling the truth about her either. So as soon as people start telling the truth, that's when she starts devaluing process. And that is common. Well, look at Amber Heard, you know, she'll put somebody up on a pedestal until they insult her in some way, and then it's just all hands on board on deck, let's attack this person. And that's totally Jody Sue's MO. As long as you're in her corner, you're defending her narrative, you're not allowing any opposition to her narrative, then she's fine. But show any hint that you're not going to be on her agenda, then
that's so true.
Then she has to, as a defense, start talking bad about you. So that way it can make you look like a crazy person and make you look like you're undependable or you shouldn't be believed.
But you know what? You ain't telling no lies, because whenever she was talking to us towards the end there, she was getting into it back and forth with Squall. And I did not want any of that drama on my platform at all. If she wanted to get up there and vent and talk and, tell her story, fine. Absolutely. Come up anytime, you're welcome, for sure. But as soon as she started to show me like these back and forth messages with this somebody called Granny Green Bean and Squall and stuff like that, and I was totally sold on thinking that Squall and Benny were trying to set Jody Sue up for something. Like, I was ride or die, really super trying to save Jody Sue.
Messages and compare them to the ones that I've actually got between her, because
was Jody Sue talking to Granny Bean? That's Jinx too. She goes by that name too.
Oh, yeah, she sent me all the back and forth messages between that Green Beans lady, and I was like, "Oh my God, what even is this? This is a whole bunch of drama. I don't even want this. Like, why? I don't." So it got to the point though. It got to the point where I was like, "Look, if you want to come on here and talk, cool. I'll open it up for you." Sometimes I would be like I would have to cook. I still have a life over here. So I would be I'll open it up for you. If you want to come on, but I'm not doing all this drama stuff. No. And she was like, "Oh, you're trying to silence me. You're trying to I'm like, "No, I'm not."
She plays victim immediately. If you play victim, people don't feel right, like standing up for themselves. If you play the victim, it makes you look like a bad person if you don't go along with it.
Right. So that's what she was doing to you. It's probably where she's really slim and stuff. You know how it goes, Justice.
Justice for All said that she's over there saying because he broke his D with the nasty B, he was over there fugging. So that's not true.
Like you broke his D.
Yeah, that's not true. So if that were true, don't you think that would have been her lead in? Like, he even got an STD because he was, you know what I mean? Please. Please, Jody.
She never talked about She never talked about his.
Never. Yeah, nice try, Holler Bunny. Nice try, Holler Bunny.
Nice try.
What about
you can hit me up and email.
She looks pretty good,
What about the little booty call where she says, "Hey, you come over. We don't have to exchange words. We just get," or whatever, however.
Absolutely. Yep.
Yeah, exactly. And if he had a STD from some other chick, you don't think that would have been in her lineup of shit he's done to her? Because they had sex after that, because that's why he went to the doctor. It was after they had sex that he noticed his penis. And he also said that he's not sure she wasn't doing stuff to him while he was asleep, because he woke up a couple times, and he was embarrassed to say this, and this is very personal, and
that man ain't lying if he's talking about
Let me tell you what, a man that would tell that is not going to be lying about something like that if it didn't really happen, flat out.
Not no mountain boy. He ain't going to do that.
Exactly, Cam. You know how it is.
Yeah.
Would you?
No, hell no.
Would you start? I mean, come on.
Nope.
He said that
What they're going to do when you go into the doctors, they're going to start giving you that big old long lecture about you need to be watching about these trashy women that you're sleeping with.
Yeah, exactly. You're not going to be telling people stuff like that if it didn't really happen. So that is
that's solid.
She's trying to physically and psychologically damage him at the same time.
Yep.
In the worst way that a woman can.
Yeah.
And to me, that makes her the monster. Flat out. She's
Look,
the monster.
if
That's
you do
sick.
something to somebody and
Her
that's
grandmother has no income, and she is mooching off of her grandmother, taking her money so she can buy her Marlboro Reds and have them and sit there in her camper and not do anything all day long.
she holds the
And
Guinness World Record for staring at the camera without
the
saying
family,
nothing.
the family does not know that she's monetized on YouTube. The family does not know that she's getting all of the the money that she gets through her Cash App and PayPal. Her family does not know any of
Is
that.
that live right there? She's going off, ain't she?
Wow.
Yeah, she's reporting my
She's
live
recording
to
this live
YouTube.
for
Yeah.
okay, well, okay.
I'm really glad you talked to Andy because I do remember you hit me up one time, Piper, and you were like, I mean, I have the availability to talk to Andy, but what I think you were asking me, like, what should I like, what would you do? And my advice to you was stay the hell away from it because look what Jody Sue did to me. Don't even touch it.
I think that's why we got hit so hard because she come at us hard and we didn't even know that's where it was coming from. She was confirming those footprints to everybody else, but then telling us that no, that cop said they were unfounded. I said, so you're saying the property owner is not credible because she was friends with him on Facebook. No, he is. Maybe the police just told me that to throw me off. I'm like, come on, man.
But I'm glad you did, Piper. I'm glad you did.
Yeah, thank you, Penny.
Penny, are you seeing her right now?
Yeah, what'd you say?
Are you watching her right now?
Yeah.
I was, yeah.
Is she taking her fingers and putting it in the corner of her eyes yet? Has she done that little crying trick yet?
She got
I can't watch her. She triggers the fuck out of me.
Yeah, no, I have to take breaks on her all the time. I do.
I want to finish this story just so I have so many stories, and as I think of them, as you guys say things, it triggers memories, and so then I'm afraid to forget it. So Andy woke up a couple times, and he said that he was erect, when he woke up, and he said, now that's not like crazy because that happens to men sometimes. Yeah. He said, but in his, how like between awake and sleep, how it's kind of like you don't know if you're dreaming or not. And he could have sworn that she was messing with him. And then when he woke up, she was awake. But he was like, what were you doing? And she was like, oh, no, I just woke up when you woke up. Like she acted like she wasn't doing anything, but she just happened to be awake right there. And then this was happening around the time of whatever happened with his, the penis story where he had a blister. And I said, she was messing with you. And he said he still doesn't know to this day if creepy. She was or
that's right.
It's really creepy. And he doesn't know if she really was messing with him or if he was dreaming or.
I highly doubt he was dreaming about her. That's like a real life succubus.
Well, he wasn't dreaming about her. He thought that she was messing. Well, yeah, like he wasn't sure. Like he thought that he could feel something on his penis.
We're all adults here. You can, like if you're in bed with your partner and you're asleep and you start sensing your partner touching you.
Yes, that's what he got the sense of. But he just wasn't sure if he was dreaming or not. And when he woke up, he was erect and she was awake. And it was like a weird time for her to be awake,
Just staring at him like I wasn't married. That's creepy.
It is really creepy.
Lorena Bobbitt going through her mind.
Yeah, right. And
I think she probably was trying to get another anchor in him.
We all know she can stare quietly, so that's creepy.
I think the one that's disgusting is Jody Sue. I mean, and there's more stories, but I can't tell these stories because it will dox the different men that she has raped.
What?
Well, I mean, if she did that to Andy, that's what it's called. That's why. I'll be honest with you. When I first heard what was told there about that, when I got knocked off, it's because I got upset and I knocked myself off accidentally.
Oh.
My name's Bennett and I ain't in it. I don't know nothing about it.
Well, Afro Afro-human thinks we're disgusting.
Okay.
And
con channels
in one chat. So I guess we're all cons.
Love you.
Okay. Cool.
Love you, mean it, Afro-human. I'm so glad you took the time to give my video interaction. Thank you.
Come over here.
Hey guys, I'm gonna put my number in private chat. I'm gonna get down now because I gotta put the kids to bed. So, just any one of you guys are welcome to text me or call me, and I'll share what I know and you share what you know or not, whatever. Just if you have a question, ask me. Go with me.
Yeah.
It's my real number. Please don't dox it.
Okay, well, I definitely won't. I thought I'd given you my number too.
Her number is 867-5309.
5309.
Hey, Penny, we've been doing this a long time, Sharon. It works, don't it?
Yeah, it does. It sure does.
It helps, and like it gets in this. That's how.
That's why I was so eager for everybody to work together.
Right.
Yes,
just saying. Bye. Good night.
The name. And Penny, and I don't know if you guys or the people watching, I don't know if you've put together what my channel name is. Crowdsourced Illuminations.
Yeah.
So I am not, I said this earlier, I'm not a YouTuber, I'm a researcher, and what I do and the whole point of this channel is let's take things from all creators, whether you love them or hate them, and let's try to get some justice for these kids that are missing.
That's right. That's right.
And that's the point. And that's why I don't hop on and every time that I'm upset, because and I want to, believe me, and I have, and then I private it afterwards. But it's just because I want to keep it focused on these kids, and that's the important thing. And I realize that what it might sound like here is me gossiping, but that's not the point. The point is
not. I get it.
Hey, I'm guilty today. We went off today. I'm guilty of it. We deserved it.
If someone would do that to her
we deserve to go off.
To the father of her children and be in the home with her children during that type of radiation, what would she do to the neighbors next door that she hates?
Look,
right,
exactly.
That's scary.
And so I just want to chicken dropped off. I was going to put her on after Penny dropped off, but I just want this channel, I want everybody to know here, everybody is welcome here, whether I like you or not. I want to get all the information out there. And, not all information is good information. Maybe the information I'm putting out there is bad information. I don't know. I feel like I've vetted it enough. I've held on to it for 6 months. And I feel like I've done my due diligence.
You're discussing it. That's what you're supposed to do. You're discussing.
Yeah, and I'm just wanted to make sure that if I was going to put something like this out there, that there's something to back it up, fact-based. And I believe that if people just look at what I'm telling you, you'll see that I'm not trying to be nasty. I'm trying to put out information that contributes to the large painting that we have, or the large piece of art, I guess we would call it, or, of this picture of summer. All these side stories might seem extraneous, but they're just they're another stroke on the painting. And maybe at the end we'll have a picture that'll tell us.
I hope so, but
more credit to it if you have multiple creators that can cooperate, that don't talk, that have not talked to each other.
No, I've never talked to you, Cam.
Nope, never. Me and Scott H never talked till we did that first live. And
and I've never talked to Penny either. Just it was in Discord.
I had Scott and Penny blocked for a long
time. I emailed Squall my phone number a long time ago.
Yeah. And so none of us are friends. Well, Squall and I are friends. Squall's the only person up here that I know that's on my panel right now. And so let that be what it is. Let that at least shine a light on the fact that we're all here from different backgrounds, different channels. And some of us know each other, but what we're here for is not to be nasty people. We're out here to put out facts, and hopefully at the end of the day, it might not have anything, Summer could have been taken by a bear, but at the end of the day, what we're doing is putting facts out, putting information out, putting things out that might not be facts, that are just hearsay from people, but are confirmed by multiple people. And it's information to put out there for people to draw their own conclusions. And you never know what information is going to trigger a thought in someone else's mind that might close this damn case.
That's right.
Exactly.
See, it was really, it felt so great for me. I guess because even whenever me and Scott were together, I kept Jody Sue isolated from a lot of things because I didn't want to share what she told me in confidence, right? So what she wanted people to know outwardly, she would say in public. But and then we had a group of girls who were in there and were very supportive of her. And, Scott just wasn't one of those girls, he just wasn't. And that's okay. But for me, it felt like, even though Scott and I don't still have that relationship, it just felt so like relieving for him, for me to see him turn that corner. And he probably had already turned that corner a long time ago and just didn't say anything. Knowing him, that's probably what happened. But just to see him be outspoken about it, it felt like it was a little bit redeeming to me. I don't know. I mean, just I held you, Scott, in such a high regard. And
telling people to go get Tiffany Marie for her.
Oh, yeah. She's mad. She's big mad, Penny. They're talking about terms of service strikes on me.
Well, I just want you to know, Piper, that you are part of the Spiders gang crime ring now, and you are on the second tier.
Piper.
What is it? I'm part of a new what? I'm part of a crime ring?
Welcome to the
Yes, you have now been initiated into the spider crime ring of YouTube creators, and you're probably paid by Andy. Just saying, that's probably what's going to be the next headline tomorrow.
Your code name is Pepper now, because I called you Pepper. He would have
wanted something long before this. I've been holding on to this shit for 6 months. So
girl, same. All right, good night, y'all.
Good night.
I'll be listening.
Coming on.
All right, anytime. All right, y'all save my number. Bye.
We will.
See you, Penny.
Your code name.
Piper, she is sending people to report her.
Okay.
I just they just Pepper now.
Well, good thing I'm not monetized, nor do I give a shit about views. I mean, you can break it down and turn off the whole damn channel, because I don't care. I'm not a YouTuber. That's nothing to me.
Justice for all.
I think what Justice for All said if you haven't pissed TM off, you haven't lived. And Justice for All, when she trashed me, I got 104 more subscribers. So hell,
Hey,
I'm serious.
I remember Jody Sue telling a story about someone in the family sending Boogie inappropriate images.
What? We didn't talk about it.
If anybody remembers that and knows who it was that she said was sending Boogie those inappropriate images.
Scott, should we talk about the pictures that we showed of on his Facebook, on Damon's Facebook?
What?
Yeah. Look, and people were like, "That's just a normal 19-year-old." Look, I didn't put stuff like that on my Facebook. On 19, raunchy. It was raunchy, like a unicorn, and under it said, "I love vag."
Yeah.
Yeah. And then,
I guess that. I mean,
he had a skeleton.
My kid wouldn't put that up, but
he had a skeleton in a closet. Like it's like code, just like Jody Sue. He had a big picture of a skeleton like peeking its head out of the closet. Then he had what was it with the
sloth with the black eyes?
Yeah,
like a panda.
Yep. and the what was the thing with the pipe? You know, what I'm talking about the with Joe Biden and the pipe and the meth.
Oh yeah,
yeah. I have screenshots of all of it. There were some creepy ones. Hold on, I'll look at them real quick and I'll tell you.
He's not been to school since 7th grade.
Well,
He's
That's
uneducated.
sad.
There were. There were in.
How is she not locked up for not letting him go to school?
Sexual orientation has absolutely nothing to do with anybody's preference. Having said that, it is looked at in crime cases for patterns of behavior.
Patterns of behavior and how they correlate with other behaviors.
Now, I'll say this, and like I said, it's not anything about anybody's preference, whether you want to be gay, straight, bisexual, whatever you may want to be. But if you go to all the pages that he likes on Facebook and open some of those up, it shows that apparently he has an interest in men and women, and outside of the normal creepiness,
this one says how
he is.
Sorry.
Drop chicken.
What I would say maybe would be sexually curious.
Oh, you mean bi?
Yeah. Well, I mean, I'm not going to say because I don't know. I don't live inside of his head, but there were pictures of male on male, female and female, male and female. So there was a different variety of things, of pages, Facebook pages that he liked.
This says, let every man, okay, it says, let every man do what is right in his own eyes. That's the, you know what that means, that there.
Yeah.
So then he has, this is the one.
Hey, for the conspiracy theorist, if you go back to that other one, it's shaped like a Masonic symbol.
Yeah.
You see how it has the.
Yeah. The compass.
Yeah.
Yeah. And then
did you drop a link for Popper or for Chicken on the Sticks?
This one says, just found out people in porn don't love each other, and it's got a kid crying.
And look at the date on that one,
Cam. That's like a real kid. Oh my Lord.
That's what I was going to say, Popper. Look at the date, Cam.
July 31st, 2019.
Okay, now when he was in the marathon in 2021, he was 19. So he was doing that at 17. Correct.
Yeah.
Can y'all read that? Or this one says, how does one get their peen dislodged from a VHS player? Asking for a friend. That was him, November 6, 2018.
You know, if nothing else, it shows that sex is not looked at as, for him, it's not a healthy view.
This one.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah, there was some
disturbing.
There was some, like I said, if you go through as a whole,
that like a hangman's?
Yeah, it was a nude.
It's somebody contemplating the rope, you know. So
wow.
If you look through the pages that Cam's showing you right now, and you look at all the different avenues that are going through his mind in order for him to like these pages.
Exactly. You're saying it better than me, Scott.
For someone that young, that would probably be considered
disturbing
behavior for someone of that age.
My length of true crime, you know, I never knew this community existed, but whenever I would see like a murder or something, you know, I would just automatically, you know, start looking up their profiles, their social media profiles, and it would have stuff like this on them.
Now,
that one is
here's the thing about these pictures and these behaviors. We can have fantasies or whatever in our mind, and that doesn't mean that we're going to create a crime, or that we're going to abduct a child, or that we're going to rape and murder our partner, or anything like that. It doesn't mean any of that.
That's right.
Right.
So I'm not making any accusations, but if you look at criminal cases, which we all do, and we all watch real crime stories and things like that, when they go back and they start looking, or even if they haven't found the guy yet, and they're just having the FBI profilers, they look at all that stuff, social media history, what your texts look like, what your social media pages you visit, what your website history looks like, all that kind of stuff. And then they base a profile upon that stuff.
That's right.
They haven't even found you yet. You're still out there being a serial killer. But what they're doing is they're using past things in the past behaviors to try to predict what you may be capable of in the future, because you're still running around there loose, and they need to catch you before you commit another crime. So all of this stuff is very relevant, in my opinion.
Did y'all seen this picture of Summer before, right? This is that supposed outfit on the 15th.
Yes.
Her bathing suit.
Yeah.
So that, see, I don't know if this is taken in Gatlinburg, I guess at one of those places, but the gym, I thought that it was just for all in here, didn't Jose work at the cat place, the cat scratch post place? I thought that might have been where it was at first, but I think that was in Pigeon Forge or Gatlinburg. But I didn't know if that.
What's going on with Pickle?
Yeah, I keep seeing that.
I keep seeing that.
Me too. And I love that kitty. I hope everything's okay.
Oh, well, Cam, show them. Remember the 2 graves that everybody was talking about?
I got you.
I got it. I got that picture too.
Go to that picture on Damien's Facebook. Yeah. Show that post about his 2 cats. He wished he would have had more time with them. Then there's a picture of a grave of those same 2 cats with their little tombstone with their names written on it. Now, how many people have 2 pets die in the same day?
0.
Right.
Okay. I saw that, Scott.
Unless, could it be possible that maybe we're experiencing someone that's harming animals? I don't know.
Yeah.
Why did those 2 cats die on the same day? If we knew the answer to that, then maybe we can analyze why, what's going on here.
I have had tons.
The closet one. Is that not?
Oh, skeleton in the closet.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I've had a lot of animals. Right now I have to count. I don't have a ton right now, but I have four pets right now. And I've never, ever had 2 animals die on the same day, ever.
Never.
And I have farm animals too. Dad, I want to. Oh, wait. Let me get this comment off the screen.
Hold on. Let me start over.
The anime world. Take this.
You see what that was?
Yeah. Scary.
I don't know what that means.
Hunter.
Yeah.
Did you know Hunter?
I don't know. That's what was weird about that.
And because I've wondered if Hunter wow, what does that say?
That guy's got a pipe hanging out of his mouth, then he disappears.
A meth pipe.
Yeah.
and it says epic story at the top.
Yeah.
There is a Ohio Hunter's Son YouTube page too. Someone sent that to me.
Okay, this one you might want to full screen again here. So.
Yeah, that's Hunter Biden. That's President Biden's son.
Is that what he was talking about there? Are you sure? Oh yeah, it was. You're right.
Yeah.
Okay, so this is the cats. Rest in peace, Charlie and Kibby. You are my best friends. I love you and I'll miss you. Just wish you both were here with me for longer. This was September 6th, 2021. There's those.
And those are just pictures of the cats. The graves
The
were
graves.
posted
I have
on Jody
the picture.
Sue's maybe or somewhere.
Yeah, I got those.
Yeah.
Hold on. Let me find them. Yeah, unless those cats got sick with something, but that's still so rare to pat both the.
Yeah, on the same. That's. I do know somebody talked about her being evicted, and this has come up a lot, and I'll just say what I know about it, and that is that people ask, why did Andy leave? The timing is bad, with Summer, but the truth is he was actually trying to break up with her and was working towards that and making plans at home, that kind of stuff, to get her out. I think they were going to try to evict her. I'm not sure about the eviction process, but they were working towards that over a year before Summer went missing. But then she got diagnosed with cancer, and he said he couldn't be that person, that guy that he said it would look bad, that like she gets cancer and then he's going to walk out on her after 25 years of being together. And so, he ended up just sticking with her through that. And then, of course, she gets over that hump and they're working at it again. And then Summer goes missing. And he said, but I couldn't, he couldn't put it off anymore. He had, and props to him, because he knew he was getting to a point where.
That's me down there. I shared this. That's a picture. So I drew the little bathing suit on her so it would be more presentable.
Yeah. Oh, that's cute.
Yeah.
But the panda pool.
That's right there. That's right in front of the little shed that the little tiny one that Dawn was allegedly hiding in.
I just want to say that Misty Dawn pointed out something that I hadn't even thought about with those cats. She said both kitties RIP on the same day they were evicted, September 6th. And that's true.
Oh, I saw that, Allie. I was going to ask after y'all finished there if that was the date.
Yeah.
So that the cats and the eviction notice were the same day.
Wow. What a coincidence. That was a big day, huh?
Big day. Here you go. Here's the pet graves. I'm getting ready to share them to you. Here is those.
Maybe that's why she's got her new little kitties there now. Is to make up for the ones that they didn't bring.
Wow.
Well,
and
I also want to just say again, I also want to that Damien is he's an adult. So I don't think any of us would feel comfortable talking this much information about a minor. No, I just want to make sure that, even if it were true, I still, we wouldn't say stuff, we wouldn't come out with truths if he were a minor. So
he is, if he has just, if everybody else can be looked into, if he is a legal adult, he can be looked into as well. God knows we've been looked into, and we're creators.
And you weren't even, around.
Please, I encourage, keep doing it, please.
You weren't a neighbor. Why? Every other neighbor can be looked into, that's an adult. So, I mean, it's not against the terms of service to discuss things as they relate to this case. It's just not. So
Yeah, it's not.
Jenna tried to copyright strike us, and YouTube sent us the thing and said, you used everything under fair use, so this isn't even a strike. Just don't worry about it. Pretty much.
I haven't even shared anybody's content.
Jenna she's already pushed my last button, and all I'm waiting for is an okay from one of Jenna's victims. And I will put something out on Jenna.
They went so far to try to discredit that stuff about Jody Sue's son that they put a picture out that clearly said July 30th as August 1st.
Yep.
And I was like, wow, you didn't even look at the day. I mean, they pushed it hard too. Tiffany shared it on her channel. They were all sharing.
Pushed it very hard.
Yeah. And it took me a total of 3 seconds to go over and look at it. And I said, that's from 2 days prior. No matter how you try to push that, it's not going to fit unless you can travel back, back to the back into the future or whatever. Well, no. I can't think of the words, but yeah, go back in time.
Is it on Roku? Something, if like the things that I used to watch in true crime, there is a series of true crime shows. It's called Killer Kids.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Yes, I watched that.
Watch that. I recommend everyone watch that. We will not name names, but it is something important to look at because children do.
Absolutely.
Sheltered.
They have early behavior signs. There is signs.
I think I might need to. Could somebody go put a strike out for her sharing my stream? I don't think that's cool.
I don't know how to do that.
Just go over there and hit the flag on it and just report it.
Yeah, just one of my mods. I'm not trying to mass report or anything, but I just wish she wouldn't share my stream without talking to me first. She won't even talk to me, and I've tried talking to her reasonably for 6 months now. Well, 8 months now. So, if you won't even talk to me, I'm sorry, you can't share my stream. Thanks, though. Thanks, Holla Bunny. Nice try.
I went over.
You should have been nice to me because I'm a good person and I'm a reasonable person.
Right.
But if you're going to act like this, if you're going to straight up act like this, Holla Bunny, you need to find a new victim because you can't victimize me. I am not going to be your victim anymore, Jody Sue Brown. No more. You victimized me long enough. You victimized Summer long enough. We are done. You can choose a new victim. And how about it be away from Summer? How about you choose another victim? You've been victimizing her long enough.
Well, hopefully law enforcement's looking into all, which I really think they are. I think that where she's admitting that they're still that the person that gave me those receipts, the $800, said that Jody Sue in February was on a video call, and I have no reason to doubt this woman because she came with the receipts. She said when I was on a video call, Jody Sue was crying, said they are trying to blame this on my son with Summer. That's what she said.
We are not blaming anything on her son.
No, that's what law enforcement. Jody Sue said that on a video call with the woman that gave me the 800. Said that Jody Sue was on a video call, crying to her, saying that they were trying
looking into Damien.
They were looking into Damien. Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah.
Well, that wouldn't surprise me. Everybody's a suspect, right? I mean.
Yep. Exactly.
If they're doing their job, they should. I would be upset if they didn't.
Mm-hmm.
Well, she's the one that says that, she expects, to be called a suspect.
Yeah. And
Squall called and got the receipts on that. She asked Hawkins County by name. Is Jody Sue been cleared?
Mm-hmm. Oh, yeah, I've seen that Squall. I'd like to clip that.
Mm-hmm.
I played that, I think, on the live today, Squall.
You have my permission. Now, whenever I did that, after I still need to call the TBI and do a recording with the TBI because she allegedly came out and said it wasn't Hawkins County.
Hawkins County is the lead investigator. They're the lead.
She said it was TBI that cleared her.
Isn't that not the facts right now? Scott, isn't Hawkins County's lead right now, right?
As far as I know.
Well, I'm sure
that's my understanding.
That's why they had the lead detective on the news.
TBI. Yeah. Right. Ron, when the time he got all dressed up and looked like Hollywood, I've been calling him Hollywood since then. Ronnie Lawson?
No, Pruitt.
Oh, Pruitt. Oh, I thought you were talking about. Oh, that's right. Right.
The
I
lead
remember
investigator.
That.
He's that. So, TBI is actually they're like follow up support. Hawkins County is the lead like the lead agency on the case right now. That is a fact. As far as what I know, now that's what you can call and ask that squall. That would be a good question to ask them. I don't know if they'll tell you that, or I can call and ask. I'll do that. I want to be able to confirm it, but I think because when they came out when Pruitt was on the news, and then the DA right after, they said the lead investigator over the Summer Wells investigation.
Yep, sure did.
So, and look, and that man said a lot in a little bit. He said it a lot differently. I had to listen a bunch, but I don't know. It's starting to make more sense now as of. Yeah, I encourage y'all to go back and listen to that now, since all this has come out.
Yeah, that's the thing, that after something, I'm not just saying related to Jody Sue, I'm saying related to the Summer case. Anytime something new information comes out that's kind of big, you do kind of have to go back to the beginning with new eyes.
Yep. Well, when did he do that? When did he do that interview, Pruitt? Was it January? No, March.
No, it was.
I saved it. It was just
April.
March.
April, yeah. All right, March or April, yeah.
It wasn't that long ago. I could go look. I don't think it'll cut us off because I saved it.
It's in 3 parts, right? Yeah, 3 different. I don't know why they do that, man. That's one thing I wish WJHL would not do.
I know. It's annoying.
Yeah, it is. Hey, look, I can say we signed a thing with WJHL, and that's the only reason I've been able to share their stuff on my channel without them saying.
Oh, I wondered.
Because I signed a thing with them that they could use my content and I could use theirs.
We were back in November.
Oh, okay.
I'm wondering if I don't have any problem because we were in contact when the reward fund marathon was going on, because the WJHL had to vet all that before they reported on it, as well as Churchill Rescue Squad. So they were contacting us to, ask about. They even contacted me about what all I knew about Molly Golightly and all them coming down to do all that. They asked me, what YouTubers were coming down. I didn't reply to them on that one because at that time I didn't know exactly what they were going to do. But
did they send you a contract in the email for you to e-signature?
No.
You can. I would.
They've never struck me for using any content whatsoever.
You're probably all right then.
Yeah, from what Ainsley told us, the only reason that the strikes happened early on was because I guess people were not showing the WJHL logo when they were playing videos and stuff. And so that's what they had a problem with. I think as long as you show that their logo and that it came from them, then it should be fine.
Oh, okay.
Well, that's my assumption. That's what she told us. So
well, it was a 2-part question when she emailed me. It was about the YouTubers coming to protest and about the reward fund. So I responded about the reward fund part because I did know about that.
Right.
But I didn't about the protesters because I didn't know anything about it, So
I wish I'd ever did.
I think we've all been there. Here's the video. It says Summer Wells lead investigator says other legal troubles haven't moved the case forward. Right. I think this is the one. Is
Chicken on a stick backstage?
Let me look. But this is the one, right? The video that you were talking about.
There's this one. The second one's got the most. The second and the third one's got the most
information, but the time period. But where's the dang date?
And I'm looking in the printed text of that right now.
Go to WJ.
Go to the comments and see how long ago it says.
On Google.
That's what I was gonna do, but isn't that annoying?
It was April 4th.
April 4th.
It clearly says,
okay.
It's a lot to burden. We have a missing child that we haven't found yet, said Detective John Pruitt with the Hawkins County Sheriff's Office.
Wow.
The title is Lead Investigator for Summerwell's Case Speaks for the First Time.
Yeah.
So he is the lead investigator, and he is employed by the Hawkins County Sheriff's Office.
Yep.
Hey, remember the people hiding in her bushes?
Yeah. which time and which one?
Yeah.
I was probably all of them. It was probably TBI. Z said TBI is who keeps visiting her.
They got the ghillie suits on.
Yeah, exactly.
All right. Chicken on a Stick said she was backstage and then she got knocked out of backstage. So if we could drop her a link. And
I'm going to show right now. I'm in no bushes, Jay, so don't blame us.
I'm not in any. I'm in the woods. I'm in the woods, if that counts.
Welcome back, Chicken on a Stick.
Welcome.
But I've been listening. Yeah, Jody Sue's like, she has her thing and it's silent, and she looks like she's seen ghosts though.
Oh,
what?
I'm getting off.
What do you mean?
On her live.
Oh, hey, Tiffany Marie's in chat.
Just now, Chicken on a Stick.
Yeah, I mean, she's silent.
Looks like she's seen ghosts.
It's like she's seen ghosts. She's like, oh my god. I mean, and she went. It's quiet, but you can still see her facial.
Hyper, somebody's porn bomb in your chat.
I deleted them.
I just want to say hello, Tiffany Marie.
She probably has seen a few ghosts because these hills has eyes, you know.
That's
and we're all connected.
The ghost of her past.
I'm curious why this man.
We're all connected, baby.
Oh my God! Look at the nasty that she's posting. Let me share my screen. Oh my gosh. She is mad. She's nasty. Let me share.
What is it? What's she posting?
Here, let me share.
Oh my God. My computer's dying.
Look at her video. ABCDFU and Andy Bernard and his air mattress, Becca.
Yeah.
What?
Well, I think air mattress Becca's pretty hot.
Yeah, that's what Scott, what
Air
was that
mattress
one?
Becca makes Sandy a happy man.
Air mattress Becca sleeps on a feather bed.
She had one live. It said something about your casserole sucked. I said, well, here's some more of that proof pot pie.
Oh my God.
Proof pot pie.
Cam, I need to adopt another little brother.
All this does is exactly, we said this was going to happen. She's going to go on attack because this is what narcissists do.
Yep.
They have to devalue people. They have to. It's
Well, I mean,
part of them.
Well, they feed off of that, Piper. They have
I'd
to feed.
like to find out why Jody Sue kicked her son out, and he was at a gas station for
that
to have to buy him food, and why he was asking for a bus ticket. Where was the kid trying to escape to away from his mama?
Yeah, where was he going there, Joseph?
Because a bus ticket would mean fear, in my opinion. I mean, all
She's
of his
madder than
family
a wet
fear.
chicken. Hey, are you streaming? Are you watching me stream? Hey, she is madder than a wet hen. She's madder than a wet hen.
Yeah.
Bye, Holla Bunny.
And if he's wanting a bus ticket to get to his daddy, I could. If he's out there and he's listening, I doubt he is, but if he's wanting a bus ticket to go to his daddy, if somebody can get in touch with him, if that's what he needs to get.
I can probably spread the word on that.
I can send him money in the morning if you need to.
Right. I'll help
his
her
daddy.
in on that too.
I'll send him a bus ticket.
Yep.
Because I'd be afraid she would take his money.
Oh yeah.
Well,
yeah,
that's what I meant. Yeah, for sure, Squall. You're right.
Do you remember when So she was accusing us of following her and all that. I went on Tiffany Marie and tried to make amends with her, and that's when she told me that when I asked her what the scream sounded like, she said it was more of a shape, and I said, "Excuse me, excuse me,
a shape."
So
the hell?
A scream was a shape, and
I just left. I just said, just lost for words on that one. Didn't know what to say.
Somebody
What
said
did you say? What shape it was?
Was she high?
I don't know if it was a square or
A hexagon, octagon.
Somebody said that Jody Sue's probably pilled out. Well, I will say this: I as things come up, I'm remember them. I'm gonna just say them here, but Andy, one of the time, remember I told you he doesn't call me he doesn't talk unless he really has something to say. And he said, I've just wondered, I don't know, but I've just wondered if she's on something, because he said that when, I said, well, you would know, right? And he said, well, I do know, like, she had stuff prescribed to her during her, and he was kind of like him hawing around.
Yeah.
And I was like, well, does she act like it? And he said, well, yeah, that's why I said it.
Then why
one of the signs that
stick, unmute yourself, honey. I think you're muted.
One of the signs of meth use is paranoia, anger, and you never sleep.
Absolutely.
I mean, come on.
I think he was thinking more like opiates, maybe, but I think you'd fall asleep that long on I don't know. I don't know.
She never sleeps. She never sleeps, though. So.
Well, she's too busy making lives to sleep.
Yeah.
Hey, look, she's sleeping when she's staring at that camera. Her eyes open. I dare y'all to have a stare.
I feel if anybody, I see that there's more creators in here now. This is a really good live.
Yeah.
There was a time that Jody Sue said that there was somebody in the family sending Boogie inappropriate pictures. If anyone has a clip of that or remember who she said was sending him those inappropriate pictures.
Yeah, we're looking for that.
Yeah, we are looking for that.
I got me a Pal's milkshake. That's all I know about.
That's
what I said on my live. I said, I'm going to Pal's. I'll see y'all later. I don't know. I wish I knew. I'd never heard of that squaw. When was that?
I am not sure when it was. I've heard people talking about it, and I do remember seeing some kind of a clip of her saying something along that about somebody. I can't remember. It was.
Oh, that's probably been dirty.
I don't want to say any names. I was thinking it was like the word "papa" was used, but I'm not sure. I'm not sure about that. I want to make sure before I turn that in.
Right.
Wow.
Well, the same person that sent those, that sent that $800, that stuff about the $800 and all that, she said that what made her what made her speak out about this is because Jody Sue the following day made a video pretty much calling her, saying that she was scamming her, stealing out of their bank accounts. And that woman, she went so far, she said, you're lucky you sent it to me, because she went into her bank, verified it, and went and sent it back through PayPal to protect herself. And I didn't blame her either, but one of the comments that was left was, what was it they said that Damien supposedly said, allegedly Damien said, I'm just glad they didn't go buy a Gucci bag with it or something.
Yeah, she said be glad it was me that you sent it to and not some other woman or something. And he said, yeah, they probably would have went and bought a new Gucci bag.
And like, she said, I'm not the Gucci bag type or something like that. Yeah. And
what 19-year-old boy thinks, oops, I sent $800 to this woman. She's going to go buy a Gucci bag.
I'll tell you what, if my 19-year-old son accidentally sent $800 to somebody, I'd be like, first of all, where'd you get $800?
Yeah, exactly. No job.
Yeah. Pixie brings up a good point. She says, I don't think it's fair to assume she's on drugs. Cam was on the receiving end of that.
Hey, look, I agree with that.
Yep. Jody Sue is hella guilty of a lot of shit, but we don't need to stoop to that level. I just want to clarify some things. Number one, I'm not stooping to any level. If I'm saying something, it's because I have somebody has there's reason to believe that it's true. And if I don't know, I will say, I don't know. And so with what I was saying,
if she's had
I said
surgeries and
Andy
stuff,
is not sure either. And he was kind of hawing around about it.
True.
And so there's nothing for certain. I'm just saying what Andy said. I didn't say she's on drugs.
Jody Sue has gone out and accused every single person of being a tweaker.
These are two different situations.
And look at all the things that's been said about Andy. I mean, how much horrible can you get about the horrible things that's been said about Andy? He has been drugged through the ringers. He's been trashed. He has been dehumanized, demanhood.
If he were as abusive as she says, though, don't you think he would have been right on Facebook manipulating people to tell his story from the beginning?
If he was abusive as she said, she wouldn't have been out here in the very beginning trashing him and gaslighting him and saying all the horrible things because she was too afraid to.
I just got another message that if we dug deep enough, we would find DV charges against Jody Sue Brown in records.
Probably, yeah. That's what I was going to say. It would be a total charade, which it is a charade now, seeing her doing this stuff, knowing how they have acted for the past 20, however many years. I don't know how long it's been, but it's been a long time.
I don't know about you all, but the only person I see that's acting abusive verbally is her.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, that's usually how it is. It's like, lady, if it's that bad, turn off the computer. Turn off the computer.
If you're that afraid, you're not going to trash your abuser like that front out the gate. When you leave out that damn door, you're going to go hide and you're going to lay low.
Let me ask a question. Now, clear your minds of everything you've ever heard about anything related to Summer. If you had two people that came to you and one of them is constantly berating the other one online and saying all this stuff, if you just had to make a quick decision, who would you say the abuser is?
Jody Sue.
Jody Sue.
The only information we have to go on is what she puts out there herself, literally.
But what she's putting out there is abusive.
If we only spoke based on the information we have, facts, the only facts we have is that she gets on and has been berating this man for months unopposed. But what she says are not facts. What I say are not facts. The only facts we have is what we see with our eyes, and the only thing we see is her being abusive. That's all we see.
Since I was addressing that comment, though, since they're talking, that's two different things. Look, that what happened was said about us earlier. That I was legitimately doing a live talking about my past and everything, and that person didn't even look at the content and made said we were
small clip.
And what it was, we finally found out was Allie told me to shut the bedroom door so we didn't wake up the kids right there. And
he thought, sometimes whenever I want to tell him something, then I will point over for him to mute the thing, not turn the camera off, just to mute it. Whenever I pointed over, he thought that that's what I was doing, and he turned the camera off and the mute on, and all I was asking him to do was shut the door.
And that was today. All that had to, if somebody would have just listened for a minute, they'd have known that. But that was just a straight out attack. Now this is different. Now you have somebody. Okay, we know she's had surgeries. We know that. What do doctors write you usually when you have surgery?
Well, he said that she was given opiates. She was giving narcotics.
Exactly. Yeah. And
most cancer patients are given that.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
I'm sitting right here beside a nurse right now, and
I was prescribed narcotics after I had to have mastectomies twice. I had but anyway, long story. Mastectomies twice doesn't make sense, but I had to have both breasts removed. But so and they gave me narcotics, and I took them the very first day and never after that, and that's a huge surgery. And yeah, because I know my personality, and I have an addictive personality, and I knew, like, I was up wanting to like clean house after mastectomies, so I knew, I was like, yeah, I can't be taking those.
So am I going to assume this correctly? She is not taking the medication that will help her heal, but she is taking the narcotics.
Well, we don't know what she's taking.
Because
she has stated in some point in time that she's quit taking her medicine. At one point, she said that out of her own mouth.
Andy said that she had been diagnosed with mental illness years ago when they were first together, and she was that's what I asked, and he didn't remember what it was called. And he thinks that she was prescribed, and I was like naming off meds. So take all of this with a grain of salt because we don't know. But I said lithium, and he said that might be it. And that's of course prescribed for like bipolar.
Well, I mean, yeah, typically it's a mood stabilizer, but you know, they kind of throw that stuff around anymore. I'm pretty sure she was taking Klonopins.
Well, Klonopin's just a nerve pill.
I mean, that's a benzodiazepine.
It's a narcotic.
That's like Xanax. That's really, I mean, but
that's it's in the same family.
Yes, correct.
Anti-anxiety.
Hi, Tiffany.
Oh, is Tiffany here? Hi, Tiffany.
Anyway, just like with the Jose thing, you know, when Jose first came out, she spent all that time on her channel trash talking Jose. And now, her last couple of lives, since the man has passed, you know, she's over there, well, YouTubers called this, and that. Well, she was one of the biggest ones that was trash talking him. You know, that everything he said was wrong, and, you know, she spent a lot of time doing that.
Tiffany said, these people are bottom feeders. It looks like you're the one that's still over there on the losing side trying to fight for something.
We are a family, is what we are.
Tiffany tries to act like she cares about Summer. She doesn't care about Summer, or she would be exploring all possibilities and not saying, because I can't say Andy didn't have anything to do with it. You know what I mean? So you can't do that. Like if Tiffany really cared, she wouldn't have one person who's a suspect, might I add, in her streams just nonstop, because that only gives one view. So if you really cared about solving what was happening or getting information out there, you would not close yourself off. That's just my opinion.
In her eyes, Don and Candace are the only suspects.
Right.
And Grandma. But if I was to tell Tiffany, there's no I in Team Tiffany, but she'd say, but there is me.
Yeah, you're right. Yeah, she would. Maybe. I
had to.
Oh, Lord.
Well, it was kind of a good spot for it. It kind of definitely showed, you know.
But I mean, she's like, right now, she went from a person who made zero money except her government monies or whatever to, you know, she has a YouTube channel now. Like, sometimes I'll sit and watch, and she'll get like $50 in like 15 minutes. And I'm like, oh my God. And so most of the time I don't watch her because I don't subscribe, because, you know, that's supporting her channel. And I don't want to support any of this nonsense. It's crazy.
Yeah.
But
what is the deal with her family? What are they saying exactly?
Her sister is so upset because, like, I think
her sister's beautiful, by the way. I saw her.
She is. I think
gorgeous model dropped dead.
We all took some pics from her wedding or something like that and used them, and she was so freaked out. I feel bad for her because she can't control this mess. You know, like, she knows it's not healthy, it's not good, but she can't control it.
Of course, yeah.
So I'm sure she's embarrassed to be connected to it.
Right.
Old sis running the narrative.
Oh, sis, yeah.
Someone told me that she
She will
was
tell
extremely
you.
ashamed that they
Yeah,
were.
Who?
I was told that Jody Sue's family was super ashamed of the way that Jody Sue in the beginning, because they don't keep up with her now because they just can't deal with it. But they said that the way that she would come out and treat Andy and the accusations that she made with Andy, this person told me that her family was absolutely appalled and disgusted and ashamed.
oh my God,
Yeah.
they are.
Well,
Because
not only that, the trash talking of the kids' father is extremely unhealthy to do in front of them.
Yes.
absolutely.
Yeah, it's
She says
awful.
That's parental
says-
And
alienation.
she tries to
that's
act like
what
she
really
makes her
tipped
put
me over.
headphones
Yeah.
on. Right? Don't she? She
What's
tries
Mhm.
to act like she makes her
The
daughter put
tiny human.
the tiny human put headphones on when clearly that's not true, because in all
She
those
No.
even modeled on one of our channels, or like when she does her lives.
That's what I was gonna say.
who calls a 50 who calls a teenager a tiny human? That's pushing it, like you're
Who gets their kid up in the middle of the night, just like on Crystal's primetime show, in the middle of the night to show them something on YouTube
Something
about
ugly.
their mother,
Yeah.
and then forces them, stands there and says, "Well, tell them this and tell them that" at 1:30 in the morning. I mean,
Yep.
that's just very unhealthy
Mm-hmm.
and irresponsible.
And her daughter is a moderator over there and is listening
Yeah, I
to
heard
all
this
of what
other
we're
day.
talking about right now.
Yeah,
But
very
yet she
adult
has her
things, and
earmuffs
because it's
on.
adult things, that she's listening to. It's adult things that involve her family, her neighbor. I mean, like, that's not good.
You know
No.
what? I'd like to.
Do better.
Damien is an adult, and I guarantee you, they've threatened him from an inch of his life to talk to anybody, and I'd like to hear his input too.
Yeah.
Well, yeah.
I
Sure.
don't know. I mean,
That would
she
be
put him in the spot to make him. Well, he put himself in some spots too. But like, I had a theory about the whole him running up there and getting caught on camera thing. I would not like think anything if Jody Sue didn't sit there and say, "Hey, run over there and see what you can hear."
He didn't get
That's
caught
what
on
I thought
camera
too.
now, but she was honking at the bottom of it. As soon as she saw the people coming down the driveway, she started blaring that horn and acting like she was trying to get it sitting at the bottom of the drive. Why not drive on up if you're going to tell Candace something?
Right.
Yeah.
Even if you want to be nosy, why not walk up the driveway and just strike up a conversation?
Yeah.
That's your neighbor.
Addressing Piper with some some stuff on her phone.
Oh gosh, just like she tried to show old messages from she'd see what so Josie tried this method too. She tried to cause fights between everybody again by pulling up old messages from last year when like I think Benny and I were fighting then, Scott and I were fighting then, Penny, I didn't know them. She tried to pull up old stuff. She said, look at what they were saying.
This
And
is just something to take the heat off her, because like tonight
Right.
we've talked about her.
But look how we've all come together here. You
It's
know,
awesome. It's a good thing.
We've got through the nonsense and the misunderstandings, and I would say, I'll be the first one to say, we've all got hot headed and lost our cool. But
That's
this
right.
case has just broke our hearts.
That's right.
And we lashed out, we got mad. But look at us now. We're all up here. We've cried. Yes. Yeah. Cried.
Yes.
And buddy, I'll tell you what, since the first time I got to meet Squall, it was just like an instant bond with me,
That's awesome.
I know. I found an instant friend, and I just can't help that.
Who here? Nobody here is caring about money. We're all going on different people's panels.
Right.
If people were
We
really,
don't care.
we don't care about that.
I'm not even. Don't even
you're
have
not
my
even
ads
monetized,
on. Yeah, I
I'm
mean,
not
I can be
monetized yet either.
monetized.
Yeah.
Nope. Not either.
Nobody.
I'm not
We like to gather up like
I'm
him.
not monetizing either. I mean, Jody Sue says that like y'all pay us to say stuff. No.
Yeah. No.
My channel
she's
is.
showing. Oh, I guess she's
I
showing
can't afford to pay anybody.
Back in the ER room.
What?
I guess she's showing. Oh, sorry. I thought you were talking to me.
Yeah.
Oh, what is that crap? Oh, message here. I can pull them up too, JC.
No, it's.
What is that crap? What was that?
I don't really know. I just now turned it up.
Shame. Thank you. So I went to get him help, it says.
Yeah. And if he goes to the ER.
Something about Piper.
What?
Oh, she's trying to say that we're obviously sending somebody to the ER. I don't know.
We're sending. Oh my God. What are we doing?
Or maybe she was sent to the ER.
I don't know. It's something.
Okay.
Oh,
Well.
she was the night that she was toted off in an ambulance was August the 24th.
That's neither the 1st or the 15th.
Is he septic?
Look, she's being abusive. She's calling me a C word. So again, just like I said, who's
you cute?
Yeah, I mean,
welcome to the club.
Thank God you're not local when she tries to fight you in the driveway.
Oh.
Yeah.
Yeah, right.
My word was I was called a pedant ass bitch. So I own that. Hell.
She's talking about Andy going to the.
That like us talking is gonna trigger him.
She
I don't
said,
think it's gonna hurt Andy's feelings for anybody to know that he's happy.
what's he
Hey,
say?
we're Andy's over here. We're glad he's happy.
Andy, if he were so upset, he would be calling me right now. Have any of you heard my phone ringing?
And you know what? No. And with one parent getting their life together and maybe mentally getting happier or being in a better place,
they need that for the kids.
The kids
they do. They do. I'd much rather see the parents, at least one of them.
I've been encouraging him to get. And she's going to hate that I say this, and maybe it's wrong of me, but I've been encouraging him to work and I, have offered to help. He's not paying me. I'm not paying him, but I offered to help take her to court to get full custody of those children because they're not safe. Of the daughter, because the son's 19.
I think he would have a lot of creators stand behind him and offer clips as evidence of her.
Yeah.
Yeah, we can make a very.
I feel like he would offer her $500 and she'd probably just sign her over.
Probably. You're probably
maybe.
Yeah.
You have to get a mod.
Because they're probably at his parents' house right now.
Yeah.
Yep.
Chicken, didn't you say that you've seen her square off with him? Like,
oh, yeah.
Yeah, I got something.
So,
I got a sound for Jody Sue and what she's doing right now. Here you go. Here's Jody Sue. Here it comes. There you go.
Oh, the laughing.
Did you not hear it?
Oh, was it
I heard that.
Hold on and listen. I'll do this one. Here it goes. Here's what we think. Here it goes.
Oh my God. Are you my brother from a different mother?
Yeah. Or we could play the old Tim Mullen. Here you go.
Oh God, that creep.
Yeah, hold on. This is great right here. Here's Tim Mullen's I'll play this for.
This gentleman said, let me see his shoe size.
What is that?
Oh gosh, can I share here? I'll share that too.
I'm telling y'all, the day that I was up there and I met Tim Mullen, it was. I could not believe he did what he did in front of Candace.
He's a strange one, huh?
He seriously, if nobody's heard me say this before, put yourself stand up, put yourself in the Y position for that song YMCA. Tilt back at the hip, do spirit fingers, and sing, I'm going to Hollywood.
Yeah. He loves some Hollywood.
And that was before
you all
the Dr.
social
Phil
media
show.
is like grains of sand. Dr. Phil is the ocean. I'm like, why? Thank you for those words of wisdom, Mr. Meyer.
Wow, That was beautiful.
Yeah. Oh my gosh.
Squall, can you think of anything else that is important that I'm gonna make a video where because I've started going through the recordings with Andy, and so I've written down some things, you know, that I think that I should talk about or bring up. But is there anything, Squall, that you can think of right off the bat that I should get out while we're still?
I'm thinking.
Okay.
My mind, as soon as you asked me that, my mind just.
I know. I put you on the spot. We'll carry on.
I've got one.
What? Yeah, ask me questions. I might not have the answer, but
this has been a lot of people have been messaging me this today because I was spreading around this live stream, you know, throughout the day. A lot of people are interested in, and you may or may not know this, but they wanted me to ask you, what does Andy think about Jody Sue saying that he's going to shoot up the town and do a mass murder and kill people in public places?
Oh yeah, I remember that.
She's going on with it right now. Probably because she knows that, you know, like we're kind of pro Andy. I mean, you know, we just want to have a good life. But she's going on with it right now. But I'm sure he's embarrassed to death.
Oh yeah.
Did he ever say anything to you, Piper, about her saying that online? You know, accusing him of, you know.
No, because we didn't talk about her.
Okay.
Quite honestly, you know, like a couple times she would come up. Mostly it was when I brought her up, like, you know, Jody Sue's doing this or that, and he would be like, I know, you know, but he very rarely ever brought her up. We had that one conversation about her where he shared, you know, the issue with the possible radiation burn, and he doesn't know that that's what it is. The doctor couldn't tell him for sure that's what it was, but he said that's a pretty good possibility, and you know, he didn't have any STDs, so yeah.
Well, you know, he pretty much doesn't pay attention to anything that
I think he's really paying attention, actually.
What do you think about the messages in between?
You think, hang on, Cam.
Sorry,
you think that he is or is not paying attention?
Are you talking about the message where he's like, love you, or you too, or, you know, sorry?
She says these big extravagant things and he's just like, okay,
yeah. I need to.
What is he paying attention to? I mean, what is it? Elaborate on Scott's question there.
So we have two conversations going. Scott H, I'm going to answer you. You said, I said he is paying attention, and I'll tell you, because he knows about what's going on YouTube a couple times before I even knew. And I'm not saying I'm on YouTube 24/7, but I'm on here quite a bit. And for him to know something before I did, I thought that was pretty. And also,
that's why I asked that question, because
yeah. And also, I made a community post about sharing recordings, and he called me and was like, hey, did you record me? And yeah. So he's watching, or you know, somebody else is, you know.
Oh, he's paying attention.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So more than likely he's aware of Jody Sue trash talking him.
Yeah, Lord, he'd have to be. I would want to know too if I was getting.
I would too. And I would be watching obsessively because I'd want to know what the freak my kids are being told.
That's right.
Mm-hmm. Exactly.
I was told that Andy was receiving messages from Jody Sue in a blackmailing sort of way.
Yeah,
that she would blackmail him, says, well, I'm just going to tell everybody this and I'm going to tell everybody that.
I don't doubt that a bit.
And he was just like, you just go ahead and tell them whatever you want to. You're going to anyway.
Remember that Amber Heard recording where she's taunting Johnny Depp? Who's gonna believe you?
Yep.
I'll just say that.
I'll just say that all of her live streams against him in court.
Yeah,
because she's such a liar. I mean,
because he hasn't said anything about her on YouTube.
Look, that's smart. It's smart if he is doing that.
I would think that we can make a list. We would need a dry erase board and
oh my God, of the lies.
Make a list. No, not of the lies, just a list of everyone that she has turned against since Summer went missing, since she came to YouTube.
Are you talking about people and the community or YouTubers? Or both?
Both.
Every creator but Tiffany Murray.
Yeah, well, that's the easy answer for YouTube. Every single one of us except TM.
Yeah.
I mean,
you got to kind of look at, how many creators is Tiffany Marie friends with?
Somebody in
the
chat has a question.
Right.
Yeah.
Right above Wendy, there's another question too.
Holly and George.
Yeah.
Oh, AC, who knows? I see that question.
I don't see it.
I don't know either.
It's above Wendy Bear.
Dang it. It should be highlighted. Oh.
AC.
Right there. Right there. And she absolutely is. And I don't know that answer.
And
it's a great question.
There is something that I want to inform people.
Okay.
And I got permission from this woman. One of Frank Lott's victims, her name is Barb.
Mm.
And I thought when she changed her cat's name from Barb to Mike, I thought she was referring to someone else, but Barb has a son named Mike.
Yep.
Okay, that's effed up.
It's sick.
Wait, could you?
Barb has never spoken publicly.
Yeah, I was lost.
Form of an underhanded
I'm a little lost.
I am too.
Me too.
Yeah.
The cat that she has, that's named Mike. Before she named it Mike, they were calling that cat Barb.
They were calling it Barb.
Yes.
Oh.
And Barb is one of the young women that reached out to me and told me about an encounter that she had with Frank.
Oh.
It was similar to my story.
Mm-hmm.
And
so I asked Andy if Jody Sue and Frank Light were buddies. Like, I had heard that they'd been hanging out at a bar in the area together.
Oh,
them
wow.
two.
That was
the Hog
years ago.
That's old news.
Hogwild is now shut down. It's been shut down for quite a few years.
Burned down first, didn't it?
Yeah.
No, they tore it down because that guy got shot up there, so they tore it down. Demolition.
Right. Y'all don't forget about Randy Hass either.
Randy Hass used their internet.
That's another one.
Yeah.
He's
she
RSO.
defended that. She said, well, that was out of her control. If y'all remember way back.
He got his charges while on duty protecting like a Boy Scout group.
Yep.
What?
Yes.
Wow.
Yeah.
If you don't know about him, y'all need to really look into that.
Yeah, Google him up.
Yeah. You can read his whole court affidavit on Google. It's
and that was another
police officer.
Yep. What'd you say?
I said this is another one of her friends. That's the one that was up at her house supposedly using her internet. And when she was asked about it on YouTube several months ago, she said, "Oh well, she couldn't help that. That was out of her control. She had no say so about those things."
Too on Lone Star. He has an address. He also has an address on Lone Star right beside Polly Bernard.
So why would you drive out to Ben Hill to use the internet?
So what you doing at Ben Hill using her internet then?
Right.
Yeah, really, they
And did
have
she
more
have her
likely
internet?
have internet down Lone Star.
Yeah.
Did she have her internet password protected?
Mm.
Because if she did, then that, I mean, if she gave
Exactly.
him her password, then
She gave him permission to, or he wouldn't be doing it in the first place.
You know, that's
Whenever
what
they come out and turn your internet on, they automatically give you a password.
Yes, they do.
Straight up. And then what you do with it after that, you can change it. I know 3 times in the last, because we moved once and then we changed providers. Each time they asked me if I had a preference on my password, and I just said, just give me whatever. But they whenever they install your Wi-Fi, they set you up right then and there with.
Yep.
Allie, tell that what you just said.
I'm
Fizzle said it was Andy's parents' internet.
Listen to this though.
So we had Candace's password to her internet, and the day that everything happened with the YouTubers at the bottom of the hill, my phone would not connect to Candace's Wi-Fi from the bottom of her driveway.
So
I wonder,
because we would upload our stuff, like if we filmed up there on the second search up there, we filmed. I could not even upload a short from her Wi-Fi up there.
Yeah,
so I would have to wait
bad.
till I got back in data range. That's how bad it was out there. So what?
Well, no, they weren't going to Candace's Wi-Fi. They were going to.
No, I know.
I know,
I'm
but I'm just saying
from
that
the driveway though. Like how far in the driveway?
Yeah, because her driveway is quite a bit longer.
Right.
I think.
Okay.
But
yeah.
but she always had to go to town to do her lives because
the internet.
Yeah.
Internet. So was she lying about the RSO using?
I
don't know. Fizzle just said down here. Fizzle just said that it was Andy's parents' internet. So
Okay.
Yeah.
What I found out though, she asked Benny knows a lot about this too, and this is where he filled me in that. So there was something to do with the laptop that had Jody Sue was allegedly in possession of the laptop that had the images on it that Randy Hass got in trouble for.
Yeah.
So that was what he'll have to get him now. I can't quote him for sure, but that's what he said, and he found out from it was credible. I stand behind that one. That's when he told me about that. That's really what got me digging in on this guy. And when you look, it's graphic.
Oh, it is.
And they all look. I'm going to say this, so trigger warning right now. Him and Frank, like they both have their images were of like kind of brutality.
Yeah.
Woman.
Wow.
Yeah.
Against children.
Against children, male. Yeah.
Yeah.
So that's who Jody Sue stands behind. That's who Jody Sue likes to intimidate people with.
And her team over there. Her team over there is telling everybody I'm Nick Sherfy. That my real name is Nick Sherfy, which would be.
Are you kidding? Well, okay.
That's what they're saying.
Somebody commented on our live today and said, "Are you Nick Sherfy?" And one of our subscribers said, "Shh, he is, but Allie doesn't know, and neither does Nick."
Don't.
Oh my gosh.
Lord, she even went as far, and I'm not even. Yeah, I am. Old doohickey over there.
Fell off.
Oh Lord.
Old doohickey over there went. She came over and acted like. Who would she do? I called her. I said, "No, she doohickey. Just stop." She
Nick Sherfy's wife,
she
Savannah.
She said, "Nick, you have to." Oh my gosh, it was just crazy. The lengths that they're trying to go. Oh,
I'm not surprised. I don't know why she needs to run the narrative if it's a mental health thing or if she's scared, if she knows something. But hey, Ziggy, I added you on. Can we hear you?
Oh, okay. Somebody dropped though. Oh, sorry. I thought you were saying.
Long time no see, Ziggy.
Oh my God. I sit there responding in the chat. Because I thought I was still down there. I was like, no, I didn't. I don't want anybody to drop. Everybody was so interested.
Well, That's why I know. I just wanted to add you out. I've been trying to.
No.
Yeah, but Chicken dropped, and so I thought, well, if she comes back, I'll put her back on. But I wanted to
just drop me if she comes back.
No, I gotta go in. I gotta roll anyway.
Next time, CSI, you can, next time you want to do something like this, just let me know. You can use my StreamYard for the 10 limit. So you can have if you pay the monthly, whatever it is, I think 20 something, then you can have up to 10 people.
Yeah, if you can use ours, same here. If you ever need it, you can use ours too if you ever need it.
Okay, well, thank you. That's sweet of you.
What I'm reading up here is terroristic threatening. Have you read this? Cotton Candy saying
I have it. I was thinking about. I pay like for the medium package, so you're welcome to use mine too.
Oh, thank you. Yeah. I was thinking about doing like a creator space. I used to have a trivia night for creators a long time ago. Like a game night. And so I was thinking about kind of restarting that again. Of course, anybody could, everybody came. It wasn't just creators, but it would just be creators playing the games. And and so it's fun.
Do you have the free version or something? Of StreamYard? Is that what you're using?
Yeah, I have. What I was thinking of was like maybe once every 2 weeks coming on, and like we could, any creators that were interested or what have you, like a debriefing almost, because
that'd be fun.
Like what have we found this week? What's new this week?
That'd be good.
What's new for the past 2 weeks since the last time we did this. So I was thinking about doing that just because
that would push everybody to really research. That would push everybody to research really hard. That would be good.
In one place where everybody can share what they've, because everybody has their own channels, and of course they're putting stuff out, but then not everybody catches every channel. Right. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And so, and I found that, and I don't know about you guys, but it's almost like the algorithms put you into camps. Like if I watch a bunch of, like if I watch Scott a bunch, like all of his friends start showing up in my feed, and then I only get like one side. You know what I mean?
Yep, exactly.
You have to be really diligent to try to get all sides.
Yes, and it's important to hear all the sides, because then there's, that's where there's so much misinformation. I know, and people can't watch everything.
Yep. And the only thing that stops me is there's so much drama that I don't think people could come together even for an hour and not be mean to each other.
But look at us tonight, though.
Yeah, we can do it.
We're coming together
a lot lately.
If anything, we can thank Jody Sue for bringing the true crime.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
She tore it apart and brought it back together.
That's right. Look, guys, I got to dip off here. I appreciate it.
Well, I appreciate you coming up and sharing the Facebook post. I think that's important stuff. And Scott touched on it. We're not saying anybody's doing anything. We're saying, let's just look at facts. Let's just look at that.
Public information. That's all we're sharing. Public info.
Let's let it guide us. Let's not make any quick decisions or be quick to judge, but let's at least look at it.
Go through the data.
Yeah, exactly.
Right.
So thank you so much.
Yeah, no problem, guys. See you, Ziggy. See you, Scott. See you,
Squall.
We'll see you, Kim and
Bye,
Allie.
Bye, Allie.
Bye, Pam. Allie.
See.
So, which Facebook posts are you talking about? Are they Jody Sue's? Like, was it her? You said that
they were her sons.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I went over. I don't know. Did you see my live yesterday where I went over like the second half? Where I
watched some of it. I probably got only about an hour. I was working.
Yeah, you need to see the second half. Probably.
Okay.
Well, you probably already know about all those messages on, Jody Sue's messages between Andy. Like, I'm sure you already know about it. On the 15th of June. Their Facebook messages. That's what. Have you seen those?
You were Jody Sue's content today. Your show last night.
I know.
Ziggy.
That's why I was bringing up.
Which one?
Ziggy was?
Yeah.
Ziggy was?
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah.
God.
She was really upset about it. She was crying, I guess.
Well, what did you do, Ziggy?
I missed that. I missed that altogether. So wait a minute. Start over. What?
Yeah.
So at one point, okay, the tech or the okay, let's see. Okay, I had never seen these. There are messages between Jody Sue and Andy on the day Summer went missing in Facebook Messenger. And Jody Sue had shared them to her Facebook, I guess, at one point, but then took them down. Well, somebody, obviously grabbed them or screenshotted them. And I just saw them recently, like a couple days ago. And they're on Lip's channel, is where I saw them. Actually, I saw them on a different channel, but I noticed that the person was using, was getting them from Lip's channel. So, but yeah, she got all like, I was talking about my theory because it lines up completely. Like, I feel like my theory has to do with, I don't know if you want, I don't know if you want to say, huh?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, I didn't have a theory for so long besides like just accident theory, and I kept just going back and forth, possible like to trafficking, but I've never had something just click until a couple days ago. And I was like, oh my God, that's what freaking happened. I just feel like so, like, I just, like, oh my God, that's what happened.
When something resonates. I
feel like there was something sold, or that Jody Sue sold like something like this is just a theory, right? Like what I said, not fact.
I already know
everybody out there to not take it. This is my theory. Now, I do know some information from people like sources as far as like, I do know, I mean, of course we can't prove that as fact either, because it's like, it's not something that it's hearsay or it's, but I do trust them that she was, the day that Summer went missing, she was like stalking the end of their driveway, waiting for them to get back to see what kind of medication Grandis got from the hospital that day. Because
before.
Okay, somebody messaged me a while ago and said Jody Sue said Andy took her pain pills and sold them. Talking about the ones that she was getting from the cancer.
Oh, see, she said that, or Jody Sue said that.
Jody's
setting it up.
Around.
Yeah, she's trying to work in advance.
She's
already trying to work in advance and head things off. Yeah.
Yeah, no.
I've been seeing some stuff.
She sold something to them.
I've been seeing that stuff
She's
too.
threatening me with Frank right now, is what I was.
Yes, no.
Why is she reacting this strongly over this information coming out?
Because Summer passed because of medication she sold to them. That's
what she could. She most possibly could have, though.
That's just my theory. That's my theory, that something that she fronted to them, and that's why she was waiting for them at the back or at the end of their driveway, because they owed her some pills back, and she fronted. And if you look at those messages, those Facebook messages between Andy and Jody Sue, she became very she was not responding as quickly from 2:30 to 5.
Correct.
5 something.
And she has her phone on her at all times.
Yeah. So, well, the service I know is bad out there and stuff, but
that's true.
She lied about that she was talking to her kids. No, she wasn't. She was waiting for them, Candace and Grandis, to get home to see what kind of medication they got. Because she was disappointed.
Maybe that's why Hunter said that something about Andy or Andrew. Remember? Maybe even that's why he brought that up, because maybe she did say something. Like maybe it was not. Maybe it was Jody Sue calling her. Like, when are you guys getting back?
See, okay, from the very beginning, like another thing I know for I can't say for fact to anything, but from a source I really trust, is that the boys, they would call it her cancer pills, that she was selling, Jody Sue was selling her cancer pills to Candace.
Oh my God.
And also Grandis would promise Jody Sue to get her back, like, so that she would try to get Jody Sue to front her pills. I don't know if they were for Candace or Grandis. And, and Grandis was just promising to give her back pills of her own that she would get from a doctor, a pain clinic up north, like in Wisconsin or Illinois. She would tell Jody Sue, that's where I get the good stuff, is my pain doctor. And it's like Wisconsin or Illinois. And she kept, and so when they went to the doctor that day, or to the hospital, Jody Sue was really disappointed because it was hydrocodone. It wasn't anything like real good.
See, that's just in a whole other different place besides Ziggy's and this guy. Yeah, I mean, it's coming out. It's coming out.
She was freaking out.
This is why she's been so panicked. This is why she's over there freaking her shit
this
out
is
right now.
And maybe, guys, this is why her and possibly Candace and Dawn, they all know if something like this is going on, then they all got to keep their mouth shut.
Yes.
And then look at those messages.
This is a possible theory.
Look at those messages. At what time?
And that would explain why Andy was so, like, why he even said to me, oh my God.
I know, it all makes sense. The only thing that
Andy said that Jody Sue is the one who sells to Candace. That's what he told me.
Well, that would make sense. He
said he hasn't sold to Candace and Dawn for years. He said Jody Sue, like, she's the one who deals with them. Because I asked him,
she is. I guarantee it.
They buy from you. He said that I don't know what.
Well, I was told that the pills, she was selling the pills and he was selling the meth. At one time, that she would sell the speed to Dawn, and then she was selling the pills. But I think that it makes sense why she's acting so sus. I thought, oh well, she's just worried about some drug activity coming out. That's why I gave her the benefit of the doubt for a while.
That's what I was thinking too.
Yeah.
But think about it, guys. I mean, it's like, okay, you never hear we've heard Candace a couple times, Smalley, but you never really hear Dawn and Candace say anything against them.
Against her, even though she's been so.
Well, see, she wasn't in the beginning. She absolutely took up for both of them until some other things come out about Dawn, about his sisters, if you all remember. Yeah. She was all for Dawn and Candace being innocent, because she was already too busy pointing fingers at the tree trimmers and at Jackie Dobbs, and something strange going to happen on Beach Creek even before Summer went missing. That's kind of weird too.
I want to address.
But then when that stuff came out about the sisters, and everybody was realizing about Dawn,
I want to address something that Lady
she came to too.
Lady
Go ahead.
is there. If Jody Sue is a victim of DV, she wouldn't threaten a survivor with their abuser. I have known about everything that Piper has put out today because Piper told me about it 6 months ago. Mm-hmm. And I have not once came live and said anything about that.
About her,
about her abuser and attack her.
And you could have.
Oh, yes, I could have. I could have, but I didn't. And I have been threatened since Jody Sue left my panel. I have been told she has been after me, accusing me of lying about Frank, telling everybody that I'm lying about my incident with Frank. And I'm telling you right now, I wish to God I was, because I would not wish these nightmares that I have been having since Summer went missing on any fucking one. Not even Jody Sue. I would not wish for anyone to have these nightmares.
Well, honey, you're not the only one. She's also attacking these other people wanting to come forward too. And I want you to know that you got a lot of people.
How does she know their names? How does she know their names?
Oh, I don't know. Well, she must know something about it then. I don't know. I mean, how would she?
Frank told her.
That's kind of freaky. Are you talking about what she named her cats?
Frank has told her who his victims
Exactly
are.
right. He's had to tell her.
Either told her or showed her.
Yeah.
Yeah. I've wondered who all has seen those videos that he got caught with. You know what I'm talking about?
Well, if they were underage children and they was looking at those videos,
Right.
then they're as
Exactly.
damn
I just
guilty as
wondered if
he is.
Jody Sue's son saw him.
Who knows?
Because when Scott and Cam were talking about some of his posts, that was the first thing that came to mind. Because I was like, well, where does a kid his age, because he was younger at that time. Where does a kid his age get like this train of thought? You know what I mean? And I was thinking of, well, who's his family? Frank Light, Fred Hill.
Well, here's another thing that we have to look at too. Remember, when Jody Sue was talking about Andy, and I can't find that clip, Squall's looking for one and I'm looking for one. But Jody Sue started talking about how Andy's proclivity for his porn was getting younger and younger in age.
Yep.
Now, is that true? I don't know. But if that was, and you're asking the question, where would a child like her son be looking at that stuff?
Yeah.
Well,
exactly.
That might be where the answer is.
That was my question. And then this person that was coming over and using their internet, well, kids are savvy. My kids, when they were younger, like I couldn't have anything on my laptop, phone, or anything. Not that I had crazy stuff, but some things you don't want your kids seeing, you know. And I knew that
Bombshell unloaded. What's really messed up is Jody Sue naming her cat after one of Frank's victims.
Yeah.
That is sick.
But I just feel like, you know, kids look at history, they're savvy. And so if some registered sex offender is on my computer and he, you know, kids want to know, well, what were you looking at? What was he looking at? You just never know, you know. And plus those kids are around, they grew up around those people that are sex offenders. They're registered. They grew up with them before they were registered.
I'd like to address something, Piper. I'm reading here.
Okay.
McBro has said that Ellie Mae Monster attacked me about my brother. Well, there's nothing. Yes. She's attacked me about my brother. And I want to say that there is nothing she could say or do to me that could hurt me any more than losing my brother, because it was pieces of trash like her and the shit that she runs around with that killed my brother, that's going to be spending the rest of their life in prison. The district attorney has already got his case, and there's nothing she can say or do to me that can hurt me any worse than I have already hurt. And as far as I'm concerned with this bitch, she can go to hell, because at least I had the respect for my brother to get off fucking YouTube or watch YouTube, because I wasn't a creator when he got killed, to grieve for him. I wasn't sitting on YouTube pressing my fingers against the corner of my eyes pretending to be in grief when I obviously wasn't, because I was more worried about what other people were saying about me on YouTube than doing the proper things by my family and taking care of my mother. You know, she's not going to attack me, because there's nothing to attack. You know,
I mean,
she can go to hell.
Well, also, she lives right there with her mother and stuff, you know, like, right. So I was just thinking during that time, I was like, why isn't she with her family? Like, her brother just passed away. That's her mother's son.
She don't give it to him.
Did you guys see I saw you guys saying that, did you say she has a sister that was really, or I thought is that what you were saying?
She's got a very beautiful sister.
Yeah,
I saw her pictures.
Well, have you seen her mom? Have you seen her mom? Her mom's freaking gorgeous too.
Yep.
Yeah. I don't know if I knew about this sister. I don't know if well, it's not really. my business, but I just wonder how their relationships are with each other.
Me too. Yeah, I have so many questions now for Andy after today.
They don't associate.
Yeah, it kind of looks like that from what I've researched.
Because
really, Squall?
That Jody Sue does not associate much with her sister because the way that Jody Sue is, her sister doesn't. I mean, this is alleged.
Well, but that makes sense.
What I was told, but she does not associate with Jody Sue because Jody Sue's all drama.
And of course, I don't know Jody Sue's diagnoses or any of that, but if what Andy said is correct, and she did get diagnosed a long time ago with, a serious mental health problem, and she's not treating it, she's not taking her meds for it, which goes with her MO. She said she didn't take her thyroid meds and all that. Correct. That's being prescribed for her cancer, So if you know where I'm going. It just makes sense. It jives.
Jody Sue lied for years and years and years about having leukemia, and then she finally did get cancer, and her family did not believe her until they would not believe her until they saw the paperwork.
Oh, wow.
Wow, that's really sad.
Yeah, it is.
But she would tell people that, she was dying from leukemia and nothing was wrong with her.
Wow.
So, okay. Okay. Penny said that she told me her sister doesn't talk to her at all.
And right above that, Alexandria says, hang on, let me scroll back up. Her sister cannot stand her.
Alexandria says it's true.
She is so jealous of her sister.
No wonder her sister.
Below that, Fizzle or Penny says, she told me her sister don't fuck with her. True.
Well, I think Jody Sue is pretty too. Her looks aren't her problem. That's not, what I mean? I haven't seen her sister or whatever. I even
Jody Sue's mouth makes her ugly.
Yeah. I understand like why would be scared and stuff if it does have something to do with drugs, but we have it's a 5-year-old little girl and stuff. I used to have an issue. I used to be addicted to pills. It could have been me, that's sold something to somebody and something happened,
Yeah.
And I feel bad, but like when it comes to a missing child, and I'm not saying that's even what happened. I don't know. I think she's scared about something drug related. That's just, I really truly believe that.
I wonder if one of my theories is, did Jody Sue piss off the wrong person, and that wrong person come up there and thinking that Jody Sue lived at the Wells, and they saw platinum blonde-headed kids and grabbed one thinking it was Jody Sue's. Did they take the wrong girl? Did somebody take the wrong girl?
Well, here's something I was trying to lay out in Ziggy's chat the other night. And it's so hard to lay out in Ziggy's chat. While Ziggy was going over the charges of Jody Sue back in 2010, there's going to be another creator that's going to drop a lot more than this in a video form. Ziggy was laying out her charges in 2010 for the Schedule 2 drug violations. Okay, Schedule 2s, if you look it up, Schedule 2 is not marijuana. Nowhere is it ever listed.
No, marijuana is a Schedule 1 because
right.
Go ahead.
Right. In Tennessee, at least, because no medicinal.
It is federally.
Okay. So Schedule 2 is like oxycodone, fentanyl, methamphetamines, cocaine, crack. Okay. So she got charged with that and other things. Okay. Now, I already knew of her criminal history. A long time ago, I did an article on, and you can Google it right now, 32-person drug bust, Hawkins County,
Yeah.
Tennessee.
I asked Andy about that. We talked about that a lot. Carry on, though.
Okay. The investigation started in 2009 and ended in 2012. Jody, Sue, and Andy got caught in 2010. Now, all of those 32 people got a
This is one of the things I didn't want to share.
lot of charges.
Yeah.
Hella lot of charges.
Yeah.
Jody, Sue, and Andy didn't get much at all.
Yeah.
So how does somebody
let's tread lightly, only because.
Okay.
Oh.
Okay.
Must be true, Scott. Sorry, Piper.
Sorry, Piper.
Well.
Sorry to talk about it. Sorry,
I'll say this like I always say to save Piper. I'll say just like I always say on my streams. All I did was point you in the direction.
Yep.
Now go and research yourself and see if you find what I found.
Only reason I say tread lightly is I don't want somebody getting killed over this.
Right. I understand.
Scott, I really want to share what I want you to share. What do you guys think? I mean, do you think somebody could get killed over that information, Scott, that you're about to talk about?
No, do you think 5-year-old missing kids could get gone because of that information?
Oh, okay. Go on. I was just concerned. Andy and I had talked about this, and I was concerned for his safety. That's all I'm going to say.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, about that.
Yeah, I understand. I mean, I'm sure Scott.
Yeah, he didn't say that he marked on anybody, but I asked him, and
I didn't see any charges against Andy. That's weird, though.
And if you look at the people that were charged, there are some Bernards and
yes, yep.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So, but go ahead, Scott. It's out there. We all, you already started saying it, and I cut you off. So now it might look worse than what it really is. So go ahead.
Penny says I was about to finish Scott's sentence, laughing my ass off till Piper stopped him. Because when Penny and I were working together in True Commentary, this is how long we've known this stuff. Way back. Way back. And that was part of the reason that I put out that article way back about that big drug bust. Because if you start looking at dates and looking at sentences and looking at what Schedule 2 drugs are and looking at what drugs were involved in that 32-person sting, and then you look at the sentences that were levied out against the rest of them, and then you start looking at all the names of the people who were sentenced. And then you look at the names of those or the people that got very, very minimal sentences in that same time period for the same type of drugs who are known associates with the same people. Then you have to ask yourself, why did they get such short sentences? Well, most people know you snitch. Mm-hmm. Most people also know in the drug community, snitches aren't regarded very highly.
Nope. And I'll also say I did a video, and I think it was titled, is Don Wells a federal informant? I'll just drop that little piece of information there.
Oh, yes. Oh, good point. Look him up on the federal. I did that in my life, too. Look him up, and he comes up. And it's like, why?
He doesn't have any federal charges, but he has a federal ID number, and there's only one way you can get that. And so I wondered if the Wells
that was like a fake website. I thought that was
no, mine is not. I looked it up directly. And then when somebody said it was a fake website, I went and did it again a different way and went directly to the GOV site. It's right there. It's at .gov. But anyway, but I wondered if Candace and Don were somehow wrapped up in that and they didn't get charges because they were just buyers. Well, and they ended up being informants.
One certainly has to wonder, don't they?
Well, I can say that most of the time that the ones that traffic it, sell it, gets more time and gets in more trouble than just the people that buys it.
Stargazer said in chat here, Squall Jody Sue is threatening. Jody Sue threatening with someone more dangerous than Frank that you both know because you took that story out.
Only person I know would be Fred. And I asked Andy about Fred too. There's so many things that I need to talk about, and I cannot get it all into this video.
Even if for the record, who is she threatening me with? I would like to know.
I'm curious too because.
Oh yeah, that's right.
Well, every time y'all need to screenshot that, because let me tell you what, every recording screenshot that, because that is considered terroristic threatening. Keep records of that. Anytime that you get any kind of threat, underhanded or blunt and otherwise, keep a record of it. We'd hate for another script to happen.
Early on in True Crime Commentary days, we did some research. Penny actually did a whole lot more research than I did. I don't know how I ended up doing the live on it. She did a video on it, and then I think I did a live on it, because I think at that time was during the time period where we would do the content on True Crime Commentary, and then we would give our thoughts about it over on my channel. But there's this cat,
I remember when you guys did that.
Yeah, there's this cat named Gary Marcos. He ran a chop shop in Rogersville. That chop shop had a raid on it, and they found guns, heroin, money, and allegedly Don was the one that snitched on that, because the lady, there was something about, I would have to go back and look at the article again, but there was something about a lady, her son lived in like an apartment beside of that garage or something, and they were all the time stealing stuff, like stealing his battery and stuff like that out of his car. And apparently Don was going to visit something. I would have to go back and look at the story there, but allegedly Don was the one that ratted out that drug bust. So, and then Penny went on and found some more associations between people in Gary Marcos. He recently got busted again out in Arkansas or somewhere like that, and he definitely hasn't cleaned his act up for sure.
Where he and where Don and Candace met. So, and
somewhere like that again. Like I said, this was stuff that we put out a long time ago, but the ties, the names, the associations, the location, the drug running. Don himself admitted that, he used to run cocaine out of Mexico.
Yeah.
Okay, Piper, look in private chat.
Chicken on a stick and others have talked about
watch for her to.
I don't see AC though.
It'll be up in a minute.
Okay.
Other people have talked about Jody Sue and Andy making trips to DC, down to Georgia, to out west. Kingsport Times News, thankfully, they had that big article on Meth Mountain that I featured over on my channel, because people from this area, when you go down to Georgia and they see your license plate from Hawkins, Sullivan, Washington, Greene County around here, they call it Meth Mountain because of all those people that come down to Georgia to get the pain pills, the oxycodone and stuff, and run it back up to Tennessee. Well, that big drug bust of those 32 people was from a guy named Charles Lang, who ran a pain clinic, a pill mill down in Georgia. And there was over $2.5 million seized in that bust. Huge amount of drugs, huge amounts.
Wow.
So, I mean, you start putting things together.
That's right. Yeah, because somebody asked this. They said, if Andy's penis had blisters, does that help find summer? No, obviously not. That's a silly question, Giraffe 69. That's a silly question. But what it does do is it provides a little bit of context to the situation that Summer was in when she went missing. And that's what people do when they're trying to figure something out. They try to get as many facts as they can. So that's a silly question. I think that, I know you're being facetious, but it wasn't even good. So.
Okay.
Yeah, it just absolutely shows the type of people that was around her. Someone that would do that is capable of anything.
Right.
And then also you have to consider that if Jody Sue was telling it one way, but it didn't happen that way, what else is she not telling correctly? It just
exactly. What other
it does matter,
because what she's doing is the most successful liars do exactly what Jody Sue is doing, and that is they take facts, they take real information, but then they add their own little twist to it, and to distort what is out there. And it's their way of controlling a narrative, because if somebody says a full sentence like, oh, look, it's daylight out, it's 6 o'clock. Okay, you'll just go ahead and assume that it being 6 o'clock is correct because, it's daylight, and that could be true that it's 6 o'clock. So you know what I mean? That's kind of a real oversimplified example. But when you throw in truth with lies, it makes the lies believable.
Here's this article here to show you the extent of how big this was. And I'll just read a partial part of it. The investigation began in 2009 and targeted suspects in Hawkins, Greene, and Sullivan counties who were trafficking large quantities of cocaine and marijuana supplied by a drug trafficking organization in North Carolina. The Beach Creek Connection was allegedly distributing large quantities of oxycodone pills initially obtained from Nevada and later from a pain clinic near Atlanta. Authorities said Charles T. Lang, a part-time Beach Creek resident, opened the Liberty Wellness Pain Clinic in Norcross, Georgia in 2010 and began using the clinic to obtain oxycodone for distribution in East Tennessee. In April 2012, the DEA in Georgia raided the clinic and shut it down. Overall, the investigation netted more than 300 pounds of cocaine, more than 16,000 pounds of marijuana, more than 20,000 oxycodone pills, and $2.5 million in cash.
Wow.
32 of those 32 federal guilty pleas, 23 were either permanent residents of Hawkins County or lived there at some point during the investigation. This illustrates the impacts that drugs can have on a community, Lawson told the Times News, Sheriff Ronnie Lawson. As a result of this investigation and aggressive prosecution, we went from almost weekly overdoses to virtually none since these federal indictments were handed down in July. These defendants brought this plague into their own community and profited while lives of their neighbors, their friends, and even their own family members were being destroyed.
Wow.
And then you look at all the names. The first name is Lawson, Light, Lawson, Garcia, Lawson, Bledsoe, Lawson, Charles Lang, Dykes,
Squall,
Crawford,
did you hear that?
Light, Dykes, Gooch, Calhoun, Dykes, Love, Compton,
Calhoun. Ooh, interesting.
Hey, you guys,
Bernard,
Bledsoe is my kin.
Bernard, Arnold, Malone, Tipton, Armstrong, another Bernard, Say, and Sutherland. Randall Michael Lawson faces a mandatory term of 20 years in prison.
What was the Sutherland name?
Marvin Neal, not the one we're looking for.
Okay.
William A. Lawson, Kenneth Lawson, Tia Lawson, Brock Lawson, and Jessica Lawson each face a mandatory term of 10 years and a $10 million fine. James Light, Elia Maria,
he had been involved in other stuff too.
and Jeffrey Bledsoe face 5 years, maximum fines of $5 million. The remaining individuals face maximum terms of 20 years in prison and maximum fines of $1 million. Now, why didn't other two people get that type of sentencing and that type of fine?
Mm-hmm.
Exactly.
And you remember, Scott, what the last time that Gary Merkos was put away, what all he was caught with? Like, that's not small time stuff. Like,
No.
and if Dawn was to snitch on that guy, the very first time that I ever had any kind of any interaction with Dawn, I was sending pictures through Chase to show him pictures of Gary Merkos. I sent him a variety of pictures, and they were older pictures from whenever he was younger, and then newer pictures whenever he looked kind of bad. And Dawn did recognize the more recent picture of Gary. But the thing is, it was really strange because it was actually whenever Benny was there. And at the time, Benny and I weren't talking, but I was still talking to Chase. And I sent these pictures to Chase, and I was like, hey, you got to ask him about Gary Merkos. You got to ask him about Gary Merkos. And Chase was like, I will, but I won't. I'm not going to do it whenever Benny's around. It was super weird. Like, he didn't want to bring up the whole Gary Merkos situation around Benny. He waited until Benny wasn't around, and it was just him and Dawn before he asked Dawn, and Dawn said that he recognized the Gary Merkos.
Well, I can tell you this. Whenever I downloaded all of those videos from Jody Sue's Facebook before Summer went missing, and I sent them to Hawkins County, it was Nathan Simpson that requested to view those G drives because I had to upload them on G drives.
Yes.
Scott, would you like to tell us who Nathan Simpson is?
I would love to tell everybody. Let me go to my little Google machine here so I can tell you just exactly in professional terms.
Marcos is a relative of Candace Merkos. Gary Merkos, M-I-R, is different from Marcos, Chris Marcos. Not the same people.
That was confusing to me for a while too.
Mm-hmm.
Jenny, I did ask that question. I asked Andy if he knew Brad. And
what was his name again? Squall, I'm sorry.
Nathan Simpson.
Simpson, yeah, I'm sorry.
With Hawkins County Sheriff's Department.
Right. Yeah.
Wait, so who is Simpson?
Hang on, and I'm getting ready to tell you his official.
Nathan Simpson. Whenever I sent the pre-June 15th videos of Jody Sue to Hawkins County, I emailed them, and he is the one that requested to view them.
And I actually have
he requested permission to view them, and I did send Scott a picture where it says his name requesting to view one of the G drives, and I have like 75 of them like that in my inbox where he requested to see them all.
Here's Mr. Nathan Simpson's LinkedIn page. He is the lieutenant of the narcotics unit at Hawkins County Sheriff's Office, Rogersville, Tennessee, United States. His resume consists of the lieutenant of the narcotics unit, tactical unit team leader of Hawkins County Sheriff's Office from April 2021 to present.
April of 20, wait, what year?
April 2021 to present.
Okay. So
before that,
a couple months before Summer went missing, just to put it in context. Okay.
Before that, he attended Walter State University. While he was doing that, he worked for the Hawkins County Sheriff's Office as a patrol sergeant and a tactical unit team leader for 19 years and 2 months. Prior to that, he was a patrol corporal of a tactical unit for 3 years and 1 month, patrol duty for 2 years and 9 months, reserve duty for 2 years and 9 months, corrections officer for 8 months.
You meet a lot of people working corrections. Go on.
Part-time police officer for Burgoynesville, which is another little town in Hawkins County.
Yeah.
That was back in August 2014 to July 20th. Then he was, thank you, sir, for your service. He was a member of the United States Marine Corps for 5 years. Before that, he was a part-time police officer for the Churchill Police Department. Prior to that, he went to Northeast State Community College. Before that, he was a security guard at Tri-Cities Regional Airport. Before that, he went to King College and got his bachelor's in business administration. Before that, he went to Northeast State again. Before that, ETSU. Before that, Walter State, and he graduated from volunteer.
It looks like he's worked really hard to get where he's at today.
Now, we can get into all kinds of his licenses and certifications and honors and awards, the groups that he's involved in. He's been doing this for a really, really, really long time. And he requested downloads from Squall's G drive concerning Jody Sue Brown.
We both did that at the same time.
Yeah, I know. That's crazy.
Hashtag
Squall and I call that our Minecraft noise.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's what they do on Minecraft.
And we end up doing that a lot when we're talking. We're like,
I know we have all night, everybody.
Justice Straw was you pinned it up on the chat.
Yeah.
He was saying there was so much more, and I just saw just a second ago he had the little eye emoji. Justice Straw, there is so much more, my friend.
Yeah.
Yep.
And
yep.
As far as I know, the only one that knew about that was Nathan Simpson, Squall, and me.
Wow.
Yep. I think I may have told like one other person.
That's taking a minute for me to process because that
I told one other person, but that other person does not do YouTube.
What's
at
that?
all. I said I did tell one other person that Nathan Simpson requested the G drives, and that was back in October when I told this person, and I asked for confirmation on who that was because I wanted to make sure to release them to the right person. And the person that I asked, and they don't do YouTube, but they came back and they said, yes, go ahead and do that. That is narcotics for Hawkins County. And I was like, whoa.
Would you like to tell how many times records or things from your G drive have been requested by them?
I would have to go through and count. And frankly, the last few times I counted, it was like I would lose track.
The
over 70.
Wow.
I just asked that question to put it in context, to basically say more than one or a couple.
Right.
So that means he watched one and he was interested in more.
Yep.
So the Gary's Chop Shop, he was Amen Motorcycles, and then that got busted up. And if you look, he has if you look at his Facebook and you look at Google Maps and stuff like that, you can see that he has big rigs in there too. And then after that, he ended up changing the name from Amen Motorcycles to Rockstar Customs. And so I don't think that it has anything to do with whatever auto situation Brad had going on. I feel like that Brad didn't even have any kind of like auto situation going on. I feel like that was all baloney. But I mean, I don't know. I've never been there. I couldn't tell you for sure, but I don't think that they were related. Now, could they have done exchanges or, had some of the same contacts? Sure. If he did. And he got in trouble for receiving stolen property or whatever. Something like that. He told me it had to do with auto parts or something. Hydraulic lifts or something like that. But
it was the hydraulic lift I thought that he got caught trying to sell. And I want to get this out here because I keep forgetting. So I'm sorry to interrupt, Penny. So carry on. I'm sorry to interrupt, but Andy said, I asked him about that yellow Xterra that was up on the Wells property in that picture, because it was Dudley's, right? Well, I asked Andy about that, and he said, no, that was Fred's car. He was always, he said that was Fred's vehicle. And he said, I said, well, are you sure? And he said, I'm positive. He said, that I guess Fred does like chop shop type stuff, like I'm not saying he has a chop shop, but he works on cars. Let's just say that.
They had to rub elbows at one point or another because Jody Sue told me that it was bull that she wasn't getting money from Andy because even though he technically was unemployed conveniently, that he was still getting money from selling car parts and stuff like that. And Dawn at one point was even selling tires or something like that. They had to have all bumped into each other at some point.
I heard that Dawn was selling tires too. And oh gosh, where did I hear that?
Do you know where Andy's place of employment was back then?
I don't.
I know Andy called me from a tire place when he was
Hayworth
working.
Tire.
Where?
Hayworth Tire.
And I can tell you that me and one other person, we did make a phone call to Hayworth Tire because Jody Sue made the claim that there were stolen tires being sold.
Yep.
So we called Hayworth to see if they had missing tires, and they said that their inventory and everything's always been spot on, and nobody has stolen anything from them.
Okay.
But that was like an insinuation that Jody Sue had made that Andy was getting tires for Dawn to sell, stolen tires for Dawn to sell.
Okay.
And Hayworth
well, that's
said
where I heard it was from you, Squall. Okay.
And but yeah, me and another person just a couple of weeks ago just called, and they said no, we've never, all of our inventories have always been spot on.
Well, it's so funny that this will be the first time that me and Squall have had verbal interactions with each other, and we're coming up with some of the same things. But I don't know how much you guys know about the other charges that Brad had, but he also scammed like 24 or 27,000 off of a really old guy, selling yard barns.
Oh my God.
That he never had.
Yard barns.
We FOIA'd those court records.
I had heard about that, but I never said anything. And
This
something
69
else that I heard is
this
that
69 person is very, I just want to say this, is really concerned about these blisters. Like that's all they can talk about. Okay, carry on. Sorry.
Oh, go see Jody Sue then.
I know. He'll give you blisters.
The link that I heard between Jody Sue and Brad was that there was a type of car swap going on so they could go out of state to the pill clinics and to get vapes and stuff.
Well, Brad's ex said that he used to have a really bad addiction problem.
Yep. I'm sure he still does, I'm sure.
I don't know.
That's usually the cause of like behavior, criminal behavior is a lot of times addiction. Like,
you have to find a way to get money other than working because there's no job unless you're I mean, and if you're making that much money, you're probably not able to maintain that if you're on drugs. So eventually, what you make is not going to be enough to support a drug habit.
But Brad allegedly supplied the cars through the car swap thing to where they could go on their trips to different states to do that.
Before before all the shit hit the fan with Brad and all that, this was pretty early on that I'd started talking to him. He told me that he had been to Jody Sue's property before to go look on her property. He had talked to her. She met him on the driveway or whatever. And he said that the Jody Sue that we see online and all that stuff is not how she was in real life. And that her hair wasn't even blonde then. It was brown. And I don't know. So maybe she just needed her roots done. I don't know.
That might have been it because in the videos before Summer went missing, she was blonde. And I downloaded a lot of them without even watching them, just so I could get them downloaded and sent in. But yeah, I don't remember seeing any of them with like brown hair, but
yeah, she probably needed her roots done. But he did say that this was after Summer went missing because he said he went up there to ask if he could look around. Now we all know he's nothing but a liar. So how much of that is true? I don't know, but I do remember him saying, because I was like, why don't you see if Jody Sue will let you go look? And he was like, I didn't been up there, honey. So
you sounded just like him. I'm sorry, I got tickled. Oh God.
She did.
I do really good impressions of people. You should hear my Tiffany Marie.
Oh God, do it.
No, I'm saving it for Halloween. It's gonna be great.
Oh no.
I swear you sound just like Brad.
She did. I didn't know you were talented like that, Penny.
I didn't see that coming.
I'm still sitting here confused. I thought somebody was going to play a clip or something. Now what?
Penny.
Crowd Mama and Jenny and Cam seen my Tiffany impression before. I took out my wig because I have a lot of like really fun wigs.
Oh, stop. Oh, that's exciting. I can't wait for Halloween now.
Oh, snap. But we were saying that everybody has to pretend to be somebody else. We were only going to do it if everybody agreed to do it because we didn't want anybody's feelings being hurt. And this wasn't on a live anywhere. We were just on a backstage, like not live. We were just back there cutting up and watching funny videos. Me, Cam, Jenny, and who else was there? I don't remember. Yeah, it was a good time.
So Scott, that drug bust that you were talking about, and then the guy that you were talking about, who got the big time promotion or worked really hard, either way, were they related at all?
Oh, now I don't know about that. Now, I haven't dug into him because, I mean, he's got such a long professional career. But his last name is Simpson. And the road that's the first right off of Ben Hill Road is Simpson Road. And right across from Ben Hill Road is Simpson Loop.
And that's right where they were searching too. When they went out the second time, or not the second time, this last time, isn't that right in the area that they were searching?
Well, see, this last time they had teams.
Oh.
And from what I can gather, I'm thinking, well, here's how I base it. The news article said there was like 36 or 38 men and or women, people, humans, whatever, that were involved in that search.
Yeah.
Now, I have, of course, I'm not going to give this location, but one of my sources there, before the Rogersville Review put it out at noontime on their website, saying that there was another search down there, they had already sent me Ring doorbell footage of the trucks pulling up in their yard and putting their backpacks on and unloading their dogs. There were 6 men and 1 canine in that group. Now, based off of that, I'm like, well, okay, if they split into, because there were other people that saw people down at the turnoff onto Simpson Road or Simpson Loop, down on the bottom end across from the Fields Road side. And then there was a group there that Cam and Allie always talk about there at that little bridge, the tiles going under Fields Road, walking up towards 162 Ben Hill Road or 162 Fields Road. Then there was the group that I saw that I can't give the exact location because if somebody lived in that area, they would be able to tell whose home it came from. Then there was another group that supposedly was on Bell Road. So that's 4 groups that I know of that were down there. So I'm based off of that, I'm assuming there was, from what I saw on the Ring doorbell footage, there were 6 men in that group. So I'm figuring there was probably 6 men in each group, which would be like 6 search teams.
Now, somebody sent me a clip the other day of Jody Sue saying something about if they had just went a quarter mile more.
What?
Yeah, I saw that.
What?
I missed that.
That?
I've got it. Let me go back into my messenger and pull it up, and I will play it.
Hey, I'm going to drop down, but I'm going to listen to the chat, okay? Thanks for
coming up, Ziggy.
Thanks, Ziggy.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ziggy.
It's really interesting. I'm just going to go down to the chat because I have something I'm needing to talk on the phone. So, but
okay. Well, thank you.
All right.
Bye. So True Crime Insanity wants to know, did Andy say anything about the day Summer went? Yeah, we did talk. You know, of course, I had a gazillion questions. And I asked, did you work late that day, or like, what was the deal? And he said that he was at work all day. But now there's information that maybe he wasn't. So I need to ask him about that. The whole Jody Sue or somebody saying he was with his girlfriend or something like that.
Right. Yeah.
So I want to ask him about that. But I asked also, what did Jody Sue say? Like, did she hear this? Like, who heard the scream? What did she say about the scream? And he said, I don't really know, which, means that he can't even believe anything she says. But he said, I don't really know. She told me that they all heard it, all three of them, her daughter, and her son. And he said, but I don't really know. And so I wanted to make sure. Oh, who just dropped off? Who are we missing? Penny just dropped off. Okay. But anyway, so, that's just a couple things. And then I said, hey, so did you pull up around the same time as Don? Because remember they said that Don and him got home around the same time that day. Well, Don got home at 10 after 7, but now people are saying 6:09. And I have too many thoughts swirling. Remind me to talk about the difference between 5:30 and 6:30, like there being confusion. But then so anyway,
it says the 6:09.
Right. Yeah. Mm-hmm. So anyway, I was like, so what time did you get home? And he said, honestly, when he he didn't make note of the time. He said it was just so crazy with like one of the kids in their neighborhood being missing. That was like a big shocker to him. And he said, I'm paraphrasing. He didn't say that. He just said he was just so shocked by the entire situation that he couldn't tell me specifically what time he got home, but that it was later than his normal time. And I said, and I was asking him about, well, that still that day. And he said, well, Jody Sue knows because she has GPS on had GPS on his phone. He had to get rid of the dang phone after they broke up because she was still tracking him on his phone. And so anyway, I just wanted to get that out there. Okay. And then the time thing. So for a long time, there's been confusion. Was it 5:30 or was it 6:30? And do you remember, I think even Chris McDonough said, about the time difference, like there's discrepancy, right? And I think he said, hey, Dawn, what time, did this all happen? Because, and I think Cher had something on her channel too that led everybody to believe that Dawn called 911 at 5:30. Well, the now, if you remember, they said that they both called 911, that Dawn hung up and called 911 and Candace called 911. Well, if you listen to the dispatch, it sounds like the call they're reporting was the one from Candace, because it's saying, mother took a walk. They looked around a little bit, couldn't find her. It's been, about 10 minutes, whatever. And that call, that dispatch, they haven't given us what time it was. They've only let us hear it. So I almost wonder if there were 2 911 calls made and if they were made an hour difference in time, because there has been so much back and forth between the 5:30 time and the 6:30 time. And for the longest time, I kept looking over it, because remember early on, there was question about, well, maybe Don was in a different time zone in Jonesboro where he was working.
No, it's the same time
zone. That's the same time zone. But remember, I'm giving an example of how long this confusion between 5:30 and 6:30 has been going on.
Don had said that whenever people asked him what time Candace called him, he said, I thought it was around 5:30. And he said, but I called 911 and I told them, when they asked me, I told them that I had called 911 at 5:30, but they came back and told me that it was closer to 6:30 when I had actually called.
Right.
And
So
Dawn, it was just the fact that Dawn didn't. I mean, it was like, I mean, imagine, are you going to like look at the time if somebody
well,
calls
right, and
you
that's
and
what Andy was saying too. He had no clue of the time because he was just so like bowled over.
Jody Sue is the only one that's got the time down to the minute.
Yeah. And she is real sure 6:09, 5:23, or 4. I mean, she has it down to the exact minute. So I guess my point is there's something going on.
Karma Mama's got Karma Mama just posted the times in chat.
Yeah, Gavel Geeks did too. I was just getting ready to read that.
I cannot keep up with it. I'm sorry, you guys, with the chat.
Here's the quarter mile video clip that was sent to me. I don't know if y'all will be able to hear it.
Do you know who Great Hughes is?
Yeah.
I can't believe we're reaching the year mark.
Gavel Geeks.
But every day is like the same day.
So
it feels so weird. I can't describe it to you. I feel like not even a quarter mile would have made a world of difference.
Not even a quarter of a mile would have made a world of difference.
And I'm heartbroken that we're reaching the 8-year mark. But I still have faith in the feds and law enforcement.
I don't know. It's like really hard to see because she's mumbling, but I will send that to you, Piper.
Okay.
And you can. I don't know if anybody heard that, but she's saying something about if like that's a quarter of a mile. If they had went a quarter of a mile, it would have made a difference or something.
Yeah. You had mentioned that's what I was asking about that. Yeah.
And I'm like,
can I have the copy of that too, Squall? That clip,
yes,
whatever. Okay, thanks.
I got
what
it.
in the world?
That's odd. Scott, you've got a copy of it, correct? I believe the same person that sent it to me may have sent it to you.
No, I don't have that one. I don't think.
What an odd thing to say.
Was y'all able to hear it? I mean, because she was just like mumbling.
I couldn't really hear it, but I was going to try to play it, but I'm trying to figure out how to do that because I don't have Facebook Messenger on my computer, I don't think. Wait, let me look. Oh, I do have Messenger. I can play it. Hold on. Oh, getting started. Oh, what is happening? Okay. Okay, let me play it for you guys. Hang on. Let me
if you can make it like really loud.
Yeah.
Because she's just mumbling.
Hold on a second. Let me try to figure out how I'll do this. I don't want to show my Messenger, you know what I'm saying? But I want to be able to show the video. I wonder if I play it, if you guys can hear it without seeing it. So hang on a second. Let me work this out. Y'all can keep talking. You'll hear me interrupt maybe.
I'm going to mute out and take a
share.
break that quick.
Well, I'm fixing a taco. Another taco.
That leaves me.
Well, I'll talk to you, Squall.
But yeah, I get a lot of clips of Jody Sue threatening,
Yeah.
It's
I'd like to have some of them.
One person that has been watching Jody Sue has kind of caught on to how she drops certain names, and so every now and then, whenever Jody Sue's live, I'll get a name just pop up with a question mark, and I'll be like, yes or no, I don't know.
Right.
And the thing is, she's naming the names. In the beginning, I said that other victims had reached out to me.
Yes.
And
she's naming those names.
And she's naming those names, and I have never once told anyone those names. and I never will.
Right.
Barb
Then
gave me permission to mention her name and her son's name because she
didn't that
considers it a threat.
I asked about that, plead the fifth. We'll talk about it later.
that's that has to mean that he's helping her or she's
Yes.
part of it.
And
You know.
someone in the comments here earlier said, "What if he was getting his date or drugs from Jody Sue?"
Yep.
Could have been. Could have been. You know.
And
I've seen her on several channels.
I did drop that video of Jody Sue talking like about a suicide pill, so if she knows how to make a suicide pill, you know, what other kind of pills does she know how to make?
That's scary. If you know how to make a suicide pill, you know how to make a murder pill.
Where's that at?
Vallow.
Yeah, really. Scroll, where's that one at? The suicide pill.
Oh, it's June the 12th, I think.
Okay, I'll have to just go back and listen to it.
June 12th, part 2. She's talking about some kind of a suicide pill. And that's on my throwaway channel or at the very end of the pre-June 15th ones.
Okay. Did you say June 12th?
Yes, if I'm not mistaken, that's the date on it.
All right. Yeah, I mean, it's like you have to go back and listen again and again, just like with the video of where she's stating that the dog stopped her feet.
I'm going to try to play this video. Can you guys tell me? I'm going to mute myself, but I think the video will play. So I just want, if y'all don't mind, just let me know if you can hear it. Okay.
Okay.
All right. Gosh, wait, is she talking? Oh.
Can't believe we're reaching a year mark. But every day is like the same day, so it feels so weird. I can't describe it. I feel like not even a quarter mile would have made a world of difference. And I'm heartbroken that we're reaching the 8-year mark. But I still have faith in the feds and law enforcement.
Could you hear it even? It's so low. I can't even hear it.
I turned my laptop all the way up.
I've got my headphones on, and she said, I feel like not even a quarter of a mile would have made a difference.
Okay, let me play it one more time so we can concentrate on it. Hold on, let me hit play again. Did I have any echoes or anything?
Yeah, can you turn it up on your end, Popper?
Well, it's all the way up.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I don't know. So the audio, like when I'm listening to you guys, is normal, but the video itself, Squall, is the video itself, is the volume real low?
Yes.
Okay. So there's
that's the way she goes.
Yeah. Okay. Then let me play it again, y'all. It's as loud as it'll go.
And can't believe we're reaching a year mark. But every day is like the same day, so it feels so weird. I can't describe it to you. I feel like not even a quarter mile would have made a world of difference. And I'm heartbroken that we're reaching the 8-year mark. But I still have faith in the feds and law enforcement.
Okay. So what is it that I could hear it a little bit, but not.
Okay. She said, I can't believe it's close to the year mark. It's so weird. I feel like a quarter mile would have made a difference, and then I lost the rest.
Okay. Well,
I think
that's the
that's as close
important part.
Yeah, but I couldn't understand what she was saying right after that, though, because it got too low for me.
Yeah. Okay. I could hear parts and then couldn't hear other parts. I bet if I had earbuds on, that would help.
It does. It helps me.
Yeah. Maybe it's methamine.
Yep, I'm the Ellie Mae whisper.
Oh, that's funny. Just for all. Now I'm gonna have that song in my head, that Maybelline song.
She said,
do you all remember that commercial?
She said she still had faith in the feds and
the feds.
Okay.
Yeah.
And that's the first time I've ever heard her say that she has faith in them. I mean, she may have said it before, but I've heard it.
I've heard her say that before.
Okay.
Yeah. This breaks the law, though. Yeah.
Yeah. But I think she just doesn't. Well, if she's working with them, if she's a narc, then she can't really talk bad about them. And I've noticed, I know that you're friends with Don and Candace. Well, I'm not trying to talk bad about them, but just from an objective, I've noticed, Don doesn't talk bad about the law either, really.
I doubt Jody Sue's working with the feds, because if she was, she wouldn't be on YouTube.
No, I mean working with the feds with that drug bust.
Oh, yeah, that maybe. Yeah, but not about.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That's why maybe she's, not saying anything negative.
I think drug dealers have to leave their house at some point, don't they, to do stuff? I never leave my house.
Right.
Really? I think people would notice if I were doing
drugs. I was going to go.
Maybe she's got a drive-through.
I was going to go on a little vacation this weekend, and I decided at last minute, I was like, we're not going. We can't do it.
Yeah, I do the same thing.
So everybody came to me.
Was Summer sedated at some point, and Summer sedation allowed her to relax? I don't know. There's so many possibilities, but I just think that tonight was good, though, because we needed to.
Yeah.
A lot of this needed to, be said. And I'm not trying to be nasty or attack Jody Sue. Well, I am nasty towards her because I
am too, because she is.
Jane Don't has a good point. Jane Don't, there in comments, she's got a very valid point, and it's true. There is no straight line of sight from between those two sentinels.
Yeah.
Because of all of the trees. Go and look at it from the map. I mean, you can't. When you're standing in Dawn and Candace's yard, you cannot see past the trees. Unless you're looking down that part where they stripped all the trees, where the tree trimming crews did and everything, but yet you can't see nothing from over there in that direction. It's all trees is all you see when you look towards Jody Sue's hill.
She always said that she could hear. I never heard her really say she could see over there. Oh, I asked Andy about the shower thing. That whole shower thing was bull. I don't know where that came from. He said he never saw or heard of Summer being in a shower with Dawn.
You cannot see the shower from outside. And Jody Sue's, in her story, it's like you cannot see unless she's got, like, what's that vision called?
X-ray vision.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, he said that was, he's like, no.
I pretty much shot that one down on a play-by-play the other day in a video.
The shower thing?
Yeah.
You brought up Chris Sims' video to prove it, didn't you?
Yeah, I brought up Chris McDonald's walkthrough of the house based on her sitting outside in the driveway in the driver's seat of the car. She would have had to have been able to look in.
Yep.
Look
and it also,
90 degrees to the right, then look 90 degrees to the left,
around the corner.
all the way to the back of the house.
And then there's another little half wall there, and that kind of debunked a little bit of what Jose said. Now, they did not have a door up there, but there was a wall beside the toilet that came out. And,
excuse me,
unless someone was standing on the bathroom side of the bar, you could not see anyone sitting on that toilet.
Well, and before they had the wall, my understanding is that they had like they had some sort of storage shelf or something, so it kind of made it
dressers or something.
Yeah, something like that. Like they had clothes or something. So there was something there.
Shoes. They put their shoes on it and other things, but I know that's like where all the shoes went. That's whenever I was there.
So then that kind of confirms what I had heard too, because I guess even before the wall was up, they had something else there. Like it was some sort of clothing rack or shelving or something.
You can go to the CM video and you can see the wall that's beside the toilet, because the wall that's beside the toilet on the front side that's the wall that's got Rosa's picture on it.
Right.
Uh-huh.
And that is the wall. That is the wall that's blocking the toilet. And unless you're on that side of like where the bar was, unless you were on the bathroom side of the bar and not the kitchen side of the bar, you had to have been on the bathroom side of the bar to be able to see the toilet.
Yeah. Yeah. So there's no way. I mean, that was just complete bunk. So
yes. Everybody that had been up there and said that their bathroom was just sitting there wide open, they didn't have a door up, but it wasn't wide open. It wasn't just like sitting there in the middle of the floor and you'd be sitting there eating your SpaghettiOs and watching somebody take a dump. That's not. That's the way that it was described, and that's not the way that it was.
Yeah. I wonder why somebody would lie about that.
A lot of people lied about that. They exaggerated on it. I mean, several people did.
But it makes you wonder why. Like that initial, whoever started, that initial said that, why? Or where? I guess where did that even come from? That whole story?
I know that Jose talked about it, but I think somebody had talked about it before Jose.
Oh, I think so too.
About not having a door.
Yes.
Well, about the shower that they. Did Jody Sue said that, right?
The shower began. Penny did it's not an interview because it was just an exchange of text messages between True, which is Hunter's older sister, Allie's daughter, with parental permission. And True is the first one that ever said anything about Dawn taking a shower with Summer.
Yep.
That's on True Crime Commentary's channel, Penny's channel. You got to scroll way back because she did it a long time ago. But that was the very first mention of Dawn taking a shower with Summer.
See, and I could have sworn when Jody Sue said that she said that she was in the car and that
Talking
Summer
to
came to the door asking for a towel. So whoever said she was in the house, maybe she says that now, but when I heard her say it, she said that she was in the car and that Summer came to the door because Candace was at the door talking to Jody Sue, supposedly. So unless I heard it wrong, did anybody else hear it that way?
Well, Where the Wind Blows is saying right now that Don also admitted it, which he did. He said he took showers with all the kids and rinsed them off. And then Candace would dry them off and clothe them as they got out.
Yeah.
But that came later on. I believe that I think that was an interview not an interview, but one of the times that Don called in to Ziggy's. I think, because he said it was derogatory. He said something about, I worked drywall all day and I had to always take a shower, and I'd tell their little punk asses to get in there and wash the candy off of Summer's face because he didn't want her sticky when she would climb into bed with them and stuff like that. And then they'd get out one by one and Candace would dry them off and clothe them.
Okay.
But I think that's on one of the phone calls that Ziggy has.
That's what somebody was saying in the chat. And Liplock said that, that she did say she was, and that's what I remember her saying. She was in the passenger side. I don't remember her saying she changed to the driver's side, but that's possible. But I remember her saying she was in the passenger side. I remember that. So, I remember her saying she was in the car. So there's no way.
She paused. And
why would she lie about that?
She thought for a minute, and then she said, no, I was in the driver's side. And I was talking to the eldest one, talking about Josie. Josie was agreeing with her. She said, because Josie was agreeing with me about the dogs. And she said, I'm telling you all, the dogs are the key. Well, see, that brings up another question. Why is Josie agreeing with you about the dogs 2 days before Summer goes missing?
Right.
Because she said she was up there 2 nights before Summer went missing. So why is Josie agreeing with you about the dogs? Because Summer ain't even gone yet.
Right.
Let's see. Hang on.
Unless, and in addition to her X-ray vision, maybe there's some sort of telling the future aspect to her superpowers.
Yeah.
Okay, so now she's saying when Jody Sue spoke to the boys right after Summer went missing, the other boys weren't allowed to speak, and Josie became the spokesman. I never remember her saying that.
Yeah, I remember her saying that.
CSI, Jody Sue said she went in the truck in the driver's seat when she witnessed Summer coming out of the shower demanding a towel.
Summer was being kind of a brat. Yep, I remember that one too.
Yeah.
Got it. Because it pissed me off.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, Summer's
How are
being
you going
kind
to
of a
say
brat.
a little missing girl is a brat? Even if she was, I mean, how are you going to say that?
Yeah. I remember it verbatim because it really pissed me off.
Yeah. I'm trying to read the comments. So, okay. Hey, I did ask Andy about this a long time ago before it came out on YouTube, because Squall and I had talked about this. How long ago, Squall? Squall asked me about it.
Before Fred Hill said it.
Yep, it was before it came out on YouTube. Squall asked me about it and was like, ask him about that, So I did. And he was like, No, he said he is thinking of a whole other day. Like that was a completely different day. He said, I remember that. And that really did happen. He said, but it was a different day. So take that with a grain of salt. But that was his answer.
Hmm.
I wonder, sometimes because Jody Sue has said that something along the lines of she felt that maybe she sped up Summer's abduction. She said that on one occasion. She has said that, she felt like the wrong family was targeted. And I'm wondering if maybe whoever took Summer didn't take the wrong girl. Maybe Jody Sue pissed the wrong person off with her narcissistic behavior and crossed the wrong person. Spread the wrong rumor. And
yeah, I asked him about a long time ago. This was one of the very first questions. I said, why is Jody Sue saying that you were terrorizing the kids with seeing Summer? And he was like, that he is upset as he gets. He doesn't ever like really yell or anything, but he was just like, that's bullshit. He's like, he just was like, that's absolutely not true. He never said any shit like that. He said if anybody was terrorizing the kids, it was probably her because she always he said she always has been this way. She's always had to start trouble.
Yes.
And that she is
just the Wells or different people. I mean,
everybody.
Everybody. I was told by a local she could not walk into a store and walk out without stirring up trouble. The manager,
I don't doubt it.
She is the Karen. Managers see her coming into their store and they hide.
Super Karen.
Yeah. And he said that he would be embarrassed a lot because she would go to like neighbors and like you couldn't he said anything. Like she would just make a huge deal about everything and have to involve. He said she was a busybody and she always had to be involved in everything and that she's always been like that. And
that's been proven.
Yep.
Yeah.
Well,
like I said, if you just look at behavior that you see, you can kind of deduce that,
Oh, of course.
Oh, Lean on Me's here.
Oh, that's my girl.
Girl.
Hey, Lean on Me.
Wait,
I sent you an email.
Wait, somebody said we're terrorizing our kids. I'm not
terrorizing our kids. Okay.
No.
We're talking about Candace's kids and her seeing the shower thing and
exactly.
Oh, we're terrorizing the kids because I said, what if Jody Sue pissed somebody off?
Well, we were talking about Bug, I guess, too, earlier.
Yeah, well, monitor your child's social media and that should take care of it.
Yeah, shut it down. Take your daughter's public Facebook profile off.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and
if you are so terrorized and the safety of your children are paramount, then
she might not be outwardly terrorizing her kids, but by making constant videos and calling their father a monster, even if he is a 100% monster, that's not healthy. That's not, if anybody's terrorizing her kids, it's her. So
yeah, that's the only person I've seen terrorizing her child is her. Point blank.
Yep. That's all. I mean, again, if we're just looking at what we know, if we're just looking at what we can see with our own eyes.
Well, it's like that video
of the hours.
Jody Sue in the car with her daughter at the gas station talking about Andy being in the parking lot, and her daughter's like, no, that's not Dad. And then Jody Sue kept going and making her twist her words. She was like,
she did. She did. I mean, it's her that's on YouTube for hours, talking this stuff, uh, inappropriate. I mean, and it goes on. You can count up every how many hours she does it per day. Well, that child has to sit there and listen to it. I mean, if you're in that camper, you ain't got no choice but to listen to it. She's got her child modding for her, so she's exposing her child to it. So nobody is terrorizing her child but herself. She is the one doing it. I mean, we're not doing it. We are discussing things and the people that surrounded Summer's case. This has nothing to do with her child. This has to do with the people around Summer and her case.
Mm-hmm.
You know, if she don't want her child to be terrorized, then she's not
discussing things that Jody Sue says out of her own mouth. It's out of her own mouth.
Exactly.
And she has said these things in front of her own kids.
Yes, it is her doing.
We repeated it before we talked about it and discussed it. It has come out of her mouth before it comes out of our mouth. That's the reason we discuss it, because
look at the type of things she was saying in front of her child before Summer even went missing. Look at the horrible things she was spewing and the hate she was spewing.
Somebody in Beach Creek was going to die.
Yeah, that's what she said. Somebody's going to die on Beach Creek.
And, and that's why also that whole thing with possibly being an informant, and that's why, I mean, I take that seriously. People could die. And Jody Sue told us herself that people could die if we started digging too deep into this.
Well, then she needs to shut up.
Right. Angels for Justice. So given all this information, what do you think happened to Summer? We don't know. If we knew, we would be calling TBI. But I think any bit of information is good information, even if it's bad information. Like, sometimes things lead you to other things, or sometimes something might not mean anything to us, but maybe it means something to TBI, so don't really know, but can't say with all this information we exactly know what has happened to Summer. We don't, but that's why we're here, so we can try to put information out. And
is Fizzle still in here?
No, she's in the chat, I believe.
And as far as getting anybody killed, listen, did we make the decisions to get ourselves in a position to get ourselves killed? Are we the ones making the decision to go out and do the killing? No, on both counts.
Mm-hmm.
No, those people have got to take responsibility for their own selves.
And so does Jody Sue.
That's what I'm saying. If she wouldn't have done all the fucked up shit that she did, she wouldn't have nothing to worry about. If she wasn't messing around with people that are running around half-cocked that want to kill her, that's her damn fault. It's their damn fault for going after her and killing her. That's bullshit. That's just her trying to spin this shit.
Yeah.
Exactly.
That's all.
I mean, it's not us. It's not us that's exposing our children and our friends with RSOs either.
No, absolutely not.
So, I mean, I don't even pay. She can kiss it, for our concern.
You look at it. I mean, did we expose her to all the drug dealers, to all the RSOs, to all the poverty, to all the mental abuse, to all the psychological abuse, the emotional abuse? Did any of us do any of that to any of them? No.
I feel sorry for her dog.
Mama Bear, you've got a good point. I mean, we have to, look at the psychology of it too. We all know that, how narcissistic Jody Sue is. Well, if you go online and look up, what happens to children of narcissistic parents, I'm just going to leave it right there. I'm going to leave it right there. Look it up. Look at the medical journals.
Mm-hmm.
It's online. It'll tell you online.
And people have got to get over this stuff about taking the blame for things that just absolutely are not their fault. It's ridiculous. It's ridiculous for somebody to let somebody else manipulate your mind to the point to where you start to believe that you're guilty of something that you have absolutely no involvement in.
Yeah.
This is the United
Andy
States
said
of
that's
America.
what she does. Andy said that she is real. He said she's smart. I mean, he said she's smart and she is extremely manipulative. He said
she's smart at manipulating.
Yeah, and he said that she can have you believing the sky is a different color.
Not this one.
I'm not that dumb.
No.
But you know what I mean? That just goes to show you that
the second she went paranoid, the second she went all paranoid on me, I was like, okay. So, I put on my brakes and I said, something is wrong. And it got me a lot of hate. I got a lot of hate for dropping them videos.
Yeah.
Really? I must not have been. I don't know. I didn't realize that.
Oh, I got a lot of hate for it.
Wow.
But here's the thing that people really need to understand. We in the United States of America, especially on this Memorial Day, should remain very grateful for the men and women that have fought to provide us the freedom of speech. Well, along with the freedom of speech comes with the freedom of listening. Nobody is forcing her to listen to us. If you don't like what somebody's saying, don't listen to them.
Yeah.
It's that easy. It really is that easy.
You know, and we are humans. We have higher levels of critical thinking. And if you don't like them, you could just not listen, or you could take what they're saying and really think about it and decide, well, why don't I agree with that? And maybe do something positive with it and give your opinion in a way that can help shed some light on the truth instead of just being insulting. So I mean, if you're just that upset, you know.
It's true. She could watch something else. She could watch funny videos, kitty cat videos. I mean, that's just like with her tonight, when she's trying to hurt and thinking that she was going to manipulate my feelings about my brother, She's not going to do that because I'm not going to watch her tonight.
That's a dirty move too.
Yeah.
I mean, gosh, that just shows you. I mean,
I have an actual.
I just want to say this. I want everybody to watch her reaction to this and just take that as evidence of who she is, what kind of person she is.
Yep.
Because she's not going to approach this in a healthy way. It's going to be all nastiness and name calling, and she'll be a victim. And this is her. This is a way of life for her. So,
yes,
sorry to interrupt.
She's always been this way. And that's what disturbs me the most, is her always being this way. And what do? People with that psychological, mental impairment.
They snap.
And what do they do when they snap?
Mm-hmm.
She should be grateful she's got more than 38 people in her room right now to donate to her Cash App and her PayPal.
Yep.
Yeah.
Because we've been calling her ass out and everybody's running over there to watch the shit storm that she is deconstruct before their eyes.
Yep. You're exactly right, Scott.
Well, I'm made of better stuff. She ain't gonna touch me, like break me down. It pissed me off when I had to tell her off. But I'm a lot stronger and a lot smarter than to let someone like that try to manipulate and hurt me over my brother. It's just not going to happen.
No, don't let it.
She don't even know nothing about it. So
can't let people do that.
No,
you can't. And I refuse to. I've got more of a backbone than that.
Absolutely. We'll stand together strong and.
Damn right.
Does anyone know if she was abducted? I know that she said she was abducted as a kid.
Her
Andy,
father was in a really bad car wreck when she was like 3. And he was not right in the head after that, but he was never around her to abduct her. He took her for part of a weekend and never left the county. And he called her mother and said, "Come and get her." But it was only like for 1 or 2 nights that he had her. And
okay.
he called and said, and it was like nothing wrong. It was just like, he had, what is it, visitation maybe or something.
Okay.
Now that was her dad.
Yes.
So her dad legally took her somewhere.
From my understanding, he was never charged with kidnapping.
Right.
And she has not seen him since she was 3 years old.
You know what he was charged with, though, don't you?
Yes.
What was he charged with?
Attempted R.
Oh.
Of her?
No.
No.
Oh.
It was not of her.
Okay.
Oh, I thought it was of her. Okay.
No, it was not of her.
Okay.
Because that was her trauma. She keeps talking about her early childhood trauma and why she has PTSD.
She was not found in Florida. No, she was not found in Florida.
California.
Somebody said Florida in chat, and she was not found in California. They were like right here.
Okay, so is this the
hell? I'd have been happy if my dad had took me for a weekend. Hell, he didn't never take me anywhere. Shoot.
So the story on that is what now, Squall? Her dad
took her for, it was no more than a weekend, and he ended up calling her mother and saying, "Come and get her."
Okay,
he did not want to have to care for her. He did not want to put up with her. She was 3, so nothing was her fault at that time, but he just did not want to have a child in his home. So he called Jody's mother and told her to come and pick.
So it had nothing. Where did Granddaddy fit into all this?
I don't know.
Because Granddad was supposed to be the one that came and rescued her.
From what I was told, it was her mom that went and picked her up when he called her mom and told her to come and get her.
Okay.
It was, I've never known anybody to be kidnapped and then the abductors call and say, "Hey, come get your kid."
Right.
So Alley Cats, I did not ask Andy about the pool on the Wells property. That has just recently become something that people are talking about, and I have a gazillion questions for him, but I did not ask that. And JR in it, as Fred Hill stated. So I don't know at all. I don't have an answer to that. I'm sorry.
It had to have happened before she was 3 because I was told that she has not laid eyes on her dad since she was 3.
Huh.
And that there was something about her dad being in a very bad car wreck, and they did not think that he would live, and he did, and he's got like brain injury and everything.
That's terrible.
Wow.
Well, it doesn't excuse him for attempted R.
No, but still.
And so it's
But is that what she's claiming is her trauma? That's what I'm trying to figure out. Is that what it is? I mean, that situation with her dad, is that what she's talking about as her childhood trauma?
Well, she says that her dad kidnapped her and took her out west.
Right.
And sold her. And that her papa came and rescued her.
Right.
And she was 5 years old. And from the story that I was told, he never left the state or the area, because we do have like Virginia and Kentucky, so we don't know, but it was like the general area right here. She never went out west. Her father never took her out west.
So she's saying she's been with Andy since she's 11 years old. So if Papa come and saved her, how'd she get with Andy at 11 years old? Make that make sense for me.
None of it makes sense.
That's what I know.
Well, from
I mean, did they just go to school with each other and knew each other since they were 11, or?
Yeah, I think Jody Sue had said one time that they were like high school sweethearts, or
yeah.
Somebody had said that.
They've known each other since school, is what he said. But I just assumed that they went to school together. But I guess I couldn't really say that, because that he could have just been saying, like, I've known her since I was, a kid, like I've known her since I was in school, but I made the assumption that they went to school together.
Well, we've got to figure, as far as we know, though, both of those kids are Andy's.
Yeah.
And
yeah, you can tell that.
The oldest one, I know in October of last year, during the marathon, Jody Sue said he was 19. So I don't know what his birthday is. So
it's somewhere in the 5 weeks.
Right now, he's at least 19. So
they
would have had to have been together. And then you add 9 months of pregnancy onto that. So they've had to have been together at least 20 years, 20 and a half years at least, in order for her to get pregnant for 9 months and then him be 19 years old.
Right.
So if he's fixing to turn 20, you add 9 months onto that, then they've been together for, at least 21 years.
Let's give them the benefit of the doubt and say 21 years. Just go ahead and round it up. At least 21 years.
And she says, at the time of the marathon, she said she was 36. So that would have made her 15 when she got pregnant.
Which means childhood sweethearts, high school.
So, were they together before that? I don't know. Or, was it like Piper said, they just knew each other from school, and then as they got older, they became sweethearts or whatever. I don't know, but
he did confirm that they'd been together 26 years.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
And somebody asked, when was she a stripper? I don't know. I can't. No man I've ever had would let me be a stripper, but I know that happens.
Yeah.
My man would be like, don't embarrass yourself, honey. No, I'm just kidding. But some guys are, okay with that.
No, she's in her late 30s.
Yeah, and so is Andy. Somebody asked how old he was. He's in his late 30s.
Okay.
But I think his birthday is on the.
Lean on me, you're right. I couldn't imagine a jealous fool letting her strip.
Yeah, that's true. That is true. Good point.
Now, I heard that she did strip at Bottoms Up in Bristol. Now, I don't know. I never went to the Bottoms Up in Bristol, and it wouldn't have been the time period of when I was going to strip clubs, that even if she was stripping at one of the strip clubs that I went to, it wouldn't have been the same time period. I mean, she would have been a kid when I was going to strip clubs. You know, she would have been in middle school. So I don't know. That's what I've been told. You know, she said she was a stripper, and I can't remember. It was a long time ago that I think we narrowed it down to it was the Bottoms Up in Bristol. But, you know, I don't know. I never went to that strip club and anyway, and it wouldn't have been the same time period. So
right.
I have no idea whether she was or not. You know, I don't know.
Sanders asking, oh, so Sammy, he is older than her. I cannot remember how old he is exactly. He didn't tell me. I looked it up somewhere, like on his arrest record or something.
You would think a monster wouldn't allow their woman to strip, though.
Yeah,
all the monsters
for sure.
like that I ever know would not allow that at all.
That's why I said no man I would have dated that I dated.
Right.
I always I have a bad picker when it comes to guys. So
I did too. Yeah, me too. Yeah, they wouldn't even allow that. They'd have knocked me off the stage, you know?
Yeah.
For sure.
Yeah. So I'm not disparaging strippers at all. I'm saying
no.
Yeah. I'd embarrass myself.
We just don't know if she did or not. Credibility.
I thought that I noticed this, and I might be wrong, but right after, she always had her nails done, right? She always had her nails done. And then I noticed, like a few months after she moved out, or a month after, she stopped getting her nails done, probably because she couldn't afford it. But now I'm noticing her nails are done again. So she must be making pretty good money. I mean, that's just a side note. It's just something I noticed.
Right.
It's nothing groundbreaking, but I just feel like that was interesting. If you go back and look. And of course that doesn't help find Summer, but getting the whole context of,
yeah.
And also, you know, Jody Sue's never been examined as a suspect. I mean, is it time to maybe we should do that? I mean, what was she doing? Why isn't everybody trying to figure out if she did something? I don't understand that at all. She's insulated herself by making herself a victim.
Well,
so she's insulated herself from any reproach.
One thing that we found out, and I think is becoming abundantly clear with all of these intelligent people that are looking into this, you know, all of us that don't know anything, we've found out that in many cases her situation was as bad, if not worse, than the Wells was.
Yes.
Yeah.
Things like her place being nastier than the Wells were.
Yes.
I don't doubt that, because if she never was off of YouTube, when the hell would you clean?
Yeah. Things like all of the, well, I mean, even in her case, we've got homelessness because she was evicted.
Right.
So she was facing, having to have somewhere to stay with kids. The alleged, well, somewhat proven because there's criminal records of a past with, some pretty heavy drug dealings in it. We've got domestic violence from, I would say, and probably most people would agree, from both sides. We've got definitely abuse mentally and psychologically and emotionally. Weird stalker behavior if she's got, poor old guy's phone GPS or whatever. A lot of dynamics on that side of the Ben Hill Road, not just 110.
Yeah.
And then you get those two mixing together. Well, like I said, can't remember if I mentioned the RSOs, the Randy Haas, the Frank Lights, the other connection that we could probably make, Tony Hammonds. And those are just the ones that we know about. We got tons of sexual offenders down there that haven't been charged yet, that haven't been caught yet. So then you get them mingling in with 110.
Yeah.
And who knows what all you're going to end up. Well, we see what all we've got to end up with. We're all looking at it. And it's stuff that people can go and people can listen to their own words, not ours, out of their own mouths, out of their own videos, out of their own public court records, out of all this stuff. We did none of that stuff. All we're doing is just looking at the stuff that they've done.
Yep.
Where's the crime in that? Is the crime doing that stuff, or is the crime looking at the stuff that they did? I don't have to answer to any of the crimes that they did.
I don't have to either.
They sure do, though.
Yes, they do.
Don't be trying to place blame on me.
Right.
Your dumbass made the decision to screw your life up, not me.
Mm-hmm. Terry, I didn't think you were being rude at all. You have a point, solid point. If she says anything about, I guess she was calling tonight a money grab, but if you notice, there's no super chats. I have not put my PayPal anywhere up during this stream, nor will I. And don't have any ads on.
Well, even if you did, YouTube is a public platform that you can register for and be accepted into the YouTube partnership program. And once you reach 1,000 subscribers and 4,000 watch hours, you can monetize it, whether you want to talk about true crime or cookbooks or fishing or underwater basket weaving or whatever you choose to do.
Freedom of speech.
Yeah.
Doesn't matter whether you are or not.
And to be honest,
ask her about, there again, her hypocritical ways. She had absolutely no problem. She always talks about the panel riders and stuff. How many months did we go to where you could not click on a live
and she wasn't on
YouTube at night and she wasn't on it?
Yes, sir.
And if she wasn't on it, she asked to be on it.
And not only that, she persuaded the channel creator to post her links to make money from their channel.
Yep.
Yes, she has.
Yep. And I'm happy to show receipts.
She can't.
I've made zero money on Summer's name. Zero. Do you get that? Like I've spent money. I'm negative. So Jody Sue, if I'm on a money grab, I have a challenge for you, Jody Sue. You show me your bank receipts, I'll show you mine. Okay? I'm happy to do that. I'll erase my personal information. I'm happy to do that. You'll see a lot of gas station, DoorDash maybe, but you will not see any payments from PayPal, nothing. You will not see any of that. So you show me yours, I'll show you mine, Jody Sue. If it's a money grab, let's have receipts. Let's show. Okay? Okay. Carry on.
From what it sounded like here, Jody Sue, it sounds like you manipulated a whole lot of people to get your damn children Christmas gifts when it sounds like their daddy could have done it.
Yep. And he was upset too that she was doing that because it made him look like a jerk.
That's
like he wasn't supporting his children. He was upset.
Well, that's called a public humiliation. That did it. It made him look bad. And by him being upset about that shows that he does have integrity about taking care of his kids.
Andy is not the one that kicked his son out in February. And it was a friend of Andy's, I believe, or a friend of Jody Sue's. I'll have to ask just to clarify. Went to the gas station, and Boog was outside the gas station, trying to figure out how to get a bus ticket. Where he wanted to go is unknown. But he was trying to figure out how to get a bus ticket because Jody Sue had kicked him out of the house. He had short sleeves on.
In February.
Mm-hmm. And he had Crocs on that were too big on his feet. And let me see, the guy told me that he went in and he bought him some food and stuff. And that Boog said that he would be all right, but he didn't have a place to go. I think he's with his grandmother now, which is Jody Sue's mom, if I'm not mistaken. But, he was absolutely in February at a gas station because he was kicked out and he was just hanging out there with no place to go. And if she's living on the property, of her mother and grandmother, why did it had to been something big for him to have to go, leave the whole premises and not just walk over into the house.
Right.
It had to have been a pretty big fight or something.
Well, if she had
erased it's also possible she's manipulated the family into because manipulators do that. They drive wedges between people. So she could have driven a wedge between her kids and even her. I'm just speculating, just as a possibility. But she could have driven a wedge between the kids and her family to where he didn't feel comfortable going there. We don't know. What were you going to say, Scott?
Oh, I don't know. I got listening to you. Sorry.
Oh, I'm sorry. Well, we were talking about him having to go, for when he got kicked out in February in the cold to get a bus ticket.
Oh, yeah. Well, maybe if she wouldn't have conned him into dropping out of school and raised him damn right, maybe at 19 years old, he could have went out on his own and done well. My son sure didn't have no problem at 18 going out and doing it.
Yeah, he would have probably been in a college dorm if he'd had some direction.
Mm-hmm.
Why don't you get out of the damn way, Jody Sue, and raise your kids right?
Yeah.
Give that dollar of yours a chance.
Mm-hmm. And her son too. I mean, he's an adult, but right. Yeah, well, and
your track record, girl, ain't looking too good. Your track record looking bad, really bad.
Yeah. I mean, I tried to encourage Andy.
Jody Sue said that Damien backtalked her and disrespected his mother, so she kicked him out.
In February?
In February.
She couldn't have grounded him, or, I mean, you don't kick a kid out on this. I don't know. I guess it depends on the situation. I don't know.
But she has a right to disrespect their father 24/7.
Maybe he took up for maybe he took up for his dad.
Hey, that's probably what he. Well, I can't say it's probably, but it wouldn't surprise me. I just don't see that. I don't see one parent continually trashing another in front of their kid. I just didn't. My mom and dad divorced when I was 10, and my mom never said a bad word about him in front of us.
Yeah.
Because it's not right. You want both children, or you want both parents in the kids' life, because it makes them more well-rounded, more secure, more everything.
Moulin Rouge,
they gotta have that in their life.
You just said Andy needs to take care of his damn kids. She won't let him see the kids.
Yeah, he can't.
She won't let him. She won't let him. She calls him. She has brainwashed them kids, and there is a clip out there where she is telling her kids to stay the hell away from him.
Yeah. She said if something happens to her, never go. No, don't go.
She told her daughter that.
Yeah, she told her daughter, something ever happened to me, don't.
Promise me, she said, you'll never be around him.
Yes.
Promise me.
About their own dad. And I'm telling you, unless I'm just really fooled, which is a possibility, I just don't see it.
No.
I just don't.
Her talking about Boogie wanting to shoot up a crowd of people.
Yeah.
Well,
I thought she said Andy was going to do that. I thought she said Andy was the one saying that.
I thought she said,
Yeah, I was thinking it was Andy that was the one that was.
Yeah, the messages that I got from Jody Sue says that Andy was the one that was wanting to do that.
I can't even imagine him saying.
See, listen to this too. Y'all ever thought about this? I mentioned it one time not too long ago. Y'all ever thought about this? Now, we know Jody Sue's personality. Got to be the cock of the walk, mayor of Beach Creek. In charge of everything, right? She's in charge of the Summer Wells investigation. She's in charge of Beach Creek. She's in charge of who comes and goes to the vigil that we're fixing to have. She's in charge of the investigation. Now,
property rights.
She's in charge of all the property and the survey maps down there.
Yep.
She's in charge of everything, Now, don't you think for a minute when her and Andy wasn't getting along good, if he had them guns, don't you think for a minute that she wasn't damn cocky as hell telling everybody up and down Beach Creek and everywhere she could go about what a badass they was because of all the guns they had and not to come up there fucking with them?
Yep.
Yep.
Then Andy decides he's going to shed on out of there, take the guns out. Now all of a sudden he's going to be some kind of fucking postal worker and go off and shoot up the damn mall or something.
Right. If he were that out of control and off the hook, something really bad would have probably happened in the 26 years. I'm just,
But you can guarantee she was just, I guarantee, we've all known that type of person before. She was proud to be the big dope dealer on Ben Hill Road. She was proud to have all the guns. She was proud to have the big mean old dog. She was proud to have all the framed surveys in her closet. She was proud of her old man's family owning a lot of land in Beach Creek until, like I said, the old man decided he was going to shed off somewhere else. And now the birth bringers that she calls them, and he's the monster, and he's going to shoot up everybody. And Jackie Dobbs is a creep where they got to chase him around all night.
Mm-hmm. And imagine somebody doing that to your papa.
Yeah. Yeah.
Do you remember her saying? Do you remember her saying that she was so surprised that Andy like got so upset at Dobbs? Remember her saying that? She was saying that it was the time that I guess he like was. She said that Dobbs was trying to provoke them by parking in between the no trespassing signs. Anyway, she said that she couldn't believe even that because Andy got so upset and it really caught her off guard because he rarely.
I wonder what Jody Sue told Andy to make him get so upset.
Well, but my point is clearly if it surprised her that he even confronted Dobbs, he must not be a very confrontational person. I mean, just to, you know what I mean? It just doesn't make sense. Like if he were such a maniac, he would, I mean, if it just, none of it jives is what I'm trying to say. Like one thing she says doesn't jive with the other if you really start looking at what she says. And so it's like, well, what do you believe even then? You know, on one hand, she's saying he wants to shoot up a place. That's his fantasy. But then on the other hand, she says she was so stunned when he even confronted Dobbs.
Yep.
You know, it's like, well, which is it?
Yes, I see exactly what you're saying. I see where you're getting at.
Yeah.
And then we see him, and then we see him in all those videos being very quiet and humble.
Yeah.
And then, yeah.
I'm willing to bet there probably wouldn't have been any confrontation with Jackie Dobbs had it not been for Jody Sue.
Right.
Probably.
I do remember the woman issue. I do remember her saying Dobbs had a woman issue.
I remember her saying that too, that he had some sort of problem with women is what she said.
But she constantly tells me that I have the same problem, that I have a big problem with women.
Well, Dawn
you do, Scott. You got too many in chat.
She said that Dawn. She said
well,
that
that's
Dawn
what I
had a
have to
problem
say.
with
I have to constantly remind. Let me read right now. 98% of my audience are women, and I've got 6,947 subscribers. So 98% of those don't seem to think I have a problem with women.
Mm-hmm.
Or for some odd reason, they're coming over and listening to me every time I go live. Can't figure that out.
Mm-hmm.
I'm actually sitting on panel with 3 women.
Right.
And
yeah, you
and
got
being
all
quite
kinds of problems.
respectful.
I have been for 5 hours and 40 minutes.
BB Diamond said Scott's problem with women is he's outnumbered.
Yeah.
This is true. They start throwing rotten eggs at me or something.
Well,
they've got me cornered. If you look at the screen, I am actually cornered right now.
You are. We're surrounding you.
Yeah.
Don't win problem.
Yeah. I interrupted I keep interrupting people. I'm so sorry for that.
Me too.
We get a thought cross our mind and we're like, oh, before I forget, and we interrupt. And
yeah, and then by the time I finish rambling, the person's done forgot what they were talking about. I hate that. I just know I'm so ADD that if I don't get it out right then, I'll have 100 more things to say by the time.
Well, you did tell us in the beginning that, whenever you see questions and stuff that will, that it will like make you recall things, that Andy and you spoke about as well. And I thought I think you've kept up really good with chat on oh yeah, by the way, I see this in chat. Andy said,
yeah, and there have been a lot of questions that I've seen and I just haven't been able to answer. But like I said, there's just no way to, I mean, it would just be a lot. It'd be, it's been a long life anyway, but it would be a lot to be able to just say every, single thing I've ever heard him say. But like I said, I am going to kind of get some things together and just a couple recordings just so people know that, yeah, I really did talk to him. It's not like, it's not going to be any kind of groundbreaking recordings or, or anything that relates to Jody Sue so much, because I don't want anything to interfere with any kind of custody issues that he may have in the future. Like if he wants to try to get custody of the kids, or of their daughter. So, I have to be selective. And then a lot of the audio and the recordings I was talking to. And so I kind of gave some of my personal information. So I'm having to heavily, I guess, instead of heavily redacting those, I will give, some recordings just so you see that, yeah, I am talking to this gentleman, but yeah. So anyway, I will put together a video where at least I go through, because I started going through and taking notes and on some things that I wanted to talk about. So I will do that as well.
I got a question. Did Andy ever discuss with you about any the kind of relationship that him and Jody Sue had with the Wells, or talk about any type of friendship?
Mm-hmm.
Dealings?
So see, and this is the whole thing where, like, just sharing those like, you almost feel bad. The thing with, I did ask him, what do you think about what, and he said something, and they were not friends. He and them were not friends. I wouldn't say, of course they were neighbors, but he said some kind of negative stuff about the Wells. And so I didn't want to, I don't know, cause any more trouble and drama and all that. But without saying what he said, I'll just say that he didn't have a high opinion of them. And Jody Sue, he had Jody Sue doing all the, like, if they ever wanted weed or whatever.
Well, I know that it's been stated that Dawn did take her to the store all the time. So,
and I know Andy did say that Dawn left a lot, like not just, a couple days, like he would be gone and he would have to pick up stuff on his way home from work for Candace.
Right.
A lot,
Okay.
and what's that, Scott?
Oh, I was just clearing my throat. Sorry.
Oh, yeah.
I
So
should have muted.
Oh, no, it's okay. I thought you were getting ready to say something. So, I mean, they had a neighbor type relationship, and obviously they talked in some way if he was picking up stuff for her on his way home, so, and Don would, like you said, pick up stuff for Jody Sue. So I don't know what kind of relationship they had, but he didn't seem to have a very high opinion of them.
Well, Jody Sue had stated that at one time she said, excuse me, she said, yeah, it's pretty bad. I feel more comfortable riding in the truck with Dawn to take me to the store than I did Andy. And she said that before. So I was just wondering, how all that was.
I got the impression that she was around them more than he was.
Yeah, but she's kind of doing the opposite,
She does the opposite, yeah.
Yeah.
Definitely.
I'm biting my tongue. I'm
Blaming Andy was more than her.
Squall. What?
I am biting my tongue.
Uh-huh. I bet you think what I'm thinking, Squall.
Jody Sue scared the hell out of Dawn. She
Oh,
tried to lay,
really?
she tried to lay it on him.
Yep.
What?
Got real friendly.
I'd heard rumors about that.
Wait a minute. What? She tried to do what?
She got real friendly.
And scared the hell out of Dawn in the way that she got, in the manner that she got friendly.
Wasn't it
Really?
Doug that had those mixed messages?
It was odd to him, let's just say, right? That's called odd.
Yeah.
Odd acting.
That's weird.
Yeah.
I don't know if Dawn loaned her a vehicle.
Was weird.
Really? The timing? Was it after Summer went missing? Oh, that was silence. Because if that would be sick. That would be sick. I'll take okay. So anyway, I'll answer this question. Didn't Dawn loan her a vehicle to drive? I don't know, but I do know that Andy said she doesn't have a driver's license because she has a health condition with her heart, he said, where it'll start beating weird and she'll pass out. So she can't have a driver's license.
Dawn did say that he had offered her the Subaru, was it, Squall?
Yes, the Subaru.
Yeah. After, go ahead.
Whenever Andy left and they, like during the OOP, she was complaining that Andy was going to take the car and she would be there without a car. And Candace told Jody Sue at the bottom of the driveway while there were witnesses present because one of them had chased Boogie through the woods. At that point, Candace told Jody Sue, Dawn said that you're free to use the Suburban at any time that you want.
Well,
and
Andy said that she took that car that he was buying and then she got it repossessed on purpose.
She did. She said she was going to. She said that in her videos. She's like, I've got this car here, but I'm not making any payments and he's not getting it back. So I'm just driving it until it disappears because when it disappears, they'll come and repossess it.
And that's what she did. And yep.
Wow.
Yep.
And you know whose credit that hurt, don't you?
Well, I was getting ready to say, wonder whose name that loan was in.
He was trying to get a new place, to rent. And he was upset because he was having problems, getting accepted. And so
he was trying to get a new place, I imagine, to rent for
he and his girl, his girl and her daughter.
Well, that right there was just pure out spite from Jody Sue then.
It was spite. She did it on spite.
Yep.
And she even said it in her videos. She was sitting in her car saying,
knew exactly what she was doing and did it with intention.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. We're not talking about the Subaru getting repossessed. Crimes have consequences. We're talking about the car that Jody Sue had with Andy that he bought, and then she took it when they, he let her have it, because they were evicting her and let her take it, but then she didn't make the payments and it got repossessed. With the Subaru, we were talking about, and Dawn said that Jody Sue could borrow the Subaru anytime she wanted.
Not the Subaru, the Suburban.
I mean, the Suburban. I'm sorry. The Suburban.
Yes.
That she could borrow the Suburban. So I might have gotten that confused, but you know what I'm trying to say.
Right.
Yeah, somebody in your chat was talking about the way that at times Jody Sue called him Donnie, which does seem very, familiar.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Familiar.
It's very familiar. Yeah. But I mean, I was like, did somebody just come backstage?
My cat's still on my phone.
Oh, I'm still wanting to have an update on the raccoon, Shay.
Oh yeah, man. I haven't seen it in a week or so.
Oh, really?
Yeah, a raccoon.
Oh.
Yeah. I
That was
have
the
a
best video. I go back to watch that just like if I need to feel good.
yeah.
It's the greatest video ever.
I
That kangaroo
imagine
was in
getting up at 2:30 in the morning to go pee.
Wendy, I
and
don't
then
know
the
if they ever
pictures of
known
And
going
I
to the
had no
video.
clue. Right. I had no clue that the wall is the little panel nails was loose and a damn raccoon squeezed through there and is on top of my washing machine eating with my cats. And it's tore up Jack.
That
That
is
darn
great.
He
raccoon
had
was
the biggest
healthier
kick
than
out of it.
cats was.
He
Huh?
was so fat, that
Oh
raccoon.
yeah, of course he is. He's eating all the daggone cat food.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. He was healthy.
Oh
Yep.
yeah, yeah. He eats with them all the time.
That is so
I've seen him on
funny.
the porch. It was funny. We had a ball of that. Kind of freaked me out though.
Lady R asked if Andy mentioned Brad, and I asked if they knew each other, and I never really got a straight answer. But I did ask, and he kind of Andy has this way of if he doesn't want to answer a question, like he'll be able to kind of I don't know if he does it on purpose but how you'll ask a question and they'll start to kind of talk about it, but then it goes off topic and then you never get back to the real question.
If the allegations that I heard are true, I can see why he dodged that question.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Okay.
I would have too.
The allegations that I've heard is that Brad and Andy and Jody
That's
Stu
true.
would do the highway runs out of state to the doctors, and that Brad was the one that was in charge of like the car swaps.
Oh. Well,
kind of like Smokey and the Bandit games.
Andy's never even been out of the state except for to Virginia, I think. Or was it Virginia? Who'd we lose? Oh, Shay. Yeah.
What?
So, oh, your picture went away for a second.
Well,
but anyway, so I asked because he was traveling. He was he drove to oh shoot, I'd have to listen to the recording again because I can't remember if it was Knoxville. And we were just talking about places we've been, because it was kind of like a little bit of a drive for him. And so we were just chatting. And it was Washington, D.C. How does Rainy Cat Hikes know that? That's where it was. He's been to D.C. Anyway, so he was driving and we were talking about where we've all really been. And he'd only been to just a couple places. He has hardly even been out of Beach Creek. So.
Yeah, they went to the beach a lot. If he's never been out of Beach Creek.
Well, I'm saying he's been out of state. Like he'd been to Washington, D.C., but I don't.
A.B.
I don't know.
Andy
I know
Bernard,
that. What's that?
Somebody says Andy Bernard has drug charges in Virginia. Schedule 4.
Really?
Brock just said
that. Yeah.
That's interesting.
Huh.
Yeah, he did say he'd been to Virginia. So that makes sense. Oh, is there a beach? Yeah, Virginia Beach. That's true. I mean, Virginia does have beaches. Right. Yeah, remember at the beginning her saying she barely knew anything about the wells?
Yeah. But she knew
barely knew them, but she took pictures and, and Candace would take pictures for her sometimes, but they barely knew each other.
I wonder a lot. I think about a video that Dawn did where he said, we didn't even know that this trail existed here on the property that went down to Ben Hill Road, the one that, I wonder if the dogs made that trail actually.
Is that the same one where they caught
Yes, ma'am.
Landy?
Around in that area, yes, ma'am.
I wondered if the reason that somebody asked, I'm sorry, I just got distracted by Gavel Geeks and now I forgot what I was going to say. Shit.
I did too for a minute.
When he got caught up there on their property, Boogie. So I was wondering if he was exchanging something, like, because remember how Candace defended him and was like, oh, he's fine, he's just getting the mail.
Yeah, the mailbox is nowhere near where
Right.
he was at. I mean, the mailbox is way up at, and Jody Sue tries to say that her driveway was straight across from Dawn and Candace's. She kept saying that, and I'm like, I've been there. I don't see no driveway. And it's like, I remember even leaving Candace's one day and sitting I didn't go further up Ben Hill Road, but I looked up Ben Hill Road and I couldn't see nothing. Well,
that's Dobbs' property at the end of their driveway, isn't it? Yeah, it is.
I believe so, yes. And but it's like I did not see a driveway.
Mm-hmm. Well, so
straight across the way that Jody Sue described it.
Right.
There was somebody I just watched.
Yeah, and it was Jody Sue. It was Jody Sue that told Candace, "Oh, he wasn't in your woods. He was checking the mail."
Right. But Candace defended her and defended him and said, no, yeah, he's fine. He was just getting the mail. But the reason I wondered that is I wondered if Boog was putting some pills, maybe in a rock or under a rock or something, and maybe that was their mode of doing it. Maybe they had a place that Boog would run up there and set it for Candace. Candace would go out and get it.
Well, I don't think he would take off running whenever he was spotted the way that he
but
did.
It was by other people, not Candace. You know what I mean?
Right.
I'm just throwing ideas out there. You never, but on the other hand, you wonder, was she sending him over there to spy?
I think Jody Sue was sending him over there to spy, in my opinion.
Right. That's what I think too, but you just never know.
Because
you just never know.
She can hear anytime somebody goes up and down that driveway. She knows.
Yeah, that's true.
So why would she send him over there to drop off hide drugs when she knows that there is a chance of him being caught? Why not just walk up straight up the driveway, go inside, and lay it down somewhere inside, and just give her a nod and say, "You got it."
Yeah, that's true.
I mean.
Okay, Crimes and Consequences says their mailbox are roughly 50 feet apart from Scott E. Skulls doing the map. He measured it. Yeah, it's on up
and
past.
Way past the Wells
Dawn
property.
and Candace's for sure. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. They're offset from one another. Even their old drive, they had a previous driveway, and it veered off more toward the Wells driveway than where their driveway is now.
That wasn't that supposed to be the access to the Dobbs property? Jackie Dobbs property?
Well, yeah, it goes over where the Dobbs or it goes through where Dobbs property is now.
Somebody, Gavel Geeks, might have that answer really quick, because somebody I was talking to the other day, and it might actually be Gavel Geeks, is there was an easement for both of those properties, but that one had got grown up, so they cut the driveway that they use now, they cut it in. Let's see, Lean On Me is saying yes. I was trying to wait because I know we had all the plat maps. I had Gavel Geeks help me with that, she's like real smart on computers and stuff, and she can do something in like 2 minutes that it takes me 3 days to do. So, what was the question? I'm sorry about the mayor moving the property lines. No, Gavel Geeks. Isn't there an easement between
Your camera's on.
Andy's grandmother's property, 125 Ben Hill Road, and Jackie Dobbs' property, but it grew up, so Andy and Jody Sue had another driveway in.
That was how I thought. Okay, so Lean on Me says it could go to Jody Sue's property too.
Right. Both people are legally allowed to use that one
easement.
Driveway easement. Yes.
The driveway ran through Dobbs'
We weren't talking
property.
about that specifically, but I've heard that. I can't vouch for it. Brock says the driveway ran through Dobbs' property. Oh, yes, she did say that. There are 2 driveways. April says. Yep, Dobbs owns the beginning of the driveway. He really could take that over. Yes, Scott H. They put in another driveway to the cabin barn thing, allegedly. Right. Okay.
Somebody needs to block
my
that.
understanding.
Anybody ever talks to Dobbs and he needs like help in court, he is more than welcome to, bring the videos I dropped on, because, they're not my videos. He can take them and show them to court. I think he needs to do that with the Jody Sue videos before Summer went missing.
I think they're probably, that's something that they're working on possibly.
But yeah, I feel that would help Jackie Dobbs in court a lot, and he needs that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's sad. That really is. I don't know. She's down there harassing that old man. I mean, he wanted a retirement place where he could go and
probably drink a beer and pet his dog.
Right.
Exactly.
Right. Build a little, that's like a man's dream. Build a little cabin in the mountains.
Yeah.
And this poor guy.
Gavel Geek says he can help him too. Awesome.
Hey, guys, it's crime time.
I'm going to mute myself real quick. I just need to run to the restroom. Is that okay?
No.
Well, I don't want to leave my own stream. But I really have to go. I've been drinking Dr. Pepper. Okay. You can hold down the fort, y'all.
We'll hold her down. Shoot.
I also saying she didn't know we was live. Lord, girl, you've got to rewind 6 hours to catch up.
Lord, yes. It's been a good one, Crystal.
And I just keep thinking, when she came to me, she was only talking about Andy and Ronnie Lawson and all of Hawkins County Sheriff's Department stalking her, harassing her, threatening her, and
lying on
her. And then she left my panel and went to True Crime Commentary, and she started talking about me and cracking cases and Jamie Wilson and Del Terry isolating Candace. And then when she left, let's see here, she got with the fundraiser and the marathon, and then she left that hating everybody that was partook in it.
What is that?
Oh, I was getting nice.
Oh, what in the world?
I had to mute myself earlier when I was getting ice. I started to put it in my cup, and then it was making all kinds of noise.
Do we have like a chart of who she went to, and how? Because I mean, there was like a couple of times I would turn on YouTube,
Well, let's
and I'd be
see,
like,
after
"Oh,
the
okay,
marathon,
she's on this creators panel today," and then the very next day, she's like giving them down the road. And I'm like,
oh,
"Wait a minute."
well, after she left you and True Crime Commentary, then the marathon, then it went to Tiffany's. Then she left there and went on a little journey. Do you remember Scott H? Ziggy's? Was it Ziggy's?
Ziggy's, Doug's.
Doug's. Oh God, I remember that. I had to be a mod there. I was a mod there at the time. When that shit lasted a month. Ugh. Jesus.
I was just
But
reading
anyway.
April's comment there because that reminded me of something else. April says what Scott was talking about. Jody Sue went on a long rant over that other driveway and costing too much to fix because of all the drainage and sewage issues causing them to have to make a second driveway.
I sure do remember that.
I do
how
now.
I knew that. Yep, that's how I knew that driveway had to be. And now the driveway that they have is real crappy because it's so far. It goes so steep. The other one slanted. You know how, like, if you have a switchback, it's not as steep of a decline, so theirs kind of went out. It didn't have a switchback, but my understanding is that it went out at an angle and crossed out over like and that they had to build this new driveway, and now the driveway's shit. Like, it's real steep, and it's
right.
With rain and stuff, the erode. So it's got a bunch of bumps in it, and that's just my understanding.
Just about everybody that's went out there, YouTuber wise, that has went down on Ben Hill, has said that Jody Sue's driveway is actually worse than Dawn and Candace's driveway.
I've heard that myself. And that's why she always walked down to the bottom of the driveway, I guess, is my understanding not from Andy, but from watching her videos. She used to say that she would walk down. I guess she had a car at one point and it wouldn't get up the driveway, and she would park it down at the bottom of the hill or something. Did anybody else hear that? Squall, do you remember that?
Something like that.
Yeah.
I know that her property was not cared. The property was not cared for at all while they were living there. And the back history on that is she has never been a housekeeper, so to speak. Mm-hmm. She played. Well, I'm not going to say the word played. She had Andy.
She was always sick. Always.
She had Andy banned from the Kingsport Housing Authority.
Oh, yeah.
When she was living out there.
Yeah.
And she raised such a stink on that they went in to do their inspection, and she got evicted because they had to take 2 steps at a time going up the steps to not step in cat poo.
Oh my gosh.
And they had to really care. They were very careful walking through the apartment for all of the feces and the condition, so they got evicted from there.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness.
That's all public record too, but I think it's Kingsport Housing Authority. Yeah.
Really?
It is public record. It is public record.
Yeah.
Oh my Lord.
Andy's name, George Bernard, is on the permanent ban list. And that was in 2017.
Because of what was it, his name or something?
Because of the accusation. Yeah, it was in his name. And the accusations that Jody Sue made on him.
Oh my gosh. That's terrible. He didn't tell me that.
But he left. He got banned, and then it was just her. And then when it was her by herself, that's when they do inspections.
Yeah.
I don't know if they do them like yearly or something, but whenever they went in to do the inspection, it was terrible condition.
Wow.
And she has always been like that.
Wow. No wonder he's so in love with his current girlfriend.
Really?
Wow.
And for somebody to say that he needs to take care of his kids, I think he did take care of his kids living there with Jody Sue as long as he did.
Yes, he did. She surely wasn't taking care of them, believe me. She wasn't out working.
Jody Sue has never held a job for over 2 months because she always got fired for drama.
Well, that doesn't.
I mean, all these things sound like mental health issues, and I don't want to put more stress on somebody who already has mental health issues. But she needs to take some responsibility for that, though.
They still do
herself.
counseling for that.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah. And she knows, if she did have that diagnosis early in life, then she knows. So.
Exactly.
And I remember
always been my biggest thing. When it's brought to you medically,
right,
from professionals, and you disregard it,
right,
you're not taking responsibility for your life.
Exactly.
And you damage everyone around you because of your negligence. It's different if you've never been diagnosed. Because then you don't know.
Because you can have issues and not realize it,
Right.
She refuses to believe anything's wrong with her behavior.
Right.
Oh, I guess the doctors is wrong.
Yes.
Yeah. I can't imagine the mess I'd be in if I hadn't have got counseling for the things that happened in my life, that affected my mental health.
I mean, when you try to tell a narcissist they're narcissistic.
Right.
I agree.
Well, the first thing that's going to happen is they're going to devalue you. So that means they're going to start talking bad about you and, but.
Yeah.
So what do you guys think? So this is kind of, so the people have wondered, about Andy all this time. And how do you think, what is your guys' opinion on?
Maud, you better grab them spams.
Yeah. But what is your guys' opinion now? Kind of having a little bit more information. Does it help? Does it just complicate things unnecessarily? I don't really know. I just was in such a quandary for such a long time thinking, well, does this help or does it not? Is what
my experience with borderline personality, that's what I was leaning towards in the beginning and everything. And
I think there could be multiple
things. My experience with borderline personality disorders is they hurt themselves. They're cutters. They do things to harm themselves more than they do to rather than physically harming others. Where you take it out, your frustrations and your illness, you're suicidal. And she's borderline personality, you've got empathy for others. There is empathy in there for others.
Not a lot of borderlines aren't really empathetic. They're very manipulative. I agree, Marcy. But sorry, I mean, but yeah, it could, and it could be a combination too.
I think she's got I mean, she's got a variety of things, and I know that there's on the scale that it's like you can't be diagnosed with one thing and have another, but there is a way that it's compounded together.
Yes. Kind of like schizoaffective.
Yes.
It's like a 2-in-1.
And I think she's got more than just one. I'm not a psychologist or anything, so I can't really diagnose her, but there is obviously, some narcissistic traits. There's some histrionic traits. There are borderline personality traits, but there's some psychoaffective traits. There's because of the paranoia, there's just
I think a lot of this, in my opinion, is drug induced.
Yeah, some of it can be, but
I've seen that nod, though.
Drugs and mental health issues do not mix well.
No, they don't.
Nope. And they have to be, both of them have to be treated in a different way.
Yes.
I've suffered from that. And just a short little brief preface to my history is the first time I went to detox, I asked the doctor, I said, do I drink so much because I'm so depressed and anxious, or am I so anxious and depressed because I drink so much? And they said, well, first we got to get all this stuff out of you, and then we'll look and see what we've got left.
Mm-hmm.
And come to find out, after I went through detox and got sobered up, I indeed suffered from clinical depression and high anxiety and panic disorder. Then they treated those separately than
cluster B personality
disorder. Alcoholism. So both of those definitely, they call it co-occurring illness and
dual diagnoses.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
But co-occurring is you have mental health issues as well as substance abuse issues.
Mm-hmm.
So you have to work with those people differently than you do somebody that has either or.
Now, I know I had mental health issues due to my childhood with my mom being narcissist. And I was never good enough for anything. And every time I had a crisis, my go-to was suicide, because I watched my mom do that all the time. She would threaten suicide, threaten suicide, threaten suicide. And in my case, I wouldn't threaten. I took 150 ibuprofen one night.
Oh, geez.
And it was, I've got scars on me where I've cut. And, I've talked about this. I ain't talked about, the things that I've done to myself. But it was, in my head that I was never going to be anything above scum. And that's, the mentality that I grew up with my mom talking to me that way. And the way that my mom would talk about, my teachers at school, and the way that she would talk about community members and neighbors and everything. I would just sit and just stare at people that, I would hear her talk about, and I would just sit there and I would just go into a trance looking at them and thinking about everything that my mom had said about them. Like, well, they're bad people. They're bad people, and it took me until I got into my 30s, and I did seek help, and I got medication and a lot of therapy, and it has brought me out of that.
Mm-hmm.
And, I see the daughter's sitting in the back seat of that car, and it just kills me.
I know it.
I mean,
yeah.
This case has opened up so many wounds, not just for me, but for so many other people out there that sit here.
Yeah,
and
I just thought of that the other day,
too.
Squall. When Jose passed away, I thought, oh, Jody Sue just came on the panel. Oh, she's off. She subscribes to me,
Hmm.
Oh, she started a new stream.
Oh, she's gonna sit up all night with us.
Oh, she sent a message. You open your fucking mouth one more time about me, bitch, and you fucking get gone. You understand English, you fucking whore ass bitch.
Hey, Jody.
Wow.
You're not scaring none of us. Go in the back check and read that, Scott.
I see it.
Oh, goodness.
Kind of sound like a threat there, doesn't it?
Yeah, it kind of sounds like a
threat. About me,
there's the threatening. Are you writing another script, Jody Sue? Or are you getting ready for another
That's
storm?
Green Eyes. That's her buddy Green Eyes.
Hmm.
That's how he talks. You want me to?
Oh, that's how she talks too.
No, whore ass bitch is his term. He calls me that all the time.
Okay.
Right.
Yeah. And he always threatens to kill me.
Well, Green Eyes is the buddy. We all know that. So,
Yeah, he came on the scene. The very first video I ever did about Jody Sue, or actually the very first I did about Voldemort. He came on the scene. No, it was Jody Sue. It was Jody Sue. And he came on the scene, and he's the one who gave me Andy's phone number. Which I thought, how does this guy have Andy's number, huh?
Well, how convenient.
Yeah.
Hey, I might just get Andy's number.
Yeah. And
I've been thinking about that. No, actually, I've already got it.
Yeah. So Green Eyes is Jody Sue's buddy. So he's here probably defending her.
Oh, yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
This case.
Actually, he's one that terrorizes her, but yet when I was a moderator over on her channel and blocked him because he was coming in harassing her, she immediately unblocked him.
Yeah.
Of course she did.
Yeah.
So that's how much she's being terrorized by him.
Andy is bent on. He wants to know who Green Eyes is. He is bent on it. He wants to know.
Who, Andy?
Yep.
Now, what was that again? Sorry, I was reading back chat again.
Andy is bent. He wants to know who Green Eyes is. He said, next time that MFer hears from me, it's going to be behind him, coming from behind him.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
She's been harassing Andy, too.
Yep. Since almost the day that Summer went missing. Like 2 weeks later or so.
Creepy.
Yeah.
That's
just a couple
extremely
weeks
creepy.
Uh-huh.
Wow.
Yep.
Huh. It's kind of concerning.
It's real concerning. And he really wants to know who Green Eyes is. And I mean, he is. Yeah.
Yes, I wonder.
Sounds like something that needs to be turned in, would you think, in a little missing girl's case?
Yeah.
I mean, if it were me,
Green Eyes is the
you have somebody like that doing all this stuff right after a little missing girl comes up missing, then it might be somebody that needs to be looked into, I would think.
Yep. I definitely, I turned it in immediately almost. Hold on a second. Let's see what this one is. Here, let me play this for you. This is Green Eyes. Oh.
What's up, you pedophile whore bitch trying to have threesomes with little kids and shit, nasty.
Wait.
Gonna let everybody know about your money.
Why isn't it playing?
It's
wanting to do. Oh, you did? Okay, hold on.
It's low, but we can hear it.
Yeah.
It was wanting to Okay, let me try it again. No, it's not. Dang it.
How did Green Eyes get Andy's number?
Hold on, let me turn it up.
Don't let me catch you in any fucking goddamn chat lobby, you fuck whore bitch.
Okay.
Do it again.
Okay, here.
Yeah, that was Green Eyes there.
Yeah, I know. I just want to listen one more time.
Hold on.
What's up, you pedophile whore bitch, trying to have threesomes with little kids and shit, you nasty fucking cunt bitch. Finna let everybody know about your motherfucking ass, bitch. Don't let me catch you in any fucking goddamn chat lobby, you fuck whore bitch.
He comes up with crazy shit. Here's another one. Trigger warning, by the way. And he says a lot of N-word and all that. Hold on.
A cornbread cock ass motherfucker can give my number to you, but I can't give his number to who the fuck I want, you stupid bitch. Ah, yeah, watch. Watch, you dumb fucking whore. You the only motherfucking one scared as fucking somebody too, bitch. That's why you wasn't going that motherfucking Molly's panel, bitch.
Half the time,
scary ass, you dumb fucking whore, bitch.
Half the time I do not know what he's even talking about, like where he gets what he says. I have no idea what he's even talking. Here's some more. Okay.
Hey, fat fuck, eat some cornbread dick, bitch.
That was that. Here's another one. Hold on. Oops.
What's up, you cornbread mafia whore, bitch? Wasting your fucking time. We done got what we fucking need from your little fat ass nasty fucking aunt, and you over here sucking dick trying to get information out of you fucking nasty fucking whore. Don't worry, everybody gonna know about your fucking nasty ass and what the fuck you goddamn did. You might as well get your fat nasty ass on off the fucking YouTube, fucking Jew ass fucking whore, like you goddamn killed Jesus, bitch. Go fuck your goddamn Jewish self, bitch. The fuck out of my goddamn country. You ain't no fucking American, bitch. Get your fucking Antifa fuck nigger ass out of my goddamn country, bitch. Fat fucking nasty fucking whore, bitch.
Yeah, Patty, he's speaking to me. These are all messages he's left for me. Here's another one. I mean, I'm not going to play them all, but I think you get the idea, you know.
One fat, retarded, stupid fucking bitch. What, you want to suck on some cornbread mafia dick with your big fat nasty goddamn Jew ass bitch? Go fuck your nigger self, bitch.
These all started as soon as I said Jody Sue's name on my lives.
It's not Frank Lott's voice.
But that
No,
Popper?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, Green Eyes left those for you tonight?
Oh, no, these are messages that he started leaving as soon as I said Jody's name. Did a live about Jody Sue. I started getting these messages and shit.
Oh, wow.
So you did turn that in?
Yeah.
Because that could be, you know, and they done that the same to Don and Candace, you know.
Yep.
Oh, yeah.
Right after Summer come up missing and stuff. Yes, that definitely needs to be turned in. Absolutely turned in.
Yep. Yeah.
But you know, Green Eyes is hooked in there with Jody Sue.
Oh,
you know, he comes on the panel.
Yeah.
I know, that's what I'm saying.
They played that whole I'm getting terrorized little game. Hell yeah, that's her friend. Shit.
Yeah.
And then some freak like that start that shit right after that baby goes up missing and does that with Dawn and Candace. And now she with her and takes it for her, and anybody mentions her name, if you've got their number and then he's coming on there and leaving messages like that, you fuck right, turn that in. I turn that in TBI.
And saying that I suck his dick and all this stuff. The only person I know who would be concerned about me sucking Andy's dick would be Jody Sue Brown.
Exactly.
That's all
That
I'm
needs to be
saying.
turned into TBI because he's done the same thing at Donna to Candace and Donna Candace.
Mm-hmm. Well, he does the same thing to Andy. I think it's Jody Sue, and I think she has a voice changer.
Well, the only thing about
that sounds like authentic though.
Well, no,
here recently,
she's
been having conversations with him. I woke up like a couple of weeks ago.
Yeah.
I woke up and
That's
it was like 4:00 in the morning, and they were just sitting there having a big old chat. She had him on speakerphone, and they were talking back and forth to each other.
Now you talk about a bunch of fucking freaks. Excuse my language, but damn. I mean, come on.
Yep, he goes. She's called him the Cheshire Cat. She's called him. He's had all kinds of different names.
She had a thumbnail of one of her lives one time of the Cheshire Cat. It's in somebody in there with her crazy ass.
If they were friends and she was having him call, or he was calling her just to, stir up stuff or whatever, but they're not the same person. They couldn't have been.
Do what now, Scott?
I said that they're not. Jody Sue and him can't be the same person because they were having a conversation with each other. Right, but I would not put it past Jody Sue to get one of her friends to call in and act like he's harassing her and stuff,
Yeah. Well, I noticed that she had a live up and he had super chats up that night.
I'm getting ready to play a video here. I don't know how long it'll take, but this has Frank's voice.
She got a lot more.
Okay.
When he called.
I don't know how far in I have to go to.
No, those messages were for me, Jetta. Those messages that he left, like several people keep asking this question, who is he talking to? Who is he talking to? Those are messages that he left for me on my voicemail. Okay, sorry, Squall. I just wanted to answer that to clear that up.
That is just crazy.
I don't know how far into this video it is, and this is from his Facebook page.
He said he was from Texas, Crystal, is what he told. He told Andy he was from Texas. He told you North Carolina. I think he sounds like he's from Louisiana or that area, Alabama or Mississippi, with that accent. You know how you can kind of tell where people are from their Southern accent?
Oh, yeah. We're not all alike.
No, we all have different accents. And Shay, you sound like a Kentucky
in it.
accent. Yeah, he sounds like he has a little. I said, yeah, I agree. He does sound a little Cajun, Squall. Shay, I was saying you have a Kentucky accent, and
oh, for definite, yeah.
Yeah, and Squall and Scott have a very similar accent. It's a slower cadence, and then I have this north southern accent, that's mixed with like kind of that northern nasally sound. Well, okay.
Can't be.
So did you find it, Squaw?
Yeah.
Aunt B was saying, Scott, I've heard those conversations, and I seriously thought she was responding to an audio recording. Your thoughts on that? And then right below that, Lady R says, Scott H., her phone didn't ring. Talking about that 4:00 in the morning conversation.
And someone else too said, Scott, in the chat that they thought it sounded pre-recorded.
Really? Okay.
Yeah. I'll have to go and listen.
Maybe it was 4:00 in the morning and I was just
well, hell, that's even more disturbing.
Didn't really, exactly.
Yeah. Crystal said no, he was calling her. So who knows what the truth is, but
Lady R says she could have been pushing play. Well, yeah. Huh.
Jerry said it's in North Carolina, South Carolina foothills accent. Oh, that's when he started saying crazy stuff to her. So it's really weird that he seems to target people who Jody Sue has a problem with, though.
And that should tell you everything you need to know, you know?
Yeah.
Marlena Cantu's saying Ziggy knows where he's from. Okay. And
how do you know where he's from unless you know who he is? So if she knows where he's from, she must know who he is.
Yeah, she said Ziggy knew, where somebody up above said that Ziggy knew who he was. Lean on Me saying, Scott, that's what I thought. It was pre-recorded. Huh. And Bama Fan is saying it didn't ring. I was listening. Okay, maybe I may be wrong on that then for sure.
The mayor said she paid for everything for his thing incident, which, how did she pay for it? Was she working?
Paid for his what?
His thing incident, his penis incident. And I guess she's showing receipts, but I don't see her showing her PayPal receipts.
She paid for it. What do you mean she paid for it?
Tell her we want to see the PayPal receipts. She can shut up or put up.
My God, I tell you what.
I asked her for receipts, and these are the receipts that she's showing. Everything to distract. Everything she can to distract. Okay. We're on
good.
to you.
And she paid for his penis thing, then by George, she should have.
I can't find it right now. I can't find it right now, but you can go to Frank's Facebook page back to 2017, which it's really not hard to get there. But there's videos where they let him, after he was caught with the thumb drives at the church, they let him operate the video camera.
Oh my gosh. Oh, how sick is that? That makes me sick.
I was going to say, that's refreshing.
Yeah, really.
He had the keys to the showers for the women.
Oh, Green Eyes is back.
I remember you telling me that now, Squall. Yeah.
Roses are red. Here, we got a message in the back. I done put voodoo on all of you. Did you see it, you guys?
Cool.
Message from Green Eyes. Roses are red. Violets are blue. Naking in the moonlight. I done put voodoo on all of you. Guess what? Voodoo doesn't. I got God, honey. I'm on the God squad. Your voodoo ain't gonna work.
Yeah,
nice try. Nice try.
I ate voodoo dolls for breakfast.
But yeah, y'all can, to hear Frank's voice, y'all can go to his Facebook page and go back to where the videos start at Shades of Grace Church. And he's operating the video camera, and one of them, I can't remember which one, he's hollering at somebody to come and check it out to see if it's like set up good and everything, if they approve, because that's when they started, I guess, their live streaming. But
she said it was an STD. Sorry, Jody, I don't believe you. Neither somebody else.
Yeah, because if it was STD, she would have already told us about it.
Yeah.
Yes, absolutely.
Yeah.
Sure did.
And she would have blamed it on some other woman or something, you know.
She would have blamed it on Coleslaw.
Yeah.
I think that's who she's blaming it on now.
Mm-hmm.
Of course.
Well, she's got, I think, is that Andy's girlfriend's name in her title?
What? Oh, yeah. Yeah. I wasn't going to say her name. Remember earlier I said that I wasn't going to say her name. So then I saw that. So she made, she put his girlfriend's name in the title.
Yeah.
I mean, she is so intent on listening to every word we have to say.
She's nosy.
She's
also saying that he has herpes. Well, they make pills for that too, honey. it's no big deal.
Yeah. Well, then that means she has herpes. Ew, she has herpes.
Exactly. Yeah. Herpes. Gee, how is it? High school, I guess.
Yeah. She got the cooties.
Cooties, herpes, STDs. Good critters, I don't know.
She got her trailer after Summer went missing. Didn't she?
Okay, the camper does not belong to Jody Sue. It belongs to her grandmother.
Correct.
And what disturbs me about that was before she came on my panel, she was, or after she came on my panel, before she went to True Crime Commentary, she mentioned something about paying somebody, if I knew anybody, to haul her camper to the beach for her. And if I'm not mistaken, when she was on True Crime Commentary one night after they escorted her to safety, Scott asked her, said, Jody Sue, we've got you to safety now and everything, but is there anything that you need? And I know where Scott was coming from, like hygiene or
right
stuff like that. And Jody Sue's like, oh, vacation. I would just love to, get my camper out on the beach and ride winter out on the beach. Is that what she said?
Did we lose Scott?
Oh no, I got an email here that something.
Oh. Yeah, so she's just working everything to get everything she can.
Oh yeah, everything.
April's saying, everybody's saying Jody Sue knows, or that Ziggy knows who he is. Yeah, I knew the name Daryl Jacobs already, but
that don't tell us any much more.
I don't know if it's really him though, is the thing.
Right.
I don't know.
Right.
Yeah. He left just a whole thing of nothing.
I'm so scared.
Oh my goodness. I know. Really riled up though.
Lemon, what do you do? Yeah.
Okay.
That's the Lord's Prayer backwards.
What?
That's the Lord's Prayer backwards.
Backwards. Really?
Yeah.
Freak.
Wow.
If you start at the bottom, he's missed.
Oh, it sure is. Our Father, which art in neve, hallowed be thy name.
He misspelled a lot of it. But
kingdom come. Yep. Thy will be done on earth. Yeah, it is. Wow, you picked on that quick.
Well, I looked at the first word and I was like Nema, and then I was like La Vie.
Amen.
And I was like, is this some kind of pig Latin or something? And I was like, Amen.
Well, she is atheist, so.
And I saw the Amen whenever I read that first letter backwards, and I was like, Amen.
You're right. It is the Lord's Prayer in reverse. I just glanced at it and saw a bunch of hoobly-gock and went out. Yep, you're right.
He misspelled a lot of words, but
yeah, but you're right. It is. That's damn straight what it is. Yeah. So let me see if I don't know if it'll let me put it in the chat so everybody can see. I'll copy or try.
Weird looking.
Yeah, so I'll put this in chat if y'all want to see. Oops, I didn't mean to put it there. There, that's what, just so you all can see, that's what he posted. Green Eyes just posted in the back under the name Jody Sue Brown, misspelled.
Right.
But if you start on her second comment there and start at the very last word and read backwards, he misspelled a lot, but Our Father.
Start here at the end. Our Father, which art in
who art in
heaven, hallowed be thy name, thy kingdom come, thy will
Be
start at
done.
the end, be done in earth that is in heaven. Give us this day our daily. I feel like it's in German.
Yeah.
But cat's eye, yeah, puff puff pass if you got them. Here, Squall.
Gavel Geeks, did you all read that? What she wrote? Said she seems. Gavel Geeks said she seems to think I'm on panel because I've got blamed for everything said on here tonight. Well, shoot.
Oh
Gavel Geeks, you
no!
dirty dog, you.
What is it?
Gavel Geeks is getting blamed for everything on here tonight. That's good. We need a Patsy Gavel.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly.
There you go.
Oh shoot.
Oh, somebody was telling me that Jody Sue was saying that I was the one that was paying Green Eyes to harass her.
We are.
And I was like, well, you know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna reach out to Green Eyes on Facebook, and I sent him
We're gonna give him a raise.
you know, I reached out to him and everything, and he sent me just a lot of hogwash, jibber jabber, and it's like whenever I did my last live, he came in there, and when I believe it was when Kathy was in there, maybe. Whenever I had my live with Kathy, the friend, I believe it was, and one of my mods blocked him. No, it was whenever whenever I was doing the January 15th through August 31st, and I just let that play. He came in there and he actually doxed Jody Sue's daughter, said her name and everything, and it might have been Chasing Truth or somebody blocked him and just banned him, got him out of there completely for good. And then he sent me a message on Facebook cussing me out for blocking him on my YouTube, and then he blocked me on YouTube, and or Facebook, I meant, and I thought it was funny. It was just like, well, you know, I'm not paying him. I was just wanting to know why, you know, he was acting the way he's acting and everything, and making people think that, or allowing her to think that I'm paying him.
I mean, why would it doesn't make sense even.
Yeah, it don't.
Oh, I guess she's on you now, Scott.
Oh God. What's Scott say this time?
Maybe Green Eyes is her son, huh?
Could be.
Thought. I mean, her daughter is her mod.
I don't know. We heard his voice on WJHL, and he's still kind of got like that.
Right.
That's true. That's kind of that Tennessee draw.
Prepubescent.
I was going to say a young voice.
Yeah.
Yeah, but it could be a voice changer. It could be a female.
I don't know how those things.
And somebody says, no, it's not voodoo. It's the ramblings of an illiterate racist man.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, God. A satanic one at that. Jesus.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Oh, God.
Gavel Geeks, I think that she's really worried about information anyone has on her. And I think that's why she's worked so hard for so long to control the narrative. Because whatever the true narrative is not one she wants to get out. So,
No.
I mean, that's obvious by her behavior.
Well, I learned an interesting thing the other day, and I'm going to give out one of Gavel Geek's little hidden treasures that I don't know if she's trying to keep it secret. She might get mad at me. I had no idea. I don't know all these computer terms and stuff, but I know Squall will know. because she's into the computer stuff. But Gavel Geeks has 300 gigabytes of Jody Sue Brown. I didn't realize how much that was. So I had Gavel Geeks put it into perspective for me.
Wow.
And she gave me a video, and it was one of her longer videos, and it was like 1.5 gigabytes or something. Gavel Geeks has 300 gigabytes.
Wow.
Of Jody
and I'm glad Gavel Geeks does.
Wow.
Good job, Gavel Geeks.
Yeah.
Need that record.
Wow.
So for future reference,
Gavel Geeks, you're my hero. I couldn't do that.
Mine too.
Mine
too.
Yes.
Wait, so let's see.
I have a database.
Wait a second. I have a database of info in her discourse from back when she first got on YouTube. 375 gigs right now, Scott H. That's just since March 2022.
Holy crap.
375 gigabytes.
Gigs. Wow. Wait, what's a terabyte? Is that 1 gigabyte? I mean, 1,000 gigabytes?
Yeah. I'm not going to answer that.
Okay. I think
what is it?
A terabyte, I think, is 1,000 gigabytes. I don't know. I could be wrong. Somebody in the chat probably knows.
So, needless to say, Gavel Geeks has probably got, or does have, not probably, a vast amount of footage that has probably been deleted or privated or whatever. But it got snatched up before it ever had the chance to disappear.
It says 300 gigabytes equals 14 sentences worth from Jody Sue.
Yeah, you're probably right there.
See what Lisa Jones wrote. JSB knows when they take a shit, and she knows what happened. They all know. Yep.
So let's see. Gavel Geek says 1,000 gigs in a terabyte. So she's got 375 gigs. That's a third of a terabyte.
Yes. Wow.
Yeah.
Holy crap. That is a lot.
Well,
wow. I couldn't even listen to all that. Not because, it's just so slow that sometimes it's like, I just can't focus that long is my problem. It's not Jody Sue Brown. It's me. I can't focus like that.
What do you have that saved
is pretty
on?
amazing. She can watch
what do
like
you
9.
Have that, how do you, where you got that saved at?
It's got to be an external drive.
I can't save. Yeah, definitely an external drive. I want one for my gaming system.
I've got a terabyte. Yeah, I've got a terabyte external drive. It was, only, but when I bought it, it was only like $40 or something, which is pretty good. I mean, that's a lot of money, but that's pretty good for all that storage.
Yeah.
Instead of keeping it on my computer.
Lauren Dillon says Jody Sue Brown is best played back at double speed. That's what I was going to say about Gavel Geeks. She can watch like 9 streams at a time at 2x speed and understand everything that was said out of all 9 lives at twice the speed. Amazing. Blows my mind.
Wow.
That just blows my mind.
I can't even watch chat and carry on a conversation.
No, me either.
What's your IQ, Gavel Geeks, what's your IQ?
It's got to be up there.
Do we need to be scared of you?
Yeah.
Jody Sue needs to be scared of you.
Yeah.
IQ doesn't mean, always. I've got a good IQ, but I'm not. It doesn't translate to practical life.
I've got a good IQ, but not on up the computer stuff, you know. It's everybody has their own talents.
I drop my phone and take a picture of my big toe.
That?
I was trying to film on the ship and almost failed.
Yeah.
Skilo's got us in the right ear.
Oh gosh, yeah, I just saw that. Got us in her left ear and Jody Sue Brown in her right. I don't know how Skilo, I don't see how in the world you do that. I don't know. Yes, I was going to say IQ is the capacity to learn. I've got a very high IQ as well. So I pick up on things really, really quick. But, well, part of my memory problem is hell. I'm not going to lie to you. I drank it away, Let's just get real with the thing. You can't drink for 30 years heavy and not have some, memory problems,
Mm-hmm. It pickles your brain.
It just doesn't work that way. But
mine's only 137. They're saying
that's pretty damn good.
It's better than it's not in the mentally slow.
Is there like a website
that's
we
good.
can go to do our own like IQ tests, like an online test that will tell us what our IQ is, or do we have to like go to
I don't think those are accurate. I think you have to have it done by a psychiatrist or psychologist, I mean.
Sandra Neal, I can't honestly answer you that because my sister and I both have very high IQs. And we know what they are, but we don't know which one has which because she did not want us to fight about it. But the two numbers are 142 and 146. But I don't know. Me and my sister don't know which one has which.
Well, between those two numbers, you don't really need to know.
Exactly. It's outstanding.
Yep. My boyfriend's IQ is higher than Einstein's.
I don't even know what Einstein's was.
Somebody
I
said
don't remember what it was. I was thinking it was like 140 or something.
Okay.
But 145 maybe. But yeah, he's at 170, my boyfriend. But yeah, and he remembers everything word for word. I can't get away with shit with him.
That's always been a thing with me is things like I never had to study in school because the information when the teacher was going over it in class, it would just stick.
You retained it.
And I never had any problem, with recall. It was so when the test would come up, I mean, it was just like it was just instantly there. And it's been beneficial in a lot of things, especially, like this case, a lot of the research that, we did early on, I can still remember very clearly, but sometimes it's like the Gary Merkos things that Penny and I were talking about earlier. I couldn't remember all of it until she started talking about it. Then I remembered. It's like April was talking about the driveway situation with the drainage and the sewage. I couldn't remember that until she sparked that. And then now I remember everything about it, so and I think, that's part of, it could be part of, drinking for years and age and, maybe some of the medications that I'm on right now. And, heck, I don't have a need to remember the way that I used to when I worked, before I retired and everything. So
nor a desire.
or the desire. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah,
So,
that has a lot to do with it for
I
me.
guess
Yeah.
it probably
Because
wouldn't take long to snap back, into it, but
that's what I was just going to say, Scott, because I went back to school to get my master's when I was in my 40s. And at that point, I thought I was like, had lost all my intelligence, It's kind of like I was like, oh, I'm too old for this, even, how you think you're so old at 40. But anyway, but I snapped right back into it and was just fine. So I think, Scott, it just has to do with your desire to remember something.
right.
I
mean, I just kind of.
It's always good to, if you
Gavel
want
Geeks,
to
I have a
keep that sharp
question.
mind, is to exercise your mind,
Yeah.
Right.
You got to keep that up.
Yeah.
Like
to keep it keen and sharp,
Yeah. If you don't lose it, you lose it.
Gavel Geeks, I have a question for you.
Yeah.
For Gavel Geeks.
Yeah.
Jody Sue said something about somebody giving her son images, inappropriate images, like porn. And we were trying to find out where that clip was and who it is that she said allegedly gave him that. And we're trying to, if we could find like a voice clip of that or get a clip of her saying that. That is something that is being searched for right now.
Yeah.
That's being searched for.
Or anybody that's in chat. We've got 781 people watching. Anybody in chat that can recall it, email one of us. Email one of us.
We're looking for that.
Because we're not the be all end all in this.
We're hardly the beginning.
At all. No. I mean, all we are is just people that were dumb enough to push the go live button on a YouTube channel, and here we are. Your all's eyes are the ones that help us along.
Yeah. Thank you, Gavel Geeks. Thank you.
Give me a little bit, and I'm
not sure when she said it because it's just there's been so much to this case, and aside from being on here and following this, I do stuff with gaming and I do game coding and stuff just for private game servers. I help people out with those, and I remember hearing it. I don't know how long ago it's been.
Gavel Geeks, Squall, if Gavel can find that. Is that
Lean on Me? That's what I was thinking. What Lean on Me just said is what I've been thinking that he said, or that Jody Sue said, alleged. And but if we can find a clip of her actually saying that.
Yeah.
It's kind of
I'd say we'll probably be able to get it. Let's see.
Well, we could crowdsource it if we really wanted to know. Each one of us could pick a video and watch one.
Let's see.
I think it's been a while back video.
There's been so many people that I've met here just recently that Crystal's Crime Time, mine too, the 28th. Crystal's Crime Time just said that she just rewound and saw that. Let's see. She says, okay, I went back to catch up at Scott H. My birthday was the 28th, laughing out loud. That was mine, is the 28th. And I was talking to somebody earlier today, which will remain nameless right now. She's going to speak when she's ready to, but her daughter's is the 28th as well. So that's like 3 people in less than 48 hours that got the same birthday. That's cool.
Oh, wow.
Gotcha, Lean on me. I seen your message.
I'm trying to read chat. I don't know who Tina is, but people are upset.
Tina don't like it.
No Shay.
Somebody said that they had a picture of Green Eye's car. I have that picture of Daryl Jacobs' car with him standing, or no, did he stand by it? No, he just took a picture maybe. I can't remember. I wonder if it's the same car.
That looks like temporary tags. I can't tell what state tags those are.
Oh, okay. So Tina doesn't think that the mayor has anything to do with Summer's case.
But the mayor doesn't?
Yeah, that's what they said.
Well, then she needs to get back over then.
Yeah.
Back over to whatever. That's right. She don't have nothing to do with it. Go on. She don't have nothing to do with this discussion.
No, she doesn't. But I mean, she has made herself part of it. So
I was being sarcastic.
No, I'm talking to them. Yeah, I'm talking.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay.
Yeah, I agree with you.
I'm back here looking at back chat, looking at my goodness. Yeah. This mess.
Oh, wasn't even on back chat. I always watch on. Oh yeah. Oh wait.
At least I
Yeah,
didn't
go
kill
back
my
there.
grandma. And see,
Private
this
chat.
is the stuff I'm telling you about. Like, he comes up with this really random stuff. Like,
Yeah.
at least I didn't kill my grandma and send her to hell early. What does that even mean? You know?
Mental illness is what it means, right? I got to mute. I'm going to fix some coffee, kids.
Thank you, Lady R.
Oh Lord, now I see. Okay. Okay, we got some kind of. Is that Latin?
Well, yeah, they tried.
Oh, she made what statement before or after he was caught red-handed in the Wells Woods?
I know. I couldn't figure out what that was pertaining. Something we were talking about, but I couldn't. We had already moved on to a different topic. I don't know who killed their grandma. My grandma lived to a ripe old age of 90. What was she? 96 or 93? I can't remember. And she died when I lived in Georgia. She died in Indiana. So, I don't know. I don't think. Yeah, Green Eyes is Daryl Jacobs.
Whoever that is.
Oh, she's saying, Stargazer said it was when she was talking about being raped by Andy's family member.
Okay. I don't know. I'm thinking. That was after, I think. I don't know, because she sent me a couple of names in the beginning, and one of them has shared a couple of her mother's posts. One of her alleged.
Oh, Excuse me. I know what Wendy Bear just said that. Um, they mean Shay. Uh, Green Eyes said back here in the back chat, at least I didn't kill my grandma and send her to hell early.
Yeah.
You know what she's talking about?
No.
I do.
I do too.
Yeah.
I don't.
That's real fucking stupid.
The accident?
Yeah.
Oh my.
Yeah.
Wow, Shay, they're going all in on you dirty tonight.
Hey,
Wow.
fuck them. You
Wow.
know? Yeah.
Wow.
Wow.
Oh.
They're
Wow.
fixing to see what kind of
Oh,
brick
my
wall I
face
am.
just got so hot. Oh my
Yeah.
God.
Hmm.
Oh
Mm-hmm.
my
Yeah.
God.
Yeah.
Oh, Shay, I am so sorry.
Mm-hmm.
That is, oh my,
So now we see what kind of evil bitch that we are dealing with,
Yeah.
Yep.
and
We
what I have been seeing for fucking months. And if anybody still supports this bitch, then we know what kind of shit they are too. So, and you know what? They're not hurting me because I've already been through the survivor guilt thing. And my grandmother wouldn't want me to be sad. And that's been when my child was 13 years old. He's now 29. I've already been through all the survivor guilt and the self hatred and all that. And all they're doing with themselves is just showing their class, showing their evilness, showing their black heart, and showing what kind of dirty ass people they are, and then sit over and try to claim they're going to be some savior. They're full of shit. They're lying scumbags when they sit over and think that they care about a baby to say something that fucking evil. So they're not bothering me. They can't
I would
hurt me
not
no
say
more than
something.
that I've been hurt. You know, that's
I
just
would not
fucking
say something like that to
stupid.
even my enemy, though. I still wouldn't say
I
something
know.
like
I know. That just shows how fucking evil they are. They're right up there with fucking killers. So that's that just proves my fucking point of why I should be looking at this bitch.
that. Right.
There you go.
Wow.
I answered my question. You proved my fucking point, dummy. That's what they're talking about. Yep. Now you see
Wow.
what kind of evilness I've been looking at for months. Atheist. Atheist. Yeah. That's how evil these people are. That's real fucking cute.
Oh, by the way, atheist, talking about Candace going to a Easter thing at church. Ask the atheist where her kids got her Christmas presents every year.
Well, I was wondering if she was an atheist, why she celebrated Christmas. I thought about that, and I was like, well, if she's an atheist, why is she collecting money or like gifts for her kids?
She got her
really
Christmas presents from the churches every year.
Well, huh.
So how many people you got in your Piper?
775 says.
I guess 775 people just witnessed the stroke of evil.
Yeah.
Showed it. Showed the face. The mask come off.
Yeah.
I know it would sooner or later.
I'm standing
Well,
beside
they think
you.
they can be hurting some
I'm right
hurt
here
me.
beside you, honey. I'm not in front of you. I'm not behind you. I'm beside you.
Yeah.
I'm beside of you too, Squall.
And Ryan said, and this is a really good point, some people are triggered by those who have processed their trauma. It's true. Because it's like they're crabs in a bucket, Have you heard that analogy?
Yeah. I already done my thing. I already done my self-hatred. I've got through that,
Mm-hmm.
I'm very blessed that I had the time with my grandmother. And story quickly is my other grandmother on my father's side knew that I didn't have to give that kind of closure with my maternal one. And I kind of helped take care of her a lot in her 90s when she was going. She still had all of her mind, and she blessed me with choosing me to be by her side when her time come. That way I would have the opportunity to do everything I needed to do.
Yeah.
And I've been very blessed to be with both of them when they crossed over. When they crossed over.
Yeah.
So they're not bothering me. It just disgusts me. It makes me have I don't know, it gives me the chills, really.
It brought tears to
It
my
just
eyes, actually,
just give me the cold chills.
Just because of the meanness, the depth of the meanness of it.
Yeah.
It upset me.
It did. It punched me in the gut for a minute because it was a natural reaction when it hit me what it meant, and then I immediately got the cold chills. So.
And see, that's the type of manipulation that has gone on with Jody Sue her entire life. The way that she does people, she picks the things that hurt them and makes them, and she uses that against them. And
she can't though.
You know what? I wish I could talk to Candace right now and ask her. You know, what all would Jody Sue say to you? How would she manipulate you? Because I know she was.
Yeah, you take somebody like Candace that might not have that backbone or that knowledge of experiencing something like that, or the healing process it takes to get through something like that, and boy, you can really do some damage.
Yeah,
sure could. Sure could.
Ask Don Wells, who told him about the statistics of a child going missing, being dead after 48 hours.
She told him that?
Yep.
Why would you say that to somebody who's just lost their child?
At what? How long did she wait till she told him that?
I don't know when she told him that, but.
Ryan, no, it definitely doesn't. Atheism does not equate to lack of character. No, it doesn't. It's a religious choice, just like many other religious choices. It's not one I agree with, but, that's their deal, not mine. I don't have to deal with that at the end of time, the end of my life. So, somebody asked how Green Eyes is getting back here, because the stream link is pinned to the top of the chat. So they just keep clicking it and coming back here. And now it's in their browser. So even if I removed it, they can just keep coming back. And they came back and posted something else in the private chat. Oh, they knew it was bothering you, so they posted it again. Yeah, they just came back in chat and posted it again. So they had to double down on their nastiness. So, and you can't block on Restream or on StreamYard, I mean.
You can through YouTube if you have your phone there and pull your YouTube live up and you can see them.
Yeah.
I know I could block him in the chat, but he's not saying this stuff in the chat. They're too much of a coward to say it in the chat. So they keep coming onto StreamYard and saying it in the back chat.
Right.
Yeah. And you can't block anybody on the back chat. Oh, Ryan's lost. That Green Eyes keeps coming in and posting in our private chat. I'll share my screen so you can see. Oh, no, I can't do that because somebody posted their phone number back there. But that Green Eyes keeps coming back there and putting stuff.
She uses the tactics that fraudulent psychics use. And she saw us coming out here and talking about this stuff tonight. I'll ask her. Ask her what my next live's going to be about.
Well, I'm betting that between the four of us, we could have 4 videos coming out first thing. Well, it's already morning, but
yeah.
Shortly after this stream ends, we could all come out with our own each separate video on a totally different topic concerning her.
Oh gosh, yes. There's endless.
Easy. I think this stream has been extremely worthwhile.
I think so too. And we've wandered off the path of, what we talk about, but I think that's good because a lot of information has come out in this stream, and it doesn't solve the case, obviously, but maybe it helps.
Yep.
I hope it helps people in the chat and other creators. I don't think there's really been anything said that I didn't know already.
Yeah. Well, you and I knew this stuff because we've been talking about it.
Right. That's what I'm saying.
But nobody else knows,
Right. So it's like, that was a weight to carry, and because under all of the attacks and everything, you don't know how many times I bit my tongue.
Mm-hmm. I know. I know you've been biting your tongue a lot for a long time.
I did learn a couple of things. I've got to admit, I did.
Good.
And
but I'm just glad to get it off the shoulders, so it's like out there, and I'm like, I don't have to worry about slipping now because it's out there.
Yeah. Yeah.
That's one of my biggest fears, is like slipping and saying something that I shouldn't. And
I know. Well, but stuff like that happens. But anyway, it's all out there. Say whatever you want as far as anything I've told you, I don't care.
Well, what's important is over the next couple of days, and more people are going to get to see this, and they're going to get to see and hear the things that we've known behind the scenes on a much deeper level now, to where things will start clicking in things that have been clicking in their minds for a couple of months, and then while in your case several months.
I'm going to go ahead and give a shout out to all of the masters out there that are the clip creators that take the clips and do the clips. And I want to go ahead and give you all a shout out to have fun with this one.
Oh yeah, go for it. You can clip anything. I don't care. Even if you're making fun of me, clip whatever you want. From this, except for there's a few people who cannot use this unless they, if you're going to be nasty to me, at least, request some permission to use it. But if you're doing it to help put information out there to help find Summer, then please use it by all means, if it will help.
Maggie May, there's been a lot of parents out here that their children went missing on their clock. They have been snatched. People have gone into homes and snatched them out of their bed while they're sleeping. One was pulled out of her tent, sleeping next to her parents and a sibling. We can't always blame the parent for if a child is abducted, because it only takes 7 seconds to abduct a child. And I was angry with Candace for a few of her lies and everything, and then because it was frustrating, but then I learned that she was told time and time again not to give out her timeline. Dawn was told, do not talk about their timeline. Grandma was told, do not give out your timeline. You know what Jody Sue's looking for and wanting more than anything?
Grandma's timeline.
Yeah.
She said when she gets her hands on Grandma's timeline, she will be able to tell us what happened to Summer. If you don't believe me, go back and watch her first appearance on Doug's channel.
Mm-hmm.
Because that's where she said it.
Somebody said, are we forgetting who had, whose custody Summer was in when she went missing? I'll say this, and Squall can attest to this. I am not a Wells supporter. I've been very critical of the Wells and still am. But we still have to keep an open mind. You just really can't get.
We are not forgetting who had her and who had custody of her, but we're also not forgetting where she lived and who was around her either.
That's it.
Yep.
Yes.
That is exactly it for me.
And there's a lot more people in that area that live there, and I mean, who was camping? I want to know who was camping up there. Boog runs around the woods and everything else, and then they find this camp spot where clearly somebody was camping and had a clear line of sight to the Wells property. I mean, let's talk about that. So what my point is that no, we haven't lost sight, but there's more to the story. It's not that simple. It's over that. If it were that simple, TBI would have closed the case.
Exactly. Yep. And that's what I was going to say. Let's say that Dawn and Candace and Grandma are 100% completely innocent. Okay, who does that leave? 5-year-old little baby girls don't vaporize.
No, they don't.
So, okay, by the same token, let's say Dawn, Candace, and Grandma are 100% guilty. Okay, fine. Then that doesn't involve anybody else. But now let's say that all of them have a little bit of a part to play in it because of all the other dynamics that are involved in it.
Mm-hmm.
And I think that it's only fair that we look at all three of those scenarios and take what we learn and let's adjust our theories and our speculations and stuff based upon those things. Now, right now, we know very little.
Right.
As far as facts.
Hell, people looked at Jose and he lived in a different state
Right.
and was there for 4 weeks or whatever.
Right.
And this guy lives right across the road. And you got raging hormones as a teenager. I'm not saying he did anything. I'm just saying, why wouldn't you consider that?
Yep.
Remember that one kid who kidnapped his neighbor and put her under his waterbed?
Ooh,
Maggie May,
yes.
we have kept all the suspects at the forefront. And Jody Sue has been, every time anybody has ever said Jody Sue, you get attacked. And why is it that she is off the table for discussion? Why is it that Frank Lott is off the table for discussion?
Absolutely.
Until Summers.
Why is Jody Sue Brown? How does Jody Sue Brown know the names of Frank Lott's victims that have not spoken publicly? And why is she naming her damn cat
after them?
Now, see, there's something that I learned tonight.
Well, see, that shows another piece of evil.
Yeah.
I knew the Barb and then I knew the Mike, but I didn't know the relevance behind that until tonight.
Well, that's sick.
And Miss Barb never came out and spoke publicly.
And what are the odds that was by mistake or a coincidence?
That
Shows that
and then she changes the name of the cat from Barb to the name of Barb's son.
Right.
Right. So what are the odds that that could be by chance?
I mean, and she has dropped other names too. Trust me, she has dropped other names of other victims that have talked to me. She's dropped names that I don't recognize. How do we know that those names that I don't recognize aren't Frank Lot victims as well?
They might be.
Yeah, the cat, the names there, did not know that. I did not know, which confirms just how much more evil he is.
There's a lot of evil.
Andy's doctor visit that he had to make, I did not know that.
Oh wow.
And if that was intentional, then that shows again just how evil of a person the same person is.
If she can do things like that to the father of her children and to her children.
Right.
And maybe messing with him while he was asleep, you know? Right. I mean, that's weird. And then to not mess up to it when he woke up, because he asked her, you know, and she said no, she wasn't messing with them. So I don't know. I just think that's really bizarre behavior.
I really think that if he hadn't, if she hadn't really done that, he would have never said or told something like that. You know, being a man from, especially this area, what man would, you know?
Yeah,
it's not a common thing.
Mm-mm.
That just shows more, like Scott said, evil.
Yep,
evilness, which is what she tried to everybody there.
No, Maggie May, if you go look at my videos, I've talked about other stuff.
Oh yeah. I've talked about other suspects. You know?
I've talked about every single suspect that I can find out about.
Me too.
Scott, you talked about the land in the area for 2 months. I mean, that's, you know, you've gone through phases where while you're researching something, you talk about it.
Ask Jody Sue while she has to say my
normal.
name, or Squirrel Titties, you know, because that's me. That's what she calls me.
Which is actually a cute name.
It is. I like it.
I do too.
You know, I was offline for what, 3 months?
An owl just snatched up. It must have been a rabbit outside my window. My cat is freaking the fuck out. Sorry, guys. I just witnessed
I was completely off of YouTube for like 3 months.
Wow.
And every single time that Jody Sue went live, she mentioned me.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
So I went 3 months without saying her name.
I was going to say that's a little presumptuous there, Maggie May. We may have only been talking about her publicly, but we've been talking about her for much longer than 2 months. I can assure you of that.
Jody Sue told me about Donald Sharfie Jr. in the beginning.
I know, lean on me.
She told
Who told
us
you
about
about Donald Sharfie? Who told you about him? What?
Jody Sue told me about Donald Sharfie Jr. in the beginning.
Really?
Oh, another suspect she brought up.
She told me about. She told everybody about Jackie Dobbs.
She
talked about a woman that allegedly was trying to sell her child for meth.
Yep, that was on AB, wasn't it?
She talked about Fred Hill.
Yep.
She talked about Don Sherfy Sr. after he came out on Molly Golightly's. She's the one that put it out there about who else?
The woodcutters.
The woodcutters.
Oh, yeah.
She degraded Jose Ramon.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Oh, and now she's saying that we did it.
No,
we did it.
Yeah, after she spent days the whole time he come on, she was furious. Trash talking the creator that brought him on.
Sage Sleuth has a wonderful video that she clipped from directly from Jody Sue's videos, where Jody Sue was saying some very nasty things about Jose.
Yep.
Sure did. But now she's over like his savior.
Yep.
Excellent little video that was.
Mm-hmm.
She's through Dawn. I mean, obviously lied about several things on Dawn because it just is impossible. The stuff that she has said.
But she defends Frank Light.
Yeah.
Oh, she defends him. Yes, ma'am. She sure does.
Mm-hmm. And
That's
Fred
just
Hill. I don't know any of these people, so I don't know if they're good people, bad people, but I'm just saying they don't have a very good reputation. And what I was told is Fred Hill's a meth head, so.
I'd rather hang around with a meth head as a pervert, though, of children.
Well, yeah.
But preferably neither one, but you know what I'm saying.
Dawn and Candace have been every aspect of their life has been picked apart.
Maggie, could somebody Maggie, your opinion was respected until that. So if that's how you're going to act, you just, if you can't be rational yourself, please don't call other people irrational, okay? Because you're not being rational if that's how you react.
I'm just saying a lot of the rumors and speculation that TBI talked about that was going around in this case all began with it came out of Jody Sue's mouth.
Yep. And I want to know, why does she keep saying she's not a person of interest? Why does she keep saying that? She has to know she's not. I mean, that she is not a person of interest, but a suspect.
Right. She is a suspect, and she tells everybody that she's been cleared, and that's bullshit.
That she's been cleared. Yeah, I don't understand why you would say that when they haven't told you. Police are not going to, law enforcement is not going to say, oh, you're cleared. They don't say that. So why does she keep saying that? I'm just wondering, is that part of her narrative that she's trying to? You know who's not cleared is Green Eyes. Green Eyes isn't cleared. Maybe we should do some research into Green Eyes. And since he decided to log on to StreamYard, which is in my browser, I'm able to see the source code so I can find an IP address. So thanks, Green Eyes. You're lovely.
I think I'd actually pay you to do that. I think he's needs further looked into myself as a suspect himself, especially with who he's hooking up with over there.
Yep.
He could be a partner, a co-conspirator.
Or I just wonder, because that Green Eyes, they are very emotional about this. Like, you heard the messages that they were leaving. They, that's somebody who's very angry or upset. So why have they been on Dawn and Candace's Facebook since almost day one? Mm-hmm. Why are they harassing? It's like, why are they so? It just
wow,
makes you
Maggie.
wonder. Is she still going?
Wow, you should read it.
Maggie?
Okay. I guess you've already read it. Wow.
What?
It says F you all. Did you read that one?
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah, we read that.
Okay, I'm just behind the chat and I'm like, what the hell? Damn.
Yeah.
Okay. Don't even like Scott. He's an asshole. You know what? Some of my favorite people are assholes, Maggie May. My favorite cousins are assholes. I love him to death.
Hey, Scott.
I like Scott. Shit.
Scott, look in the private chat.
Okay.
That Green Eyes is talking about your wife. And Green Eyes said, joy to the world, all the blonde hair boys and girls.
Scott H., you might want to watch my video with your wife when I show you was I in a motel room with another woman. Nice try, pal. I don't have a wife.
I know. So that's what I mean. They come up with this rando shit. And then but I think what's most disturbing is that here we are talking about how, maybe Green Eyes is a suspect, and they put in the back chat, joy to the world, all the blonde hair boys and girls. Nobody else is concerned by that. That is
yeah.
Disturbing.
Yeah.
It just keeps getting more disturbing. If I were you, I would definitely turn this over. This is concerning.
Let me get a screenshot.
Yes, you better.
And I'll screenshot the source code so I can get the IP address.
Please do.
Yeah. Because this is getting a little weird.
It is.
I laugh about it when she starts talking about monetization and everything.
Yeah.
Because I have not made the first penny off of doing any of my.
Well, that's what I was saying. Why doesn't she show her PayPal? Okay, so next time she wants to say that, let's see her PayPal. Yeah. That's what I want to see. I mean, if her son had enough money to accidentally send $800.
$800, yeah.
I mean, that's a lot of money. That's more. I could use that $800. That's for dang sure.
Well, Marlena Cantu says that sounds like something Tim Mullen would say.
It does, kind of. That joy to the world thing.
Oh, wow, people. It's 5 o'clock in the morning.
Yeah.
I want to address Maggie May. I haven't lost sight of anything. If anything, I've been continuing on with my part in this of my red flags that won't go away. And I'm not saying that Dawn and Candace aren't involved, but I'm also not saying Jody Sue might not be involved too. You know?
Yeah.
It's my channel. I'll do what I want anyway. So what?
Yeah.
Don't watch it.
Well, everybody, I am going to jump off here and go get me a couple of hours of shut-eye.
I slept till 9, so now my sleep schedule's all messed up.
I can't do 11 hours again.
Yeah, it's been a long life.
Yes, it has.
I'm just trying to save these screenshots, so I'm a little distracted at the second. Let me get that saved in a folder here. Oops. Because that's going to go to where that needs to go. Oh, shoot.
But I do appreciate everybody for coming in and listening. Thank you, Scott. Shay's Safe Place, Piper. Thank you all so much.
Thank you.
I appreciate you coming on and talking to us. Thank you. I appreciate it.
Yeah, definitely. Thank you, Squall.
Thank you. Yeah. Everybody have a blessed night and have a beautiful week.
You too, Squall.
I'll see you all again.
All right. You can hold me later today, Squall.
I will.
Okay. Bye.
Okay, see you.
See ya.
And then let me I'm sorry. I'm like really the world's slowest. I can't find the document that I wanted to copy and paste it to. There we go.
Okay. Claiming she's not a suspect. Well, Squall called them today, and they said everybody's still a suspect, including Jody Sue. So,
Yeah, and she used Jody Sue's name specifically when she asked.
Specifically. Yep, yeah. She did.
Yeah. Tom's Love says, I'll stay awake with you. I'll be up for a while. Yeah, I don't know, Stargazer. I don't know if that's her son. If anybody has some extra spare time, start looking into him. Daryl Jacobs, Green Eyes, Mad Hatter. I've got a gazillion of his names in my phone that he's gone
Raven,
by.
I think,
but if
is one. Lone Wolf is one.
Okay.
And he always spells them with like a capital letter, then a lowercase, and a capital, and a lowercase.
Yeah.
That's kind of like his tail.
I will, DeQuinto, for sure. I will. Yeah. And the plate number, you can't read it. I don't have the software to sharpen up the image. If anybody has that, they could do that. Jerry. So people keep speaking of Jerry. Who is the person that they're speaking of? Do y'all know? Are they talking about oh my gosh.
Well,
Shurfy? They're not talking about Shurfy.
No.
Are they? Don or
no.
In the beginning, early on, when Don was still on his Facebook. Now, you got to remember, I don't have Facebook, but I just remember seeing screenshots from his Facebook. He had pointed out a gentleman named Jerry McLean. And he said that he thought Jerry McLean was a coworker of his. And he made a Facebook post saying that he thought Jerry McLean had something to do with Summer being missing. Okay, that was way back. Now, there was Shay might have actually been a mod over at Doug's at this time when Jody Sue was on there. Somebody in chat asked who Jerry was. And Doug asked Jody Sue who Jerry was. And she just, got quiet, didn't answer.
She had a meltdown.
And then went into her fake cry. And I'm going to call it fake because 2 minutes after she dropped off that panel, she was over in Ziggy's chat cutting up like nobody's business. So she couldn't have been tore up too bad over Jerry, but she sure found it convenient to get tore up enough to where she could reroute the conversation away from that. So I don't know who that Jerry was that the person in chat was referring to, but Jerry McLean, from my understanding, passed away in February from a heroin overdose.
Oh, dear.
Now, Gavel Geeks just right now highlighted my name and said, isn't it Jerry Light?
Yes.
That I don't know, Gavel Geeks. I don't know.
Ryan Miller says he's seen his Facebook.
Jerry Lights?
Or Chris's?
Oh, Ryan Miller says, "Oh, I've seen Jerry's Facebook. He's nasty." Oh well.
He said was he the one that was fighting with his girlfriend on a live?
I know what you're talking about. I can't confirm it yet. It was really disturbing. It was about children.
Maggie May. Okay. This is what we're going to do, Maggie May. We're going to clear the slate, okay? You stop complaining and everybody will stop talking to you, okay? Problem solved. Moving on. Okay. Is that the video that No Thanks shared?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay.
He's shared it on a couple of different occasions.
I haven't seen it. I don't watch No Thanks. Not for any reason. Not like I don't like him or anything like that. I
just remember seeing it way back when because everybody was making such a big deal of it. Because I was actually watching Ziggy's at the time that Doug was on. You know, their streams were going at the same time, but I was watching Ziggy. And, you know, some of these people, like I said, can watch 2 streams at once. Well, when Jody Sue came over there, people started talking about how she had just had this, you know, major meltdown 2 minutes before over on Doug's. So I went back after Ziggy's stream was over. I went back and watched Doug's and saw her do that. And I was like, oh, wow. Well, that was fake as crap, you know?
Yep.
Because like I said, I never knew any of it was occurring. I was just over in Ziggy's, and then, you know, here comes Jody Sue popping over in, you know, joking and cutting up in chat and everything. And I was thinking, well, it was just, you know, a normal chat, you know, people cutting up and talking until people started talking about her having this big major meltdown. And I was like,
the crying.
After I went back and watched, I was like, well, that wasn't a real meltdown, or she really recovered really quickly from it, because it took her, you know, however long it takes to click from one live to another, you know, to.
She knew exactly when they brought up Jerry, she knew exactly what they were talking about. And she immediately ignored the question of who was Jerry, and then deflected and started going on about something else, and then started crying, and that all happened in less than a minute.
Yep. Yeah, it did. Certainly did.
So therefore, that told me that was something I needed to look into.
Yeah.
And I talked to Squall about that exact live, because I haven't seen much of, I think maybe Crystal's Crime Time put that live up or not, you know, she made a clip from that live where Jody Sue was crying on the panel, on Doug's panel. Maybe it wasn't Crystal, but somebody did. And
it was me.
Oh, was it you? Okay. Okay.
Yeah.
And I was like, I thought what would be funny, I was telling Squall, we should put a video of Amber Heard in court, like crying when she was like crying crazy, and then overlay Jody Sue's voice crying.
Oh my God, that's hilarious.
From her crying episode on Doug's. I thought that, and then I was like, no, that's mean. I shouldn't, but I did. I thought that we just talked about that the other day. I was like, God, that was so fake, because she just went right into it, and then it just went away then. when she was up there. So I was like, wow, that she really recovered from it quick. But I didn't know she went on to another Scott to talk to, other people and had moved on from it there too.
Right. Yeah, they're just and see a lot of it, that's what's really been happening here. Well, it's been happening all along, but especially, really recently, because like I said, I was watching Ziggy's. I would have never known that happened on Doug's unless somebody would have told me. Because, it's impossible to watch, all these streams.
Yes, it is.
So by the time you start, gathering all this information from here and from there and from here and from there, the stories that are going along that are being told over here and over here, then there's discrepancies in them.
Yes.
So you're like, okay, well, one has to be true. They can both be false, but they both can't be true.
Right.
So which one is it?
Good logic. Yes.
And then there's been other people, well, tons of the creators that have been in here tonight have been picking up on the same things. And then Squall's guest that she had on, Chicken on a Stick, that was on earlier, she is not a YouTube creator. So, and she was coming from the standpoint of being a local in Beach Creek that knows both Andy and Jody Sue, and was able to tie a lot of the things together, falsehoods and truths, as the case may be, whichever the case may be, compared to some of the information that us as creators have found out. And it was like, yeah, exactly, Sandra Neal, like a light switch. Yeah. And a lot of light switches started going off for a lot of people at the same time.
And she got attacked too for that.
Oh yeah, absolutely she did.
Sure did, just as a local, speaking out and speaking their truth. And that's when I tried, I'm like, no, we want to hear from other locals.
Yeah.
It's not right.
And then,
am I going to have to block Maggie May? I don't want to, because I don't like to block people from my channel, and I respect all opinions, and I want opposing opinions, because that's what friction causes growth. So that's good. We want that. But if you're going to be arguing back and forth in the chat, it's distracting to me. It bothers me. And this is my channel. So I'm going to need you to either zip it, Maggie May, or I'm going to have to block you. And like I said, I don't want to do that, because I don't like to do that. I want to hear your opinion, but you can't be arguing in the chat. That's got to stop right now. Okay. Next word out of your mouth about this argument, next word out of your mouth that's not on topic, I'm blocking you. Okay. That's your last warning. And everybody else, stop it. Stop talking to Maggie. Okay. Carry on. Speaking of light switch.
Right. But yeah, it's been coming for a while, just it took a while. Now there are, people that have been on it, Shay and Crystal have been on it for a long time. And Squall has too, but Squall was quiet for a very long time. And
well, she talked, but she didn't say everything.
Right. But I mean, she was quiet on YouTube for a long time. And then
Right.
it was just like Penny was saying tonight, how she had been wanting to put all this stuff out and was glad that now it was all, finally all starting to come out, because Penny had been holding back certain things. I'd been holding back certain things. I think Shay and Crystal, they've been letting it out along the way, and then it just got to the point to where it was just like, well, one of the main things was when it was brought up on Squall's Live about Damien running around in the woods. And then finding out that there were witnesses to that. Well, Cam and Allie happened to know the witnesses as well as Squall. And Cam and Allie had them on for interviews on the live panel. And not only did we end up with one witness, but we ended up with two witnesses. But we actually ended up with 6 witnesses.
Wow.
And then we end up with the video of Don, like I said, when that news lady was out there with him. And he said that he was at least aware of it. He couldn't confirm it, but he had been told that. So there's another confirmation of it. At least Don knew about it. So Don, Candace, and 6 other people knew about it. Naturally, Jody Sue and Damien knew about it, because Damien got chased through the woods, and then it sounds to me like Jody Sue down at the bottom of the driveway blowing her horn was probably signaling to Damien to get the heck out of there, and then to make up some kind of crazy excuse that he was checking the mail when her freaking mailbox is 50 feet up the road from where he came out of the woods at. Now, did you get lost on the way to the mailbox? No, I don't think so. And neither did the other 6 witnesses. So all these little things started coming together, and it was the same thing about, like, when you hear the same thing from 2 different people that are unrelated, there's a good chance there's truth in it.
Right. Yeah, that's
and
what
a lot of those things, a lot of them, different things started coming together like that. So here we are. More and more people have dug in, and more people have started looking at things like dates of drug bust and dates of arrest and short sentences versus long sentences, and marijuana being supplied to the oldest Wells boy, and now we've got allegedly cancer pills being sold to Candace, and Andy dealing more than just weed, and now we find out that he wasn't just dealing it, he was growing it in multiple locations.
Well, I don't know if they were in multiple. I'm saying.
Right.
Yeah. Okay. I wanted to make sure I didn't say anything, mislead anybody.
But, lots of things like that. And we learned that, he wasn't hesitant about them finding Summer on the land, but, he had to hurry up and go out there and pull up all his pot plants so that he didn't get in trouble. When Ronnie Lawson says that clearly there's no drug problem on Ben Hill Road. It's no different than any other road in Hawkins County. So are you telling me then, Ronnie Lawson, that everybody, any normal road in Hawkins County, people grow marijuana in their woods? Is that what you're telling me, Ronnie?
And people get shot in the neck.
Right. Right.
And little girls go missing.
And little girls go missing. Right.
Right.
So that's what happens on.
And they just happen to go missing from a neighbor's house who is friends with and defends not one, not two, but maybe a few RSOs.
Yep. And I'll never get over that. I'm sorry. I will never stand for that. I never condone. No way. No way. Don't abide by that stuff.
It's just like, Shay said, and I like the way that she put it, so many red flags that just won't go away.
Mm-hmm.
If anything, there's more of them sprouting up,
Right.
Yeah. It's like fertilizer, buddy. I mean, it just keeps growing and growing and growing, just like all them flowers on Beach Creek everybody's fooling with that day.
And we haven't even heard from what these other creators. I know of 2 creators. 3, I know of 2 right now that have got videos in the making that may cover some things that we haven't even touched on tonight, just from the research that they found.
Wow.
Now it may be, the same information just from different people, but that goes back to what I was saying. All we're doing is just pointing the finger. You go look and research, and more than likely you'll find out the same thing that we found out. So if we have 2 different creators that aren't related to this chat tonight, because neither of those creators have been on panel tonight, if they come out with something very, very similar to what we've talked about on this panel tonight, then that shows that they have been able to dig and find the same thing that we've found, which solidifies or will help to solidify that it's fact.
Mm-hmm. Or at least lend credence to the idea of it. And
right. That's probably a better way to say it. Yeah, that's a better way to say it there.
And it opens up to, that's how ideas come to fruition. Every little bit of information contributes, and then at the end of the day you hopefully have a better idea of what's going on, and that you can hopefully then use that to figure out the solution, and so that's it's critical in these types of situations that you do that, because you're right. Every little bit of information, or these little facts that we're getting here and there, once they, aggregate, it starts looking a little fishy.
It certainly does. And my interest is bringing Summer home safe and sound, or bringing her home in a fashion to where she can be put to rest properly. And I don't give a damn whose feelings get hurt along the way. Period.
Mm-hmm. Yep. Gavel Geeks, about the search or around Summer missing.
Andy Sue.
I know. I thought that was funny too. I should have asked more questions about that day. Like I would ask, like I, talked about when did you get home and all that. And then we would, get on a different topic, or it would lead us to another. You know how when you're talking, one idea leads to another and you start talking about something else, the conversation just evolves. And so just for instance, and this didn't happen, but like when he was saying about when he got home, it led us to that GPS conversation that Jody Sue had GPS on his phone, which then led us to she took over his Facebook and he can't get into his email. She took his email. She took all of his electronic stuff, took all of his access and changed all the passwords.
Wow.
So
how
it's
controlling is that?
Yeah. That was after he evicted her.
Wow.
So, and you can only be on the phone for so long, but I wish I had more information on that. I wish I got all this other information, but,
well, that, changing the passwords and all that kind of stuff, that just, again, is like the car being repoed. That just, again, shows the vindictive nature.
Right. Yeah,
now,
it does. Yeah.
Now, do we honestly believe the way that she's treated all the creators and all the other people involved in this case, as vindictive as she's been to basically everybody that's been within ear's reach of her? Are we honestly going to believe that she's not going to be, she wouldn't be capable of being vindictive enough to somebody else to possibly do something malicious?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, that's pretty naive.
Yep.
if you ask me.
It is.
That's
Well,
pretty
that would be
naive.
just ignoring facts. That would be what that is. I mean, Gavel Geeks, what did you say? The mayor says they welcome law enforcement with open arms. No, Andy said that's not exactly true. They were a little panicky at first, trying to get rid of their plants. But then, after they got out everything they wanted to hide, for whatever reason, then they opened their arms.
Well, I've never opened my arms to law enforcement. I can tell you that.
I wouldn't either.
That's a weird way to put it, but whatever.
Yeah, Ralph Sharp, Jody Sue Brown is everything she accuses everybody else of being. So if you just go watch her videos, whatever she accuses other people of, she's probably doing it.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
And I noticed another change in Jody Sue's videos. Originally, it started that Andy was at work all day and he had to work over.
Yep.
Then it changed to Andy was at work all day, but then he went next door and banged his girlfriend in the freezer.
In the freezer?
With a cooler of the gas station there. Then it was either yesterday or today, it went to he would go over to the gas station at lunchtime and bang her.
Because she worked at the gas station. Yeah.
And apparently after work as well.
Mm-hmm. Well, that's the only girl he could meet because she had GPS on his phone. So he could be at that gas station because it wouldn't draw her attention.
But see, in the beginning, she was dead on, without question. Don't even question it. Andy was at work all day, on camera all day, without a doubt.
Yep.
Period. Don't even question it. That's the way that it was.
That's it. Yeah, that's it in a nutshell. That's the way it was with her.
And then it went to, well, no, actually, he got off work and he was screwing his girlfriend after work. Now it's down to, apparently he's screwing his girlfriend at lunchtime and after work. So the final story is far different than the original story. just like the day after on Squall's videos. The day after Summer went missing, Jody Sue's sitting there talking about the parents are great and Summer's well cared for and all this and all that. Now look where we're at.
Mm-hmm.
So there is nobody that can honestly sit here and tell me that Jody Sue Brown has been consistent with her story. And I can sit here all night long, probably well into tomorrow night, and tell you inconsistency after inconsistency. Now, I might have to get a few more creators together with me because my brain would fry by then, but it's not that hard to pick out inconsistencies for somebody that swears up and down that their story's never changed. And if you can't see that, I don't know what to do.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I just really don't know what to do.
Maggie came backstage to say, "Fuck you. Who the hell do you think you are, talking to your kids?" Okay, Maggie.
What a joy.
Your attention is over. Bye-bye. Somebody else came backstage to say 125 Ben Hill Road, 35 feet left of the back door, a well.
125 Ben Hill Road, 35 feet left of the back door, a well. Oh, I don't know. I did hear that there was a contaminated well up there on that property.
That typing looks like, to me, the way that they phrased it looks like Green Eyes.
Oh, okay. Well, that's
the name
probably
Bubble
Maggie.
Yeah, Bubble asked Betty on here, but I think it was Green Eyes. But you know, just putting that out there because you never know. 125 Ben Hill Road, if anybody knows anything about a well. People are saying they don't have wells. I mean, I've lived out in the country. I thought everybody had wells in the country. I didn't think water, even city water, went out there.
Did you showed Maggie to the room, to the door?
She hasn't said anything in chat again, so I haven't been able to block her.
Well, let me find me a mod that I know. Because I need somebody to be able to go to her page.
Oh, are you not a mod, Scott?
No.
Well, I thought I made, oh my gosh, I didn't make, here, I'll make Gaggle Geeks. I'll make Gavel Geeks a mod because she's a researcher. So,
Okay.
if she wants to look at that page.
Gavel Geeks, when you get your rent status, would you mind to scroll up and see if you can find Maggie Mays? Go to her page and get me the link to her page and email that to me. Because she just reserved a spot in my block list.
And your reservation list for somebody we want to keep on our radar.
Well, see, if you're a moderator, you can check to see if somebody's a troll by going to their page. Well, when you go to their page, you can copy and paste their channel link into your block list, and proactively blocking them. So they'll never be able to come
Oh.
into your chat and disrupt your stream because
Oh.
they're already blocked and they can't come into chat to begin with.
Oh, wait. Here. I just went to her channel. I've got it right here. I'll post it in the chat.
That will work.
Yep. Hold on. Here it is. And that way I can block her too. I don't block hardly anybody. And if I block them for a stream, I usually unblock them after. Just because.
That's her profile
Yeah.
picture. So I will just Control C and I'll go over to my Creator Studio into Settings. Then you go into Community. And then you go to Hidden Users. And then you just paste that URL right into there. And they will never disrupt your stream. Maggie May, you can watch from the outside.
Yeah.
Or not. I'm not
My
really.
son just texted to ask if I had any aloe vera gel. He must have a bad sunburn.
Who did?
My son.
Oh, gosh.
If he's up this time of the morning wanting aloe vera gel, I'd say he probably was in the sun.
Yeah. It's eating him up right now.
Yep. Don't take a shower. That's my only advice.
Yeah, that'll really set him going there.
Yep. I used it all to make hand sanitizer at the beginning of that COVID scare where you couldn't find any hand sanitizer even.
Oh, yeah. Let's see. Marlena Cantus want me to read her last message.
I love AJ About Justice is the sweetest person you will ever meet, honestly.
Let's see. Scott H. Really? Emma made a video about a well with a receipt. Something about a well on Don's property. Interesting, Marlena.
Wait, what?
What?
Will you read it again?
Yeah, let me scroll back up. I'd already started to scroll back down again.
Oh, darn.
It says Emma made a video. Emma would be Crime Stories Obsessed. Made a video about a well with a receipt. Something about a well on Don's property.
Oh, I saw that. I saw that video. She looked them up. They have a registry of all the septic systems. It was a septic system, not a well. I thought. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe it was a well. She got into some sort of website that shows where all the wells or septic systems, whichever it was, I can't recall, are. And she pulled it up.
Okay. She's saying it's a quick 1 or 2 minute video.
Yeah, it wasn't very long at all. And I could have sworn it was a septic tank, though, or system.
Okay, Sparker's saying that was a septic tank.
That's what I was thinking. But either way, I mean, that's still relevant.
Yeah. Okay, Gavel Geeks is saying, no, not Emma. She used America True Crimes video.
She did?
Okay, yeah, somebody up there above said, Wendy Bear said America True Crime did Scott H.
Okay.
Okay.
Well, we want to give credit to the person who actually found. She didn't source them in her video. Well, that sucks. That's awful.
Yeah, happens a lot with her, I've heard.
Really? She seems so, I thought she was really, she seems very, wow.
Oh,
Well, that's
Gavelgeeks is saying
disappointing.
she did credit them, but please
Oh,
use the smaller channel that did the work. Okay.
Oh, okay. Oh, okay. Well, I take that back.
Yeah, I don't know. I've heard some mixed reviews on Emma. I used to really like her and stuff, and then I started hearing some horrible, horrible things about her, and I was like, is this the same Emma that we're talking about?
Aw.
And then people were saying she was faking all kinds of stuff and stealing content. And like I said, I'm not computer savvy, so I don't know how to go and, well, number one, you know, do I know how? Well, I don't know. Do I care enough to find out? Probably not, you know.
Right. Exactly.
You know what I mean? I'm not going to start any arguments with her or not. I do know that, okay, Gavelgeeks just posted the link to the well video right there. I know when we were looking, because we were, I think it was actually Gavelgeeks and Chroma Mama and myself were looking a while back, and we were going to look into see, out in the country, a lot of people had wells and they had what was called cisterns.
Yes.
And we were going to look and see when or if city water had been ran down to Beach Creek Road or up Ben Hill Road, and if so, when, to show hope, to see if maybe we could find out an idea of when maybe some of those cisterns went out of use. Or if they hadn't ran city water, then of course naturally they would be in use.
Right.
Because I know, and I've used this example before, my house, they turned its cistern into the septic tank. And me and you and Shay could get us some lawn chairs and drop down if we had a ladder, we could drop down in there and set us up a coffee table and a small TV and sit around and watch
YouTube. Big, huh?
Yeah. Wow. I mean, big. But, at that time, it was far cheaper than, digging up and putting a septic tank in. It was already there. It was already existing. Right. So people, when they got city water, they had no use for the cistern for fresh water anymore. So, and they had city water for indoor plumbing, so they didn't have outhouses no more. So they just took their cistern and turned it into a septic tank. Killed two birds with one stone and saved a bunch of money. But I don't guess we lost interest, or maybe they went ahead, maybe Gavelgeeks and Chroma Mama went ahead and looked into that. I don't really know.
Right.
I kind of forgot about it till just now.
A rainwater tank. A cistern, it collects runoff water, right?
Yeah,
or groundwater.
Cisterns are normally underground.
Right. They don't. It's not. Yeah, it's not above ground. Right. It collects ground water.
A lot of times, people have their gutters run off into them too, so that they could catch all the rainwater that was coming onto the roof. It would go through the gutter system and empty out into the cistern.
That wasn't Maggie May that came to the back. So that was Green Eyes. That's why I said it sounded like Green Eyes is the way they talk. So, yeah.
Yeah, probably just heard
Yeah.
us, the commotion with her, and
Right. Just picked up and ran with it.
yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Gavel Geek said that's her friend. And it didn't sound like her or anything, to be honest. Okay. It did sound like something that Green Eyes would do. And he's the only one that keeps coming up into our back, too. So if past behavior is a good predictor of future behavior, I think we got it nailed down. Yeah, we're sending you love and peace, Green Eyes. We hope you get better. And now I talked to him for about 4 hours one night.
Oh, wow.
On the phone. Yeah. And because he was really on one, and he was calling and calling and calling, and messages and messages and messages and messages, text, like non-stop for several days. And so finally I answered the phone and talked to him. And we talked for about 4 hours. And actually, he seemed like a really nice guy. When you got to talk to him, he did tell me he's got a mental health disease, schizophrenia. So it could, or no, did he? Yeah, he told me that. And so it could be that I don't really know. Or it could have been somebody lying the whole time. Who knows? You can't see him. It could have been Jody Sue with the voice changer. You know what I mean? Who knows? Yeah, Green Eyes has sure been around. He really has. But yeah, so he said that he had schizophrenia, and so I just tried to talk to him and talk him down, and he did eventually calm down. And I think Ziggy had a long conversation with him one time as well.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So I don't know, but I do think it's concerning that he came on the scene and is so. I mean, I've not seen him on any other true crime cases that I follow. So I don't know why he's so involved in this case to the point of contacting parents from almost day one.
Well, I guess I consider it to be a good trait. I very easily ignore people that annoy me. And early on, he was making all those posts on Dawn's Facebook and everything, and other people's Facebooks too. And I would see him in chats and everything, but I would just ignore him. I mean, I never even paid attention. I go into chats all the time, and there's people that constantly are trying to harass or try to get some kind of reaction out of me, and I just don't ever answer them, because that's what they want, and I just let them keep on. Eventually they get bored and stop doing it. Right. Or whatever, or maybe they don't get bored and they're continuing to do it. I honestly couldn't tell you, because I just ignore them. I don't.
Yeah. Yeah, lean on me. Yeah, he contacted Andy's parents too. He still contacts them. He has their home phone number, their landline. So he bought himself a ticket to be looked into.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. because if you're this involved and he's made all of his rounds. Oh, I think Gavel Geek said has he been on other cases too? I didn't realize that. Okay, Maggie, thank you. We got off to a bad start, Maggie, but let's clear that and move forward, okay? I'm sorry that whatever happened. I didn't even see how it all started in there, okay? So, all right. Not a troll, I know. Truth never changes. You're so right. And that's what I believe is happening here with this Jody Sue situation. The truth, she's been able to steer us from it for so long.
Well,
did Shay fall asleep?
Shay might have fallen asleep.
She's a quiet sleeper.
It's very possible.
You would know if I was asleep. You'd hear me snoring.
Right. I don't know if I snore or not. I'm always asleep when I'm sleeping.
Exactly. I'll ask my boyfriend, how'd you sleep? And he says, I don't know. I was unconscious.
Well, if you do, it must be either a low-level snore or he's a deep sleeper.
Yeah. Probably a little of both.
Well, I was going to say it seems to be working, so.
Yeah. Well, he lives in Wisconsin too, so that works out, being in several states away.
Right. Gavin Geeks is saying Jay for Justice snores a little.
What'd she say? Oh, Jay for Justice. Oh.
Yeah.
She fell asleep on your panel.
Yeah, she did. She was a very good sport about it, though. She was. I think it kind of embarrassed her a little bit, but.
Oh, I fell asleep in Discord once on a live or a you know how you can do I always do the streams in my Discord.
Oh, okay.
And people were just chit-chatting and talking, and then I fell asleep, and I woke up and was so embarrassed because it was daylight. I didn't have any makeup on. My mouth was open. I was right in front of my camera because I had my phone propped up in front of me. Oh, it was terrible.
Right.
What are we falling for? Oh, no. I think Shay's fine. I think she just fell asleep. Somebody was asking.
I think this may just be two Gavel Geeks. I think Jay and Shay would be the only two that I can recall anyway. Could be wrong. I did fall asleep one time on when we were doing the reward marathon.
I was going to say that. I think I heard you talking about it or something, but.
Yeah. I'm pretty sure Penny called me, and I woke up when I heard my phone ring, and I woke up.
That's funny. She was on vacation. Yeah, she's on Bahamas time. She's probably got a little bit of jet lag.
Oh, yeah. Shay's on. Yeah, exactly.
Yep. Dazed. Yeah. Snoring doesn't bother me one bit. My dog snores, and you're right. It's comforting. It's like white noise.
Well, I think I'm going to call it a morning.
Yeah, I think I am too. I need to probably make some coffee because I need to stay up today so I can get my sleep schedule back on track. Sleeping until almost 9 o'clock tonight or last night, that messed me up.
Right.
So
I've got to go take my medicine at 6 o'clock, and I've
yeah,
got to do it every 6 hours or I pay for it. So
that can happen for sure with medications. Well, thank you for coming up, Scott. I appreciate you and your wisdom and, everything that you've shared and just being here.
Thank you for inviting me. It was definitely a pleasure. I think this was a very beneficial stream. I enjoyed it. I learned some stuff. I hope everybody else that watched learned something, took something away from it. The more ears, that can hear stuff that, we're finding out to maybe help to alleviate some of the confusion that's in this case, the better, I think. So thanks for giving me the opportunity to come up and spend the evening with you guys. And
Well, that's what it's all about. At the end of the day, we're sharing information and want to get stuff out there and just get justice for Summer, if that's even possible at this point.
absolutely. I think it will be.
I hope so.
I really try to, hang on to hope. I know the statistics. I know the odds. I know all that stuff. We all know that stuff, but we've not seen any definitive proof either way.
Right.
And we have seen, on rare occasions that people show up. Children show up after, months, years, whatever. So, got to hang on to that.
Yeah, that's right. That's true. Well, thank you. And I'm going to close out the chat too and just say thank you to everybody who came. Thank you to all the mods, new and old, mods that didn't know that they were going to be mods when they came to just chat in someone's chat. So I appreciate you guys taking that on so spur of the moment and doing such a wonderful job and keeping the chat respectful. So thank you. And you really stuck in. It was a long live. I don't expect anybody to do that, but thank you for doing that. And I don't put out a ton of videos, guys, so don't be looking for a video tomorrow or the next day. I try to put stuff out when I have something to share. I enjoy more so doing the research and trying to find information in these cases. I don't know if you've looked at my channel. There was a Leah Scheibel who went missing in North Vegas, Nevada, and I interviewed her father, and but she did end up getting found, and I posted a video that she was found. It was several months later, so that's wonderful stuff. That's why I think all of us are here, and that's best case scenario, but I think that's what we all hope for. So thank you all for coming, and thank you to my panel guest. Shay's dead asleep, but maybe in her sleep she'll hear me saying thank you to her. Thank you, Squall, and love you guys. All right, take care, everybody.
Thanks, everybody.
Bye-bye. I'm going to end the broadcast.
Okay.
Oops, maybe.